Most I ever threw up.
Like he's...
Oh God, those are real.
Yeah, and if they weren't real, it'd be like, wow, that's like really cool.
Yeah,
like,
this guy should get, work in Hollywood with all these great bones he's got. He's got a real eye for the bones.
Yeah, Hollywood had him on style. Like, call the bone guy. He's got everything.
He's got like a rib key. Like, it's like cool looking stuff if it's not real. Like,
it's not real.
So Ray Fiennes is the one who plays him in the movie. Now it makes sense.
And they found it because, like you said,
I mean, he's got
somebody was scrolling through.
Oh my God. What the?
Is that a cat?
You see that, I'd see. And
a mummified kitten.
How does that not freak you out at night? Like, you don't care how weird you are. It's like you're surrounded by your bones.
Like I like seeing the figurines I bought. Danielle likes her trinkets. This guy sees his mummified cat. And
he kisses them all on the head and says goodnight.
Keep me safe during the night. All right. Let's start this show. Shovel.
Poor guy. He's done for, man.
I did this. Whatever. We're just going.
Provenance and forensic documentation of human and animal remains. Curator of specimens, pathology, osteology, reports, validation, and private consultation.
He could have been working at that.
I don't want a private consultation with him.
What's the museum down there? Of like
bodies? The body museum?
I can't remember. It's something with an M. It's not Mummers, but it's
Mummers Museum. Flip it around. Wicked Witch.
Hey, Ma, what's museum?
No. Go. Whoop. I almost just blew everything. Go Nintendo Podcast, webisode 1009. The Walking Wake Podcast.
1009.
Mom Brain, please tell us about Walking Wake.
That's like the first Pokemon name that doesn't sound like a Pokemon name at all. It just sounds like
this is gonna sound. I know that. I'm sorry.
No.
I just learned this.
Looks like a Pokemon
over the last 2 weeks. The main character of Pokemon's last name is Ketchum. Did you know that? Ketchum all. That's amazing. Great work.
And
Pokemon
just to be clear,
company.
he's the main character of the anime, not like
Ketchum,
the games or anything.
Has
but
Ketchum
yes,
caught him?
Ash Ketchum.
He didn't catch them all.
Spoiler alert, after 20 plus years, he finally did win the main tournament that he was trying to win, but he has not caught them all. So that mission continues. But in the anime, he's not followed anymore. We're in season 3 just this week of the new anime series.
Season 3?
Yeah.
It's been going on for a long time.
What did I just say? Here we go. Right off the bat. Season 3 of the new anime.
Oh,
so Ash's run is over. He's done. He may pop up at some point, but we are now following 2 other main people.
Well, who are the
main
people?
Journey.
What are their last names?
I'll hold up.
I know.
Hold up. We'll get to. Oh, Deux knows. I'll let him fill you. But first, Mom Brain. Waking walk.
Which one is it?
Walking wake makes more sense to me. I'm going with that one.
It is.
Lock it in. That's right.
This ferocious creature is shrouded in mystery.
Oh.
It's named after an aquatic monster mentioned in an old expedition journal.
What, walking
Shark.
or wake? Christopher Walking? It's named after Christopher Walken.
Sounds like something my dad would say. Christopher Walking.
He was involved in a suspected drowning.
I saw that Fat Boy Slim video. He is not walking. He's dancing and flying sometimes. My brain, please. Walking wake.
They're 11 feet tall, 617 pounds. The gender's unknown. The category is paradox. The abilities include protosynthesis. You heard that right. Protosynthesis, which boosts the Pokemon's most proficient stat in harsh sunlight, or if the Pokemon is holding booster energy.
Thanks, Mom Brain.
This is the end of the Pokemon section.
We're going to jump on this real quick because Grantimus says, I have a Balatro addiction. Anybody else at the table feel that way?
No.
I have a Balatro addiction.
Hi, Josh. How are you doing?
I'm the star of the show.
As always, but Mom Brain is here as well.
I am here.
How are you doing, Mom Brain?
I am wonderful. Thank you.
That's great. I am here. I'm whatever. Nicky Hill is here. Oh, that's right. I forgot I did that.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm here. Glad to be here.
Glad you are
with
here.
all you folks.
What'd you say, folks?
Goodbye, Rami. See you later.
Can I not say folks?
I thought you just dropped an F-bomb with all you.
Oh.
I was like, wow. And Deux Michaels is here.
Cuckoo.
How are you doing?
Much better now.
That's great to hear. And of course, George is here. George, my friend, how are you doing?
George, no.
Tell me about life. Tell me about the world. Tell me about everything.
I've been hanging out with my main squeeze.
And that is?
Her name is Lucy. I call her Juicy Lucy.
Wait a minute.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
Wait a minute. George.
It's not like what, George? What do you mean?
George, you have a lady friend?
I call her my main squeeze.
Why don't you ask George?
George, fill us in. Tell us more. Poor Colonel is like, now I got to draw another one in the GCU.
George, what's going on?
No, just hanging and banging.
Wow, George, the innuendo is here.
That was a really great
Thank
story.
you.
We got a new year, baby.
Wow, it's out already?
Wait, I need to know, George, how long have you and Juicy Lucy been like a thing?
Yeah, we've been on and off. It's a seasonal thing. Sometimes our love blossoms, and sometimes
It's ours?
that
Well,
sounds about right.
That's the ebb and flow of any relationship, really.
Here's what I really need to know. Did she fall for you when she saw you in the bow tie for the 1000th podcast?
That's a great gift, Guy Bones.
No, but she likes sometimes that I only wear the bow tie.
Oh,
Wow.
limes dangling.
Wow.
You can feel it in my limes.
That's how we like it. There we go. All
That's
right.
great.
We haven't. Well, first, let me say, Music Man, we speak your name. Music Man gave me some crap last night because he's like, "Am I finally going to get a podcast that's over an hour and a half?" Because he's right. It had been shorter because people haven't been here and a whole bunch of stuff. So I would imagine today today will be a 7-hour podcast.
Man,
That's what's going on.
even
Well,
your
last
friends
year-
giving
wait.
you crap.
Right.
Bad
Last-
YouTube comments, friends giving you crap.
Last
I
week
have
was
good
short,
news,
but the
though,
week
too.
before was long,
You got
wasn't
bad
it?
YouTube comments?
I get bad comments all the time, every day, everywhere. It's nothing new.
On the internet?
Deux, the man who won't stop reading negative comments on anything, has spotted bad comments. I don't read them unless they come
And-
directly to my email, and then
Well,
I
to
just
those
ignore them
people I
anyway. So, but I'm going to counteract that with good news. I got an email today that according to Good Pods, we have moved up to the number 6th in the world, or whoever's on Good Pods, Nintendo related podcast. So congratulations,
Wow.
everybody who did it. Number 6. We were at number 7 for a while. We have moved up to number 6.
6-7.
Oh
Sorry.
my God!
Rise from your grave.
So take that.
I know you're
haters.
not sorry. You did it the previous week as well, and so
To
Do
you?
I do have great news on?
I
the
did it while
6th.
you were not here. Maybe.
yeah. And then you said sorry, Deux. I know you're listening.
Yes. It's not like he remembers. the
How
6th.
can I mess up an opportunity? Somebody's saying it somewhere.
I want to say, dude, this is truthful. The 6-7 meme is very much on its way out. So I think it's honestly really
You
pretty much
wouldn't
dead
know
at
that
this point.
if you had been in the middle school math classroom I was in during sixth
Yeah, but
period the other day.
It's like
6.
But we're
young
on the
kids,
downward
young
slope. We're
kids
on the
love to
downward slope.
like drive it into the ground.
It
you know,
was.
You got the combination of the young
were a
kids.
little-
Yeah,
they
and
were a little
old people
late to
using
pick it up, and then they just drive it into the ground.
At this point, I actually cringed a little that they were doing it. Like I wanted to be like, look, as the
you,
behaviorist, I need you to
Refusa.
know that your behavior is making everyone.
Yeah, there's
cringe.
another one right now that's really hot, but I can't talk about it because it's inappropriate. I will share it
Oh.
with you later.
Sounds
Does it have to do
hot.
with the song we were singing before?
It is related to
Yeah,
that song.
I
but
heard
it is
that
not
too.
that. It is not that.
I heard that too.
But it is definitely related to that
Good.
song.
These kids are getting edgier. They're pushing boundaries.
2026 is the year of the edgelord. I want to say, last few weeks we haven't had everybody at the show because they've been sick, and I've been talking about how I've not been feeling
Wow,
myself
you just got the rest of that sickness out of you there.
I feel like I felt that.
mentally, down in the dumps or whatever. I'm certainly doing better now. I'm also still certainly depressed about a whole bunch of things, but I was like, it's going to be great. We're going to have the podcast. We got everybody in person this time. We got lots of stupid stuff to catch up on. So I was looking forward to today's podcast, and now it's here and we're doing it, and it's going to be the best one ever. So thank
you're
you for
listening to
joining
the
us.
6th most popular Nintendo podcast in the world.
According to Good Pods.
I mean, that's not small potatoes, right? That's
I
like something to
agree.
be proud of, man.
I
First
heard
things
there's
first,
7
I don't care
podcasts.
about numbers at all. Second, I only said it because I know I'm trying to combat your negativity with positivity, because as the internet works
No,
everywhere.
But hold on. To combat his negativity with positivity, saying that we're the 6th most popular Nintendo podcast, like
What's my specific negativity
No,
in this
not
instance?
what you can't do that whole setup and say
get
I
into
don't
it
know.
too much.
What are you talking about? Don't do this.
that was so
We don't have
dumb.
anything to show for it except the
do you
popularity.
What do you want to show? A plaque?
A medal?
What
Do you want me to
I
make a
tried-
medal?
I tried to. Yes, maybe
Okay.
What do you really
a
want?
gold medal, maybe a peace prize,
What
perhaps.
do you really want? What do you mean we don't have
We've
anything
had
to
these
show for it?
conversations, so if you don't understand, we'll talk later because we don't need to talk about it in front of the kids.
You started it.
And I tried to stop.
I'm getting a whisper right now. Is it?
Yes.
I want to say that out loud.
Whatever.
That would make even less sense. I'm going to say it out loud.
Okay.
Mom Brain said it's political.
Gold medals. What do we have to show?
Oh, you're making it. He doesn't mean it politically, right?
I mean, I said the peace prize because I
Were
think
you
it's
making
funny.
a political joke, or did you mean it?
No, I'm done. We're talking. I don't mean anything.
Drop it.
Well, other than GoNintendo, which I do listen to this podcast. I don't listen to any podcasts other than this one that doesn't have any ads, and I appreciate that because I don't want to hear the ads.
But if
When
you're on
I
YouTube, there are ads.
oh,
So.
all over. The
Oh,
place.
you listen? Don't you watch on YouTube? Oh, and
sometimes and sometimes not. It depends. If I'm home, I'll watch on YouTube. If I'm walking, I'll.
And again, it's the company that wants to put the ads there, and I'm like, I don't promote the YouTube channel, and they're like, it's fine, don't worry about it.
You know what
'cause
I would like?
They're like, take a little bit from everybody, and we'll make our money there. Because like I do on YouTube, it is every 30 minutes you're supposed to see a block of ads.
It's
but,
much more.
yeah,
frequently
there's
than
nothing.
that.
I said it literally every single
Yeah.
day when we do, or every single podcast. I said it. It asked me scheduled, and I say yes, and it goes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I do 30 minutes because that's the longest I can do. And it says, if you schedule them, you make a lot less money. And I go, it's out of my hands.
When it comes to ads on YouTube in general, I very much dislike AI generated ads
Yeah, I'm not.
where they're like
Don't see
where it would be actual patient or actual user of this product, and it's just AI nonsense, and you're just like, this is awful. Like, I don't know if there was a place to start with getting rid of that.
Radical Defects says, I want to stress that I am completely 100% fine and dandy despite what I'm about to say. I am so tired that I've been crying all day, including at work. I promise all of you, pod is exactly what I need right now in this moment, and I've looked forward to it for all week. Well, then we better put on a banger of a show.
Speak your name, Radical Defect, Master Higgins.
There was going to go in a whole bunch of directions, but let's just go to things. Hello, Nico. Oh, yeah.
Wait, but how many? I want to know how many Nintendo
Putting on a show.
podcasts there are. Like 6 out of what? 8?
Infinity, right?
That was very nice of you, Nicky Hill. That was very nice of you.
Look,
That was for you.
to be honest, I want you to keep saying it because the more that
I'm not.
adults
I didn't say it
the
because of
less
that.
I think kids will want to say it.
I didn't say it because of that. I honestly want to know.
Right. Stop all these sound effects.
And who was the previous 6?
God, you went on this thing and now I completely forgot where I was.
I mean, maybe we shouldn't highlight.
Oh, okay.
Radical Defect. I hope that was a good enough.
We're gonna
show
go
for
into
you.
things before we get into Patreon. Nicky Hill, you have something that is game related. Would you
For
like to do it now?
Sure.
Nicky Hill has procured the Fallout Jones Sodas collaborative drinks, and he has brought them to the table for us to sample. Because we've all been sick, we will all be drinking out of the same bottle.
Did we also ask about the Tommy Lee Jones incident on there?
I don't
Are you
remember the Tommy.
participating?
I don't
What was
think
that.
We said Raw Meat said it was a tie-in with Jones, but you heard Tommy Lee Jones, and when you were like
Are you
Tommy Lee Jones,
participating?
Sure.
we laughed and we were like, "That's funny," and you were like, "No, I really heard Tommy Lee Jones. What are you saying?" And it was tie-in, not Tommy.
That's funny.
And so we apologize.
Tie in Bahama.
And here,
So these sodas will probably not be bitter.
No. I
bitter and way past their prime. Sorry.
all right.
Tommy-
Give us
Tommy
the
Lee.
flavors, Nicky Hill.
We've got is it Nuka or Nuka?
Nuka,
Nuka grape.
like nuclear.
Nuka. Well, they should put like an umlaut over
think
the
it's-
U or
Okay,
I
something.
think
we got
it's
3
nyuk.
flavors. Please, for the love of
Like
God, tell us the names.
I think that's what
Yeah, no, 3. Yeah, right down the
Guys, listen.
Grape
this is what
cola.
you missed.
line. Sunset.
Hey, this is the 6th best podcast in the world.
Man,
obviously.
I was saying something I thought was good, and now I know you're gonna have to
Sunset-
say like I
he gonna
mean
let
it
me
as a good thing, but
How is it not?
I think it's great.
we should say it as like an advertisement for the show. You should say it every single time.
I
'cause
ain't
it's
doing this show
huge.
to advertise. I'm doing this show to have fun. Damn it! I
Well-
don't care if anybody listens.
Sunset Sarsaparilla
Oh no, I don't know if I can do
and Nuka Cola Quantum. This is electric blue.
That'll make it bull
Electric.
run.
that. Also, I would like to just take a moment to let everyone know that we will be drinking these sodas warm because
Oh no!
frick ice.
Oh, I get
yes.
Yeah.
Um,
It's easier for
Radical
us.
Defect says Nuka Hill is the number 5 Nintendo podcast.
It's Nyuk Hill.
So is sarsaparilla going to be like a
Like a root beer.
yeah.
That was really good.
All right, so I don't know what y'all want.
I want to drink
I
these
think
things.
I think we should
Which-
do the
which one do you want
sarsaparilla
first?
last because it's the worst
I
flavor.
don't care. We're gonna
Alright.
drink them all. And while Nicky Hill is pouring, let me say hello to the
Oh,
Discord.
man, they
Hello,
came with
Radical
a-
Defect and Malakalo. Oh, you
Oh.
butthole. And Nico Darunia and Guy Bones and Grantimus and Red Souza. Thank you, Mom Brain. And
That's some carbonation.
and
It's too bad we're not
Drake
playing soda pop.
and Blood
is that
Ocean
enough?
and whoever else I didn't say hello to. Thanks for joining us for today's podcast.
Woo!
I hope the shapes don't offend your palates.
It smells like
Oh, it's just,
Like
it
those-
smells like Dime Tap.
it smells like those ice pop, like those freezer pops. Like
Hi,
if you melted all those down,
Yeah.
Hi, Ratzel, and hi, Darmani. For those of you just tuning in, we're testing the Jones
Cheers,
Nuka
everybody.
Cola drinks.
Happy New Year.
I'm thinking I'm really going to like this one.
Oh no, it doesn't smell like that at
There's
all.
like a little barfy.
There is a.
I'm
there is a
100%
foul.
in. I'm 100% in.
Something smells foul.
I don't smell anything foul at all.
It's
Hello,
just a
Maddie
grape
Biss.
soda.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't like it. Ha, ha, ha,
I'm a
ha.
big fan. I'm a big fan.
No.
I
no, no.
cannot believe you are acting like this. I'm
Huh.
being so genuine that you're having such an over-the-top reaction to this. Like, this is something I would watch as a podcast fan and be like, they're putting on a show.
It's
here.
a very strong grape.
This
It's
is
not.
the thing I would watch because I'm. I want everyone to just be themselves and be honest and be who they are. You're overreacting to the flavor inside your mouth.
Did I say you were lying or overreacting?
You did.
No, I just
Something
said I
is-
wouldn't believe it.
I don't like it.
Clearly, I'm going to give that an 8.
It's no Welch's grape. It's not like.
Oh man, remember
it's-
that kid? The Welch. It was he with the Welch's
one
grape
that
juice
died?
kid in the commercial. He was real cute with dimples.
Don't remember
And he
him.
would like
Maybe if
take
I
a
saw
sip
him.
and
Purple stuff.
Yeah, I'm giving that an 8. Can we have a number from everybody, please? I'm a big fake grape fan.
I
Great.
mean,
3.
there's something more than just the grape in that, though. I'm gonna say
Nicky Hill, a number, please.
6.5 for right now.
Yeah,
That's
I give
not
it a
bad.
6.
That's not
Yeah.
bad.
Here,
There
you
he
want
is.
that? You want to put the cap
remember
on?
him?
It's,
Oh,
it's
no.
my,
I
it's
mean,
my
I
6,
don't
not
like
your
that I'm
6,
drinking
though.
these anyway.
So it is bad.
You don't like that you're drinking these?
Your
That's
6
a D.
is a. So you're doing. So you should do letters
Oh,
then.
shoot. Sorry.
If you're going to ignore 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, then you
I mean,
should
if you
do like
wanna
an
do
A
it,
through
do
F.
it. Don't-
I don't ignore 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll let
They're all
sarsaparilla do it.
failing, but like at different
went for
levels
that.
of failing.
Yeah, so it's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. I mean, I know there's
Look, it's
my
my
degrees
scoring.
of a 6.
I'm telling you how it's scored. Again, with you presuming you know everything about other people
no,
sitting at this
I'm
table.
explaining it to the audience because if you do like we're talking about I'm going to relate it to video games. If there's review scores and their scores are 10 to 1, people would see a 5 and think that's middle of the road, but you don't mean middle of the road, you mean failing.
Did
Yeah.
my tongue
Yeah,
fall?
so that's why I'm saying Dues score for numbers is used as
Skewer.
letters, and I'm explaining so people know
Now,
that.
This one smells weird, but something tells me I'm gonna like it.
What one are we doing now? I'm sorry.
This is quantum.
Quantum.
I don't know. I feel like
I hope.
I don't dislike the
there's
smell.
like it almost smells like Pez.
I don't know what it smells
Straight
like.
up
Is
sugar.
there a description of what it's supposed to taste like?
Berry lemonade soda.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, it says it on there.
I like this one too, but it's not as much as the grape. I like it though.
This one tastes.
There's like a cotton candy to it.
This is a very specific
I get a little bit of that. Yeah.
thought that popped into my head. I don't know why, but this one tastes like a novelty drink for a character that you would get at like FYE.
Mega Man.
Mhm.
In my head I pictured Pac-Man, but I don't know why.
Or like there's a
blue character, Pac-Man.
there's a there's a kiosk at Disney somewhere that's selling this as like,
I don't really. I like the
Donald's quacky berry.
Donald's dick juice because they got those corkscrew dicks.
They pull his dick out.
Right?
Yeah.
How many squeezes? I wish I could do a Donald voice. I can't because that would have been very funny.
And then what is Daisy's?
I
Daisy's
don't
like
know what
something with
kind
clam
of
juice in it.
genitals
The lady duck?
female ducks have. I'm gonna give that a 6.5. I'm gonna go 6.5 on that.
5.
Hi, No Blaze No Bows. Good to see you.
Yeah, I give it a 6.5.
What did I
as
say
well.
for grape? 6.5.
You did, yes.
I'm gonna say like 7, 8.
Oh, he likes this one.
I like
better.
there's a sweetness. There's something about that grape that almost hit me like stale, like not stale. I don't know.
Turn.
It's like yeah.
I think that you might be able to get away with making that grape into like a float with like a couple scoops of vanilla ice cream.
There we go, Rotzel. Thank you very much.
Dear.
I don't know, Blood Ocean. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Let's see if you go with the answer we all know. Or
I'm down with the berry lemonade thing.
Can we have our final flight,
Yeah,
please?
this is Sunset Sarsaparilla.
No, I despise root beer. Like, despise.
Yeah, Mom Brain going for this one is going to be a
It's funny.
bold choice.
I got you the Play-Doh cologne. There's
Yes.
He
and
loves.
you like
There's extra proof.
you do like root beer. There was a
Yes.
root beer one too, and I was like, not gonna bring that into the house.
Yeah, no, I'm team Play-Doh.
Like when you brought the White Castle scented candles into the house.
Yeah, those were a mistake.
Those were a
Those-
gift. Those were a gift
you know
that
what
kept
else
on
was a
giving.
mistake? That goddamn what's that one soap? The Hot Cheetos soap or whatever it is.
Something about
Like it
that.
stinks.
It
Well,
stings.
it doesn't stink,
No,
but
no.
it has a very distinct smell and it permeates everything. I put it in 2 Ziploc
Yeah.
bags and hidden in the closet.
Before I put it in 2 Ziploc bags, it was just sitting on my dining room table. And when I would
Somebody
walk into my
died?
dining room, my eyes would tear up.
Because you were so happy.
Yeah.
There you go.
This one smells like a normal root beer. Finally, we have one that
Thank you.
smells.
And you don't
normal.
want this, right?
I do.
This
Oh, you
smells
do?
exactly
I'm
like a root beer.
participating.
Yep. They were just like, they had a extra big batch of root beer that they made, and they're like, slap
Sorry, I gave you a little more.
slap a Fallout label on there, or
I didn't even get this scented. Oh, we didn't cheers it. Oh yeah, that smells like straight up.
Mom Brain hates root
Get
beer
all
in real
those
life.
how many thousands?
in real life.
That time, Oh.
As if I've been lying this whole time.
I'm just making it clear. Just making it.
I'm
clear.
good with this. I'm good with this.
I need you to tell Greta that I did this.
You don't have to
Okay.
finish that glass either.
Yeah, that's like a 7.5.
It's a sweeter root beer than I am
I'm-
used to.
I'm
I'm
good
not
with-
saying it's bad.
I'm good with it. I have the whole case. That one I'm not upset with drinking.
It's like Vic's 44.
I'll give that a 7. give that a 7.
I'm continuing to climb. That's
Oh, you went reverse.
at least an 8 for me.
Hi, William. Good to see you. So
I like that. I would grab. So there's a
so for you and I, we'd be in agreement. There's not a bad one here. You would not a horrendous one, but there's ones you would drink and wouldn't drink.
what's the what are they called? Functional mushrooms or like lion's mane and all those mushroom things. There's you're real close to you're on the edge just
Thank you.
there's a
Glory.
is that functional mushroom? What are
Yeah.
they?
mhm.
There's like a soda line, and now I don't remember what it's called. They have a root beer.
I've had it. I forget what
Yeah.
it's called too.
There's like cola flavor.
And I didn't like any of them. And I accidentally put it on like auto delivery. Yeah, it was like droppers.
No,
Oh.
this is like their bottles. I don't love them, but I like the idea of getting like a dose of lion's mane and all those other ones that's the only one that comes to mind. But this kind of has a little bit of that. kind of root beer element to it that one has, because it's not like a straight up root beer, but whatever.
I would like everyone to know that when I walked into the kitchen, I walked past the front door where Deux' shoes are, and
Deux'
that is where
shoes.
Piper is.
Oh.
She was like nuzzling and then like looked up at me.
William says, funnily enough, my Fallout drinks just got delivered today too, and they sent us a picture. So there you go. Also, Blood Ocean, that's a great setup. I also wanted to point out another setup in the Discord
Where was it?
We are being affected by this cola.
Granimus has an awesome setup too. Granimus, I really like what I see going on there. That is very cool. Granimus is playing Balatro, got the Discord open on his laptop, and is watching our podcast on the TV in what looks like a very cool room. And Blood Ocean is watching the podcast on his TV while playing Metroid Prime 4 Beyond on the Switch 2. And they have their Christmas tree still up, and they have a display case. What's in this case? What do we got here? Computer enhance. Computer sent me big booty Latinos. Have you guys been getting those on TikTok where the people put like, it's like my favorite stupid video. It's they put like a VR headset on or like a hairband across their eye, anything to cover their eyes, and they pretend they're like using a computer, but they all say Jarvis like they're talking in Iron Man, and they're like, Jarvis, bring up Big Booty Latinas 4K, and they like use their hands to like fake zoom in on things, and they're like, nice, excellent. It's so stupid funny. I love it so much. Hello, Mark. Good to see you. I liked
it better when it was called Celery Man.
Celery Man walked so that Jarvis could run.
Did you see that clip of Paul Rudd?
I don't think I did.
Gonna need more.
He's talking in an interview with somebody, and they were like, "How? Like, at what point in your life did you realize?"
Roth, that's so good.
And he was like, "What? That I had a big old dog." And he's just talking about. They're like very open about that.
Roth, that is an unbelievable welcome gift or hello gift for the chat. That is so funny.
Is nice.
And extra great because Toxic Avenger is New Jersey's own superhero. So doubly great. Man, that is funny. That is so funny. What's his face better do that in the new movie? That's all I got to say.
Peter Dinklage?
Peter Dinklage.
Elijah Wood.
Yes, Elijah Wood as a Toxic Avenger. All right.
So sweet.
Thank you very much for that. Nuka, or for that Fallout flight.
Thank you,
Nicky
Nuka Hill.
Yeah, thank you.
Nuka Hill.
That was fun.
New one's up on Hulu. Is that true, Roth? I didn't know that. Wow, I do want to see that. Man, and yesterday was Community Day.
Great news. Costco has True Bars on sale.
What are we talking? Wait. I don't know what True Bar usual price is. I'm gonna say like $16-17.
Yeah.
$19.29.
Is the regular price?
Yeah, they're $5
on sale
off.
for what? Oh, that's not bad. What do we got? The coconut and the
lime? Is it
blue
lime?
and the blue
Blue
and
and
the white? Yeah,
Oh,
that's their go-to now.
but it was the lime.
I've had the key
coconut.
lime, George. The key lime was very good. I love all the True Bars though. So
My favorite flavors.
George, I meant to tell you, I had a slice of key lime pie a while back, and it was very disappointing. It was far too cheesecakey, and I am not a cheesecake fan. And it was very light on the lime. And Mom Brain legitimately, while we were having the pie, was like, "You have to tell George about this." She literally said that. So now I am telling you. So George, I'm sure you wouldn't like it.
so funny?
But
I don't understand. I'll talk to Uncle Giuseppe. I'll have him send some fresh limes, and you guys can make your own pies.
I was going to say, I bet you could make an amazing one, George.
I am a disaster in the
I
kitchen.
am in no work here. All right.
As a youth, I used to weep in citrus orchards.
That's like
That's
our
why-
next door neighbor, Rudy, with the tomatoes. That's how he grew them. Stream water and crying into the ground.
Well, so I'm
That's
sure
what makes my lime so sweet.
if you're a longtime listener, you'll know that as a child, my next door neighbor, Rudy, used to grow
Not
tomatoes.
Duty, not the frog.
And, and I, my entire life, every summer until Rudy passed away, had Rudy's tomatoes. Yeah, bless up, Rudy.
Take a flying shovel at the moon, Rudy.
Yep. And when I was a little girl, I would like walk over and he would, help like walk me through the garden, and I would pick stuff with him, whatever. And he'd send me home, and I'd have like the shits for shovels. I'm sorry, for days, because I just eat all the tomatoes. And when Raw Meat learned of this, he told me that the reason that they were so delicious was because Rudy took all of his dumps out there in the
It's confirmed.
tomato
Yeah,
garden.
I saw him do it once.
No.
Oh, took a
William-
page out of Uncle Giuseppe's book.
William put a picture in the chat saying related to Toxic Avenger because they met Lloyd Kaufman, the why can't I think of that? The trauma guy.
Assuming William is in the middle, talk about a lube doppelgangers.
Lube-esque, and also my cousin's kid. Looks like, I don't want to say names, but right. Look at a picture.
Lube June.
I'm right here. I got
Junior.
Just finish off all
Looks
these, I
like
guess, 'cause
her
I'm not gonna
one
waste
her
them.
one son, the one we were talking about a lot.
Unless you want one of these.
All right. Let's bless you, incapacitator.
Oh, he's allergic to this sarsaparilla.
Where am I?
All right.
Oh, I'm on the 6th most popular podcast. Hey!
Nintendo Podcast.
Nintendo Podcast.
On Good Pods.
Walk around.
Now
Well, what's the
that's held
podcast?
in,
What's
right?
the Pokemon?
Like you're
thing?
holding that in.
Yeah, if I let it out, then snot goes.
But
I want to hear.
what does it feel like holding? I've never held in a sneeze.
Yeah,
I'm
neither have I.
afraid.
It feels good. They both feel good.
Really?
In or out feels good. Yeah.
I want
Sometimes holding it in can hurt.
Did you
but
see me like? Because I feel like it would come out my ears.
It looks
like-
extremely painful.
like it's probably not good for you.
It
I mean,
can't be good
it's
for
probably
you.
some pressure up in your brain.
I've never
that
heard you
explodes.
sneeze any other way. So at one point, when
I
you
feel
feel
like
like
we've
snot
heard
would
one.
not come out, I would love to hear
mean,
a full
you-
force sneeze.
I think you regulate it. Like there's some people
regulate.
Modulate.
that like when they sneeze, they're like,
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
my
like,
mom.
Greta.
If
Was
I
Greta the
let
one
it
that she go?
out, yeah, if I let it out, it might be too much power.
I sneeze out of like the back of my throat and my
Beautiful cat.
lungs. Like my sneezes are like.
Beautiful Master Higgins.
It's like it's like
Percy.
why Cyclops wears those glasses. I think.
Ah, okay. Now
Have
it
you
makes
guys
sense.
gotten the walrus on TikTok?
Cyclops, like a one giant. I was like, what
Cyclops?
giant? Yeah, what Cyclops says?
Have you guys seen the walrus on TikTok that whistles?
No.
He's got
Its eyes.
he's got eyeball. I don't know if that's like a
He's
normal
got the
walrus thing.
eyeball.
The wall
Coming to the
walrus
cottage.
eye.
That they like they're like
Wonder.
torpedoed out. They almost look like the
Dirty
tips
eye.
of like a popsicle, like one of the skinny pop. Like
Oh wow.
it's
It's
real hard to look
uncomfortable.
at. It like
Come to my
hurts you to.
cottage.
But he whistles and it's beautiful. And also he plays harmonica.
We'll have so much fun.
Peanut Butter Tuesday.
Did you guys watch Heated Rivalry?
I ain't gonna watch that.
No,
No.
It's really good.
No, thank you.
I liked
That'll
it
be
the
so
first
much
time when it was
fun.
called Cutting Edge. No,
It's very
what TV, sweetie?
private.
Oh, that's
Is
good.
that the one?
I liked it
else
when it
does
was
he
called D3, the Mighty Ducks.
I'm gonna.
Quack.
I've seen Mighty Ducks, and I can guarantee it is not like Heated Rivalry.
But if it was,
there would be a lot of people in
No, they
trouble if it
misspelled
was.
duck. No, it's the other spelling.
Oh, Mighty.
Mm.
Let's go with Dicks.
Okay,
Because there's
sure.
another way to misspell it that's also funny and
Yeah.
related to the show. Anyway, topics to cover before we go in after the soda, Mom Brain. I'm putting you on blast just because I have to, because it hit me, and I was like, listen. Whenever I talk about anime on the show, which I will be later today, I always get a lot of. I don't personally get heat, but I get heat for the names of some of the shows, which I do recognize are not localized sometimes, or are very bad localizations, or are very long. And you guys know I don't care about names, but I can recognize that some of them are off the wall.
People give you crap about names. That's so childish and
You
stupid.
this might be hard to believe, but some of the worst offenders are my own friends. Can you believe that? But anyway, Mom Brain was telling me about something she wanted, and I was like, it just hit. This is crazy. I never stopped to think that the names of the things you're interested in right now are equivalent to anime names.
Mhm.
So Mom Brain's been collecting little figurines, and I think that's fantastic. It's a new hobby, but the names of them are. I'll let her take over.
oh well, I'm gonna have to open
It's
it.
your thing.
All right, let me open it up. So I've been collecting Pop Mart stuff, and actually, Nicky Hill, I think you might enjoy one of the thing that my mom gave me for Christmas at Raw Meat's behest.
No, we talked about that.
Oh yeah, you saw it because you were
Yeah,
afraid you
I
broke
was
it.
Playing, yeah.
Oh, because the thing popped off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's
spoon.
great.
So I
yeah.
really want to get all of the figurines, but I felt bad about it, so I didn't
What are you talking about?
order. There's like all figurines that go with it.
You could
Oh.
get them. I mean, not all at once, but you can get them.
I really like them, and I don't know
I
how
just wanna-
long they're out. Like I don't. So I've
Mark, I just want to say I recognize that, and I say Warhammer still counts, so you're good. Not Labubu, but in the Labubu
Right. So I'm
realm.
super duper into Pop Mart, and it took me a little while, and I have to credit Ramit's cousin Dawn, because she was here one day and she had a Labubu, and I was like, that's like fun, and she was talking about the whole experience, but she'd never been to a store. The online experience is a little different. I'm pretty much assuming everybody here kind of knows what Pop Mart is, like everybody who's listening. But
Pop Mart is a tchotchke shop. That's what it is. They
It's
sell
all blind
little
boxes.
figurine blind boxes. Yeah.
Right.
Trinket.
exactly.
Exactly.
So there's like so much,
Trinkets.
so many like dopamine hits in the whole experience, right? Because the whole place is fun and you get to see all the figurines, and then you have to pick a box and you don't know what's inside the box, and then you get to unbox it. So it's all like real lovely. And in the hellscape that we live in right now, it's just a really nice little reprieve. So I like
little
it.
moments of joy.
I like it when Ramit and I do a little trinket trip to the mall, and
Mhm.
the whole thing is just
Mhm.
really, really lovely.
Mhm.
So I got a notification from Pop Mart that there's a new drop. And the one that I was looking at is the Pucky Tap Tap Babies series vinyl plush pendant blind box. But
Pucky?
Pucky.
Tap?
Pucky Tap Tap.
Very simple. Pucky tap tap
Puppy,
babies.
Pucky Tap Tap. But I will tell you that some of my favorites
Yes, we need more names. Thank you.
are Hirono,
Is it all one word or?
Hirono, all capital letters. And I'm actually collecting the Little Prince series. They're very, very sweet.
Like the book, The Little Prince?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. And actually, so I got the lamplighter, and then we were out with Dawn, and I was like, Dawn, I need you to pick the box, because she'd never been in a Pop Mart store before.
And she only had one of the figurines in this collection. So I was like, you have literally a 1 out of 11 chance of getting the one that she already has. So I was like, chances are you're going to be good.
Yeah.
And
Blood Ocean 07, I do like Calico Critters. I got the Little Prince.
She got the exact
okay.
one she wanted. so
Yeah.
it
I
worked out.
mean, and I actually this year,
so now you've got 2 in the house.
that's
Yes.
right. So this year,
For
3
listen-
actually.
For listeners only, I pointed at raw meat.
It's true.
And
It's true.
3.
I am a house.
Little
Oh,
gentleman.
I thought you were pointing at Do, but yes, the little gentleman on your arm.
Dew is my trinket.
I actually decided that this year was going to be the year that I make peace with serpents, because I think there's like a very powerful
Wow,
whatever.
it's really funny you say that, because I saw a shirt yesterday that was about protect the dolls and it had snakes on it. And I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but I didn't send it to you.
So
'cause I
when
thought
are
it was
we
very-
going to see Anaconda 2 in theaters?
Is it still in theaters? I hear it's not doing well.
And there is a serpent in The Little Prince, and there's a figurine that has the serpent, and he's gold, and it's it's like, oh, that'd be cool. But I'm really glad that I got The Little Prince. So there's a couple other ones that I like. I like Hinaro. I have the Skull Panda snow globe that's really cool, and I actually like the Skull Pandas more than I thought I did. And then there's Demu, and
Dimmoo.
and
He's the
right
villain
now,
from that movie Friday, starring Ice Cube.
I remember the movie, but not the villain.
and
Dimmoo.
and right now the series I really like is the Memories We Hold, and then there's like figurines, and then there's hourglasses that you can flip, which are really cool. They're a little more
And
expensive.
I'm sorry, series of Pop Mart figures.
So
So
there's
they're
a
good-
character that is like universal, right? And then they put out different series.
Okay, but
so,
it's not like a series, like an anime series or
No,
show
no,
series.
although
their
there
own
are
thing.
like Disney ones and
Right.
whatnot that you can.
So
get.
it'll be like the Demu series, but it'll be like Demu at the park, and there's a whole bunch in that, or Demu going to bed, and a whole bunch of that. So
I like Demu. I also really like Hasi Pupu.
Hasi Pupu.
HACIPUPU.
I've heard a lot of good things about Hasi Pupu.
I do see.
I really like Hasi Pupu. And actually, Raw Mom and Raw Dad got me a couple for Christmas.
This was the best part.
Hasi
So I
Pupus?
was like, I got great
Mm-hmm.
news, because Mom Brain's mom and my parents are always like, what do we get Mom Brain for Christmas? What does she want? I'm like, I don't know. This year I was like, guys, I got a boatload
Hasi
of stuff that she
Pupu,
wants.
baby.
So I sent them stuff, and all of them were
He
like,
sends my mom the really expensive one, like definitely.
but I sent it to all of my mom and her mom, and both of them were like, what am I even looking at? Like, they were like, how do I even look this up? And I was like, I'll tell you what you got to do. But I'm sending them like, she wants Demu and Hasi Pupu, and they're like, what are you talking?
And then so afterwards, when I talked to my mom was like, one of her friends has a much younger sister, And she was like, I was sitting with Lexi at the Christmas party, and I mentioned that you were into Pop Mart, and Lexi taught me all about it. So my mom's like really well versed now, and I think if not for my father, she'd be
would
so
get
into them.
big time, yeah.
And then Raw Mom was like, I opened the gift box. I wasn't ready for that. I definitely was not ready for that in the Discord. She like leans over and like stops all the Christmas action. And she's like, can you open that up so I know what I got you? And I'm like, well, I don't know what you got me either because it's a surprise.
Oh, so she didn't know she was buying that specific one either. Like
well, it's a blind box, but she doesn't know what the hell
she
she's
didn't even
getting.
know what was inside
well,
of it.
the wonders of the internet, there's some places that you can buy things and you're buying the specific one.
No, this is blind box. I gave them the legit Pop Mart stuff, not like eBay or, somebody who's like, I've scanned when we were in the store last time at Pop Mart. People have their phones and they're looking like the barcodes, the scan or the numbers so they can know like I already have this one. But Mom Brain is going the traditional route.
So
fingers crossed and pick one.
But I also, at this point, now that I have like more than one of multiple,
try to be more.
I want to know what the code is for the ones I have.
Right.
So I don't get those, but I wouldn't.
That would be the whole point.
Right. But
I
wouldn't.
She's just saying she doesn't want to spoil the surprise.
Right. I wouldn't be like, I want this exact one. I'm looking for it. Right. Like,
at some point, it's going to come to that.
And then there's Ducko, Duckoo, the Grand Ducko Hotel. And they're fantastic.
I appreciate.
Like the rich woman. Look at the rich woman. Come on.
That's good.
She's freaking great.
That's really good.
And when you go on, I just keep seeing the snake opening its mouth.
Mom Brain, please focus.
When you go to do it online on the Pop Mart app, they show like a little display of all the boxes like you would see in the store. And then you can say, pick one to shake. And
virtually.
You can
if you shake it more than like once or twice, you're just playing with it.
And it'll tell you it's not the maid, do not disturb, or suitcase kid.
So you do get a little bit.
And then you could be
of
like, do
hint.
I still want it? Like, so it'll tell you which ones it's not. And you can then put it back and whatever.
Long story short,
so it's basically
gambling.
Well, it's basically like Deal or No Deal. Ducko or no Ducko.
That's right. Hasi poo poo or no hasi poo poo.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
hey, maybe that's.
They're like $20 a piece. Some of them are less. Some of them are more. I have some cat ones, some fuzzy cat that like Weeble. They're really cute.
I think we're on to something. If we get Howie Mandel on the line.
No.
Mr. Mandel.
No. Howie Mandela.
What? Okay, sure. We get him on the line and
a new Deal or No Deal, but it's all about like building sets.
Hasi poo poo or no hasi poo poo.
I'm a game show fan, but I'm not a Deal or No Deal fan.
No, but this is Pop Mart Deal or No Deal.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Thank you for allowing me to.
Yes, they're not giving you money;
interest.
they're giving you hasi poo poos.
Yeah.
But it's the same. I just don't like the concept of Deal or No Deal. I don't find it entertaining. I don't think. Here's the worst part. I don't think it needs to be an hour long.
No.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
that's
You could crank that
ridiculous.
out in 22 minutes, no problem.
It took them that long to make.
But we got to call the fake banker up there and be like, "Oh, the banker's not pleased with you."
Well, you got to change like the odds or whatever,
That
right?
shadowy banker. He'll get his.
See, if they killed him in one of the episodes, that'd be great. Then I'd be watching.
Like one of the suitcases opens and like there's a button and you push it and like the room up there
Yes.
blows up.
Do
or
you
something.
want to kill the
Man,
banker?
that would be awesome.
Yeah, see how much better the show could be?
Yes.
Um,
I'd watch an hour of that.
Exactly. Mom Brain, I don't know the last time I've seen you talk about something so passionately. It makes me very happy to hear that.
I mean, there are a lot of things I talk about passionately. They just don't happen to come up very often.
I mean, for pure joy and entertainment purposes.
But I'm learning something about
Hasi poo poo.
Pop Mart.
I'm also you would.
I
really
can't.
like it.
I can't
you
get
can't
involved.
Exactly right.
What's going on?
I also would really like to spend some time out, like at the thrifts, finding cool ways to display all of it. Because I feel like they make beautiful display cases, but I feel like that's too generic for me. I want like.
You don't want to just shove it all on the.
You need like a spoon shelf,
on
like
the rack here.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Can't help but notice you were looking at my wall while you're doing it.
Like at the spoon racks or whatever.
Yeah, right. I
It's
want like
interesting to
a
look at.
shadow box
Yeah.
or like a.
Listen, this wall is different from
pharmacy
like my
cabinet.
office. That's,
Honestly,
that's
I don't know
curated.
if I would get into that because there's been plenty blind box things that have like gotten my interest, piqued my interest. And I never got into it because I don't like the blind
like-
element of it.
That was like
But
the
you
lady
could- there's
who
ways you could-
introduces.
I know.
John
Now that
Baker.
you said that, yeah. What's that?
You sound like the lady who introduces John Baker. John Baker.
Why
yeah.
don't you like that? Like, are you afraid?
No, because I didn't. So there's a way around it, scanning the barcode and stuff like that. I don't like. So like for my niece's birthday, she wanted very specific Lego minifigures.
Mm.
Sorry, are you smelling my
no,
Nuka?
I had to sneeze and I didn't want to.
And
Scared it away.
they don't exist. They don't sell them in stores anymore. So I went to eBay and I bought them there for way more than, necessary or whatever. But they came in a sealed blind pouch. And I was like, did I just buy this or did I buy the potential to get it? And it's just crazy that like people have all of these, especially with Lego pieces, like you can kind of tell what they're, or maybe they're scanning a
Weights
barcode. Then
and
I guess
codes and all of it.
But now that now that I know that you can scan a barcode and get that information, maybe that's what it's all about. But like, I had to just go that route because these things haven't been on shelves in like 5 years. But she saw it in a picture online or something. It's like, that's the character I want.
And they are quick to go sometimes. Those runs are like,
But also when you're at the store and you don't even realize that you can scan stuff and find the one you're looking for, you're going to go through like so many of them. And, being parts of that Toy Hunter show, being a part of the Toy Hunter show years ago, blind boxes were all over the place. So you go into GameStop or whatever, and there's just like shelves of them. And I just didn't, I had like a little bit of anxiety, not anxiety, but like if I was getting involved with buying them, I would have boners over like, like I'd end up spending way too much money trying to get that one that's short sold.
That's why they do it the way.
I know, but I can't get involved.
That's fine.
Then what do I do with all the other ones? Right?
Enjoy them. I
got 14.
I want to
wrap
two
them in
Michaels
plastic
figures.
bags.
I want to bring up some of the Discord
They're gonna
comments
empty
here.
out my house like the Bone Collector, and I'm just gonna have a bunch of
Blood Ocean says, how does the banker from Deal or No Deal know the offer so damn quickly just to see what if the player didn't take the deal? That is very true. Caught that before you fixed it, and it originally said, how does the baker? And I was like, well, now that's a show I'd watch. Open it up and it's like, you got the cupcake. I don't know. I'd be way more interested in that than just money. Or like, oh, you got the liver or something like that.
And you had to eat it like
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Howie Mandel's worst nightmare, probably, with some of that.
Also, what do you call it? Sweet dealer. Sweet. Yeah, why
we
not?
can workshop it.
Sweet.
There's got to be something better than Sweet Deal
Sweet
or No
case.
Deal. Sweet case.
Yeah, because
Nico Darunia says, I'm reading funny reviews about the podcast on Good Pods. These are quoted reviews that he sent us. Quote, they cover news for 5 minutes and then crack jokes about nothing for the rest of it. Pretty true.
And that was it. That was a 5-star.
They spend most of the time making fun of each other and laughing at each other's stupid jokes. Very true. And then the next one, this is great. The news is obviously taken from a Google search done right before the show is taped. Yep, that's how it's done. What show are you listening to? How could you get that impression? That is crazy. They're all dead internet theory.
Well, there's one person here that knows what the news is and can speak eloquently about it. There's
talk about you guys Googling
and then the rest of us, like,
that's funny.
With nonsense.
Blood Ocean says taped to sound like an actual boomer. That is very true. When they said right before the show is taped, that's very true.
If they said there's one person who knows what they're talking about, 2 people who want to have good conversations, and 1 doofus that's just there to derail everything, I'd say it's accurate.
Listen, again, I do this show for fun. When I first started GoNintendo, a little bit into it, Podcast Renew, and they were like, you should do podcasts. So I was like, I'll do a podcast, and that's it. I don't care about reviews. I don't care about downloads. I don't care about any of that. I just care about talking about games because I like them, spending time with friends because I like all you, laughing, joking around, and just being stupid. It's great. So the guy who left the stupid comment, I agree with you. I
do the podcast for fun. Podcast and realized I had Nicky Hill on there. I totally gave up on trying for it to be decent. I don't know. Just cutting myself short.
All right.
Where are we getting into the news?
So if we get rid of you, we could be the 5th best podcast.
Possibly even the 4th.
Oh. Then if we do get rid of the 5th or possibly the 4th best podcast,
the only one that has like a Travis touchdown, like like feeling right now that I feel like I have to go out and take those other 5 people above us out.
That is not what it's about.
Oh.
Who are the other 5? Do we know?
I
And what are
didn't
their
look 'cause
numbers?
I don't care.
Things are getting dark.
I should have never said this. I should
Like
have
not
never said it.
violently, not violently, but maybe I'll go get the,
I don't want to take anyone out in any way, shape, or form maliciously. I want all to exist
What was
and
it?
enjoy.
I do.
Yeah, I know you do.
Was it like the Wedding Crashers or something where they put like the Visine in their drink? What movie was that? That's a fun way to just take somebody out for
what
a day.
was that?
Doesn't give you diarrhea.
I know that from real life. Someone did that. Yeah. No, I didn't say that. I just know it from real life.
Oh,
All right.
because you looked at it and you're like, oh, there's no calories on this bottle.
I could have as much as I want. All right, Patreon. Mom Brain, did you know that you can join the GoNintendo Patreon
For $1.
for $1? Here's what we talked about this week. As I said a couple of weeks ago, the new anime season is underway. We're in the thick of it right now, but there's still new things to come this season. A whole bunch of new things to start for the new anime season as the month of January rolls out. I have, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 more things for this month that I'm going to be watching. Yesterday was the new season of Jujutsu Kaisen. Very exciting. There's a brand new show tonight that I'm watching. But anyway, one of the new ones that I was going to watch was Sentenced to be a Hero. And I watched the premiere episode of it, which is roughly an hour. And I was
So
like,
did I.
holy bajolies. It blew my mind. I was like, this is going to be, or this has the potential to be the next big anime. And I was like, let me see if other people are feeling the same way about this show. And I went online to be nosy, and there was a ton of like really positive talk about everything about the show. And I was like, holy crap, this is going to be big. And now Crunchyroll just put something out about how big it is and like the excitement. I just sent out an email specifically about that show. So it's really, we've only had, well, the second episode's out today. I haven't watched it yet, but
Sentenced to be a hero.
that is correct. So the first episode just blew my mind, really. Like, it was fantastic. So I wrote about that because it was fresh in my mind, and it was like really
Like
great.
a police procedural or like a grammar teacher?
It's a Lord of the Rings-esque in the style of Secret of Nim, and no, he didn't tell me about it until it was already too late.
Too late for
Too
what?
late.
Yeah, exactly. Too late for what? The man who's like, I don't like when shows aren't out all at once. I was like, why am I going to tell him about this show? It's week to week. And plus, like I said, you were already watching 2 anime, and I'm like, I'm not going to.
So we know 3 things
Did you
about the
watch it?
show. Not yet. We know 3 things
Still
about the
wondering
show.
what the too late is. What the?
It was a joke.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was just me being
He
silly.
wanted me, when I don't tell him about things, he wants me to tell him. And when I do tell him things, he doesn't want me to tell him.
What don't I want you to tell me?
That was a
when have
joke,
you told me
ma'am.
something that I didn't want to hear?
Well, I mean, like, if I'm going to talk to you about anime, like, I know you don't really want to hear about anime, so I'm not going to like go overboard on it. And like I said, specifically, you were already watching 2 shows that I was over the moon about. So I was not like, I'm not going to go in now. That'd be insanity. I'm not going to be like, he's my anime guy and just keep loading you up. So
I understand.
I'm
I'm just giving it to you hard.
I'll take it hard. So go if you have Crunchyroll, go check it out. It's an amazing. It was amazing, and it has. I can't think of one single like tropish anime thing in that. If that is a big turnoff for you in anime, there's no like faces pulled or those reactions or anything like that. I really can't think of a single one. But he said in the style of Secret and Nim, it's specifically very evocative of the Don Bluth style, like Dragon's Lair and Secret and Nim and Fern Gully and like that kind of art style. It's an anime style
into
take on
that.
that. I think it's gorgeous. Like it's absolutely beautiful. But man, killer show. Really like this. So I wrote about that. Hopefully the next episode is good. And it's also not.
You've only seen 1 episode or 2?
1 episode. The
It's an
second one is
hour
out
long.
today.
1 episode, and you are this on board. How long is the episode?
It's
20
a-
minutes?
He just said it, and I said
Sorry.
it before. It's an
Yeah.
hour long. It's an hour premiere. But again, the second episode just came out today. I'll watch it on the treadmill tonight. But yeah, it was a killer first episode. It was fantastic.
When
So,
you watch it on Crunchyroll,
yes.
are there ads?
Country roll.
No.
Crunchy.
Crunchyroll. No, there are no ads.
Take me
I believe
home.
Crunchyroll has an ad tier, or I believe there's a tier of Crunchyroll where you can't get access to everything. I'll give you my Crunchyroll.
Who's going on an adventure today?
Mhm. Yeah, you're right.
You have no idea. You watch Crunchyroll every night, and you have no idea what I'm referencing.
No.
Are you on the ad tier?
Tell me.
When you go to the app and you choose who the user is, the cat jumps onto the.
I'm just. I'm automatically logged in on my phone, so I don't see it.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking. I know I'm Freerin because I see that in the corner, but
you are Freerin.
And I believe, from what I remember, everybody else is Attack on Titan.
I couldn't tell you that.
I think everyone else is Attack, and then my mom is just a nothing. I know she. A nothing.
I'll
so anyway,
look through
check that
and
out.
give her a goofy one.
Like she'll think it's like yeah.
I also wrote about making a. No, I wrote about digging into my backlog to virtually pull out a game and get back to it, which I'll be talking about later today. But I was like, this might be. I wrote about specifically like how far into your backlog have you gone to pull something out that you either never played or did play but got sidetracked, and then you did return to it, weeks, months, years later, and actually pick up and continue. So that's what I was writing about, and I will talk about that in the what we played section. But people had some really great answers in there. Like someone said, Hollow Knight, they got stuck in Hollow Knight and they left they got stuck to a point where they're like, I just can't do it. And then when Silksong was finally coming out, they got back to Hollow Knight and beat Hollow Knight like days before Silksong came out. So that's like 6 years in there in between. I was like, that way better than not better, way different from what I was saying. But that's a big chunk of time to just pick up again and go back in. But it can be done depending on the game.
Yeah, I picked up Guacamelee 2 years later and then put it back down.
But you could still return to it.
I could.
I also wrote about Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, which is the new remake of Dragon Quest VII that is coming out, I want to say, early February.
Could you reimagine?
Switch and Switch 2. I was saying Dragon Quest has never had its Final Fantasy moment because Final Fantasy was always huge in Japan, but then it had a moment where it became big worldwide, and that moment was
Final Fantasy VII.
Final Fantasy VII, the breakthrough moment for the franchise, and that propelled it to worldwide fandom popularity status that exists to this day. It became a world-renowned RPG franchise and matched, if not surpassed, the excitement that it had in Japan for so many years before that. But Dragon Quest still has not had that moment. And I was talking about Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, wondering if this would be the time for it to break through. So there's a free demo you can get on Switch or Switch 2. Huh?
Because the 7 in it?
No, because it is not HD 2D, and it is not sprite-based, and it's not traditional style graphics. They made actual like figurines in real life and took photos of them, like of the enemies and the main characters, and put those into the game. So it's like a really cool
like
look
Clay
to
Fighter.
it. Kind of like that. And I was like, I've read why so many people don't particularly like Dragon Quest, and one of the reasons people said they don't like Dragon Quest 4 is the graphics. A subset of that were people saying they don't like the anime style because it has the same. It's got the Dragon Ball. I forget his name, Akira Toriyama. His art style. He's the one that did. When he was alive, he's the one that did the art style, or the style that franchise used for all the way up until now. So that art style is still present, but now you're getting it in like a figurine. It just got a really cool look. I think it has a really cool look, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to woo those people who were turned off by the artistic style before. But there's other people who haven't gotten into the franchise just because they're like, there's too many of them, and I don't know where to start. And this is the 7th entry is known as one of the nicest, easiest, best ones for beginners to get into. So with this reimagining of it, people could potentially be like, you know what, I'll jump in on this one. I'm hoping the demo does something, but demos for Dragon Quest are not a new thing. Just today, Dragon Quest 9, we found out, reached, I want to say, 9 million units sold worldwide, which is great, which is really great. But the vast majority of that is coming from Japan. I'm sure it's over 1 million here in the States and probably 1 million in Europe, but I don't know what, still leaning heavily on Japan. So just looking forward to have its moment. And a lot of people don't like Dragon Quest because it's very traditional, old school JRPG. So people might find that punishing or too restrictive. So Reimagined still has that approach, but it has some nice quality of life features in there that should lessen that for people that are turned off by that. But we'll see. I hope it has. I hope it has its moment. I don't know if it will, but if you're an RPG fan and you haven't tried Dragon Quest, hop on the free demo for Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. Again, it is available on Switch and Switch 2, and they are different versions. So the Switch 2 version will look better and have a better frame rate and no content differences, but a smoother experience overall. So go check that out. I also talked about game momentum, as in playing games and keeping up with playing games. As I've said in previous weeks, I just really wasn't playing anything because I was bummed out and not in the mood and just whatever, in a funk. And we've all had those times in our lives where we're like, I have all these games
every day.
I have all these games I want to play, or I have all these movies I want to watch, or all these shows, or all these books, or whatever. And you sit there and you're overwhelmed by it. And I'm not saying it's bad or wrong to feel like that, because I think it happens to a ton of people. It's a little bit different than choice paralysis, although that is part of it, where you're like, I have so much and I literally don't know where to start. This is more just feeling an overwhelmed in general of like, there are so many things I want to do, and just trying to break in and do it is overwhelming to me. And you end up, scrolling on your phone or taking a nap or not doing anything, zoning out, watching some, random show on TV, whatever. And I've had that feeling before, and it hits me in waves. But I this year, one of my mini resolutions was, no matter how I feel, with some leeway, I will make a point to actually play a game every night, because I know there has never been a time where I played it and I didn't feel better afterwards and didn't also enjoy it afterwards. I only ever have the feeling of like, why did I stop at this mental hurdle? I always have a great time and I'm like, I should do this. But then the next day comes around, you have those same negative feelings again. So give yourself grace. Obviously, there's days where you're just going to be beat to crap and you're like, it's not the time. But, outside of that, I'm like, there are days where I am maybe like, but I know I'll have fun playing games. So I've been, for the last week plus, making sure I am doing that, and it's been wonderful. So you'll hear about the games later, but I wrote about that because I know it's, like I said, I know it's something a lot of people go through. And I said, most importantly, like I've said already once, give yourself grace. You don't have to pressure or bully yourself into doing it, but give yourself some grace in both sides of things. I want to talk to you about this.
He's pointing at Deux.
I am pointing at Deux. Did you?
No.
My memory is terrible. I apologize. Did you start the second season of A Man on the Inside?
Yeah.
You didn't finish it.
Yeah, I'm like 5 episodes.
So
in.
I thought that was the case. I know
little slow going.
I know Music Man finished it. I just finished the second season a couple days ago, which is why I wrote about it. I was watching it as my filler show in between other shows. So when I had a day where I had an extra half hour where I didn't have something to watch on my usual schedule, I was like, I'll watch that, because I also felt this season was a mixed bag. By the end of the season, I would say, as far as heart and heartfelt stuff goes, it was just as good as the first season, because what's his name? Michael Schur, I feel, writes that stuff really well. But as far as humor goes, I feel like quality-wise, when it was funny, it hit for me. But quantity-wise, I felt it was really lacking. I felt like they focused way more on the story or the heartfelt stuff, and like really left a lot of the jokes out of it, or the humor out of it. So when the season was done, I liked it. I think the first season is considerably better, but if they did a third season, I would definitely watch this, because I like the characters enough. I love Ted Danson as an actor. I like the atmosphere and the feeling of the show, but I was let down by the lack of humor, because when I think of like The Good Place, that's a really heartfelt show, but I also found it to be a really funny show. And there weren't episodes where I was like, where's the jokes? In A Man on the Inside season 2, there are episodes where I was like, man, there was like hardly any jokes in here. And I feel like you need that harmony of the jokes and the heartfelt stuff to keep the show moving.
Well, and it's not really like the most interesting, intricate stories ever. So when it's not funny, you're kind of like yawning.
Yes, I was like, I don't really care about. Like, I'm here to watch Ted Danson and the mystery is a backdrop for what's happening. Like, and I said in my Patreon post, I was like, The first season had the benefit of adapting a real life story. So that might seem restrictive in some ways, but I actually think it's freeing because you know the confines of what you're working in and how you can play with that idea. And I think that worked really well for the first season. The second season, the story that they came up with is their own story. So I think they
showgunning it.
They focused way too much on, it's gotta be this and it's gotta be that. And they didn't leave room for the humor, didn't consider the humor, which is a bummer. Again, I'd give the season, on my scale of 1 to 10, a 6 out of 10. So it was good, but definitely not as good as the first season.
Take that and take out Ted Danson and put someone else in there. Then it's not really worth.
If I did that, I would give it a 5.
But
because I do love Ted Danson's delivery and just
he's
everything
the reason
about
to
him.
watch the show.
Like
if he's not in the show, because it's not.
If he's on the show will be worse. Yes, I completely agree. I still would not say it's a bad show, but definitely would knock a point off for Ted Danson not being there.
Did you see his he and Mary
the sex tape?
Virgin?
Yeah, I did.
Their Criterion collection closet pics.
What both of them?
They're in there together.
The Cheers Criterion.
Did you watch it?
She was going to ask that.
No, I didn't.
Did they have the Becker Criterion
they
collection?
Start making out in the closet. It's
Ooh.
crazy.
No, I just thought it was funny
you?
because everything that they chose, it wasn't like a name drop situation, but like they only chose films, and like every single description that they gave were like, oh, our friend this, and our friend stopped by here, and this is our other friend who did
These
this.
people and their friends.
I know. I was like, oh, listen to you, Hollywood elites.
Listen to them. Listen to them talking nicely about their friends.
Yeah,
how dare they?
No, but that's not the point.
With Mary and Ted, what do you mean? What's the point? They talk about movies that mean something to you, and their friends told them
they
about
were
movies
gloating.
that they like.
I feel like most people go in there just to prove how like cultured they are anyway. They pick movies that they probably never even saw, and they're like, "Oh, I love this guy's movie, the 1950s Czech director."
Unless you're Kojima, he
well,
clearly.
I
Kojima was all about that. So
I sent you right.
I'm Nicky Hill. I'm going to give you the best episode or this short. I will watch it and then reassess my opinion. But
I mean,
I heard with Ted and Mary in there, things got pretty steamy. That's why people like the show, everybody. But yes, you're 100% right about it. If Ted wasn't in it, it would not be as good of a show. I don't know who you could put in that role to match it or better it, because Ted just is something about him in those roles. He's so charming. Just, man, for that type of role, he's great. But he was great in
Cheers.
Yes. No, Fargo, and he wasn't playing that type of character in Fargo. He was very good in Fargo. Just thinking, I like him way too much. He's gonna die soon. I know it. I just know it.
Hey, we still got Dick Van Dyke,
That is very
Ted Danson's
true.
got
And
a lot of
he is
time
with
left.
it mentally, and he can still dance. I know his legs hurting him, but he said he can still dance. He got up and
he's the original dancing man. He's the original
Tiny dancing man. Moving on, I also wrote about. Here's a question for you.
Okay.
We've talked about this on the show
for
before.
us, or for just
listeners? For you, the royal you. We've talked about this. Like I said,
is a
back
sandwich
in the day,
really a sandwich?
I saw there is a sandwich related question later. Back in the day on TV, there used to be video game related game shows, as we've talked about. There was Nick Arcade. There was a Games Master in the UK. There's another one, Videoverse or whatever. But we've talked about that, and that is when that was late 80s, early 90s. Games were certainly becoming considerably popular, but they were very much considered only a kid thing. And even in school, there were people who played games and talked about it. But if you talked a lot about games, you were considered a nerd. Nowadays, games are arguably the dominant form of entertainment, depending on how you look at units sold or money made, or games are just a regular part of culture now. And it's great to see. So I said, how were there TV game shows about video games when we were kids? And now, with games being literally bigger than they have ever been, no one is doing game shows based on video games. I'm like, it's right there.
Kids aren't watching video games. Aren't
TV.
watching
But they're not making shows for kids.
TV
like
or game
nobody's
shows,
doing.
I'd imagine.
Outside of like Nickelodeon and Disney, like nobody's doing.
I mean, like
Let's do it.
Gen
Let's put it
Z. Like
together.
I don't mean like kids. I just mean younger than us kids.
Well, they're
So,
not
like,
watching TV in general. So,
Yeah,
but
but
like,
that doesn't mean we.
but networks are going huge on game shows because they are very compared to other types of shows, easy to produce, cheaper to produce, and it's easy to crank out a whole bunch
and
of
like
episodes in a short
somebody
space.
sitting at home all day long, they can watch.
Yeah, but what are the-
just keep the channel on.
Yeah.
But
What are the
that's
video
not like
game-
a Gen Z or something like that.
What are the video game shows you're talking about? Nick Arcade. What was the other one?
I just went through all of them.
I know, but
Games Master in the UK, there was, I believe, Videoverse.
what was the one Nick Arcade, right? Where the final round you would go into the game, quote unquote.
Yeah, that was the end of Nick Arcade.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that is much more complicated to like execute that.
Not the way they did it because it was done terribly.
Well, it was done terribly,
It's
but
a kid
also
standing
like
in front of a green screen.
now, yeah, I know. And now we could be doing that a little bit better now.
See, I'm thinking about like stuff for adults. Like, where's our Jeopardy version of game trivia? Like that, people would watch that. Whereas,
Oh.
like, maybe not as many people will watch this, but name that tune version of video
Well,
game.
I mean,
music.
we also had now or recently the floor is lava. So like we can
Yeah,
actually have a
gamified.
Nick Arcade
yeah,
where you're in an actual like set piece.
that's it. That's if you're gonna like
now-
think of
but-
the modern day equivalent, like an evolution of that idea in Nick Arcade. Floor is Lava is a perfect example.
Right.
Yeah, that could work. I just think with how big video games are, there is room for at least one game show related to video games. Like we have
Yeah,
game
but-
shows about everything and anything.
yeah.
There's with the right channel or streaming service, it could 100% work because people will watch much. I apologize, worse stuff. And there's game shows out there that are like not my cup of tea, and they've been on for season after season. I have no doubt that some
Well,
sort of video game related game show could make a dent. I'm not saying it's going to be the biggest thing in the world, but I would
Let's-
imagine it could get an audience.
Let's talk about it after the podcast.
Yeah, you should develop your video game music trivia game show. That's
See, like, I would love that. I wonder if it's too niche or not.
What would
Like,
we
I just
call
think
it?
a
Could we call
generic
it
video
new
game
segment
trivia
cool?
show, I think that could work. Because, we have pop culture Jeopardy, and that talks about video games a considerable amount.
New segment.
Hey,
But I think there's room.
I think for being the 6th most popular Nintendo news podcast, we
I've
should
never
start a
regretted
game
something more.
show.
I can't wait to tell you when we go back up to 7. I would love to do a game show, yeah, but if you're gonna do a real game show and I'm gonna do it like right, or what I consider to be right, there's got to be like prizes. Like you got to have some kind of money or
You gotta have-
something.
yeah.
That's it, correct.
All right.
Are you saying we don't have the means, or like it's too big?
well, we'll give
What
up,
is the
we'll
reason
give
why
up
we
our-
don't have a game?
our salary for the podcast and put it towards the.
But this is going into the podcast today, as I said, and now
It's the
Nick
last
Ruin is
one.
going. I was like so excited for the show, and now I'm like, I never want to do the show again. Yeah,
That is correct.
Hey, it's our when you start feeling good, that's our job to
I
bring you
know.
back down to earth.
I know. Trust me, I've had conversations with Mom Brain about it. I know
have
very
we,
well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Did
about
make
it,
you
not about you
miserable?
guys. No,
I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, I would like
Wait,
to
what
like.
were the conversations? Whenever you're feeling good,
They were
we ruin it.
personal. No, I said not about you guys. It
He
was a-
wanted to
was
end
a
it
bit-
at 1,000 at the very at the most.
I hear today's the last show.
1009.
I
Walk
would
around.
like
What's
to
it
do
called?
it, yes, but run around.
Walker wake. Wake
Walking wake.
Walker Wake.
Walker told me I have
Walker
wake.
told me I have wake.
There's your
Supermarket
picture.
Sweep should have had a better chance as Blood Ocean. I really liked that reboot, and I really think people did
Did
not
they
watch it
cancel
because
I mean, we got guys grocery games.
I'm trying to tell you right now. Yes, they canceled it partially because of COVID related stuff, but also because it
People
was
hated that a black woman was the host.
people hated the host. They really did, and
What-
it's
what was
killer
her
for me.
name?
Yeah, I can't remember her name. Leslie Jones.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen.
And it really bugs me a lot because I like when somebody hosts a show
Tommy Lee
and they
Jones's cousin.
legitimately like the show or care about the show. And Leslie Jones fought to get Supermarket Sweep back.
Hmm.
And
Did she put any of her money up? Is that like one of those situations?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is like she for years tried to get the show back, and it finally happened. And it kills me that like we have someone who genuinely cared about the original show, fought to bring the show back, and people are like, whatever. Were there racist people who are like, I don't like a black woman host? Sure. I think a lot of people also just don't like Leslie Jones because they don't like that she's loud and a woman, which Mom Brain knows is a thing people complain about. But also people just don't like Leslie Jones. I'm not particularly fond of Leslie Jones's humor. I'm fine saying that. But I think as a host, she had passion for the show. Yes, she did some of her comedy stylings, which aren't my cup of tea, but you could see she was passionate about the show and knew what she was talking about. And there were so many episodes where people won and she cried at the end. Like I cry when I'm watching. I'm like, come on, people. It's a genuine host here. Like Ryan Seacrest, whatever. He's the most milquetoast host you could have for Wheel of Fortune. And I want a Leslie Jones over a Ryan Seacrest. Give me someone who actually cares. I will give Ryan Seacrest a little. He did win $1 million. He did cry. Okay,
because that was a paycheck.
That's right. Remember, Seacrest, if they win $1 million, it's coming out of your bank account.
I'd like to see him try.
Whole rant for another day. I need to do a game show podcast, and the only one I could really ask to be on it would be Deux, because he knows game shows like I know game shows to that degree. But I know that show would be torture.
You're way more modernized than I am. I like, for instance, the comment I'm about to make, I'm sure you'll be able to refute it. Nobody watches game shows. Like I feel like
they
it's not 100%
popular. Do. They are the highest rated shows on TV right now.
Sweep wasn't popular because no one's watching game shows.
No, you're 100% wrong. Prime time.
So there you go. I was right.
100% a prime time. Game shows are in prime time right now because they get ratings and they're very cheap to make. We are in a game show. Game shows never went away and have always been popular, but they have certainly waned. We are in the game show renaissance right now. They are more popular now than they have been in years. And this comes from a game show aficionado and someone who obsesses over ratings. They are very popular right now. They are dependable ratings viewer.
I like Supermarket Sweep. I think it's fun.
Yes.
Maybe people just don't want to go to the grocery store anymore. I mean,
grocery.
Like I said, even heard of that word.
I can't imagine that was like
word
cheap to make. Though,
like I said with
all that
Supermarket
produce.
Like I said with Supermarket Sweep, it was
going bad every week.
It was on the bubble for being renewed, and it was right around COVID, and they were like, no, and COVID really derailed it. So unfortunately, it was that was the major factor in that show not returning. Yeah. But the shows can return. Look, we had Match Game disappeared because of Baldwin's issue and COVID. And then it eventually came back, and it's on now.
And then there's the post-COVID world where they just got rid of everything. Like they just stopped.
Oh yeah, there was
a period where companies had money from like PPE payments or whatever, and like they just made a bunch of stuff, and then they were like, well, now we don't have money, and you know the strikes and everything else, and they're like, well, now, you know, if we don't pay people, then we don't get to keep all this money.
Schools got tons of money for stuff that had to be used for specific COVID-related things.
You smell great, by the way.
Thank you. That then went away.
It's floral.
Keep getting whips.
Is it this?
Yeah, it's really good.
I also burped berry lemonade.
That's also it. Matt Reagan says, as a grocery store employee, I promise people do, in fact, want to go to the grocery store. I mean, I can't lie. I love a grocery store.
What the situation was with that?
We just went to Beverly Jeans yesterday, and we left. Like, did we have a moment in the store or outside of the store where we like gave each other like a hug, and we were like, "This is great."
Were all those turkeys real? Like, is all the food in Supermarket Sweep real?
I read about it because I had that question, and they not all of it was real, but most of it was, and they donated it to local food pantries and stuff like that, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, but then now you're getting the executive producers, and they're going like, "Well, we're spending all this money on food, and we're just giving it all away."
Executive producers,
and again, game shows. You're a TV guy. Game shows. Oh. Very good. Game shows are ridiculously cheap compared to everything else, or the majority of stuff that's on TV.
But not so. That's not where if they're paying for food and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you're filming all those episodes for a season or two within a span of like a month or 2 months. It's not like a lot.
I mean, that's probably a lot quicker.
Just had a thought. So you know how in Pluribus we were talking a little bit about just like the philosophies and what you might do in that situation, and like
yes.
I was like, I'd probably be that guy in Vegas, like, you know, pretending I'm James Bond. You could be in Sprouts having your own
Oh my God, yes.
supermarket sweep. You could have all the people come in.
That'd
You
be
could
a lot of fun.
have Leslie Jones there and everything.
That would be a lot of fun.
I mean, that's probably how you would be spending your pluribus, doing like hands-on game shows.
It's true.
Who would your not avatar, but like your person be?
Yeah, who would you pick?
No. Who would they pick for you to like be your chaperone?
Who are they going to send to me?
I just love the
Probably
idea
Ted
of
Danson.
I love the idea.
That'd be great.
So I love the idea of Ted Danson coming to Sprouts, and you're like out of breath with all these carts around you, and you're like, oh thank God you're.
If I'm gonna have, if I'm gonna have fun in that pluribus setting for a little bit before I whatever, I'll be like, give me Ted Danson as my companion, but also I would be like, talk to me exactly how Ted would. Like, I want you to give me Ted's personality.
Give me Ted.
So yes, I want to spend time with Ted.
Can we finish that
Ted would
sentence?
be like, who the hell are you?
Before you whatever? What's the whatever that you're gonna do?
What? What are you talking about? What I would do in that?
Right, you're gonna run around, do Ted Danson, whatever.
You're asking what I would do in pluribus setting.
Yeah, but
this is gonna become a whole big thing.
You're gonna join.
Blood Ocean, that's great.
You're gonna join.
I mean, this is gonna become a whole big thing, and we're already so late.
We haven't even gotten to.
Would you join?
That is not what I said. By the way,
but I can see what
what I said was 100%. I would work to get the solution to put everybody back, and then have them give I want them to be able to make a choice whether they'd like to join or not. And then I would say, yeah, take me, because I don't like the way the world is right now. So I'd be like, I want everybody to have the free will to choose. Don't take it away from them. That's wrong. But after that, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't want to be part of it anymore. The grand experiment is a failure.
I am deeply, deeply in love with Carol.
So what happens if like we're collective conscious?
Yes.
And now I have the option to choose, but I take that antidote, but I'm somehow in somebody else's body.
Doesn't set things right.
Boy. Yeah.
Maybe
Sorry, my
Ted
brain.
Danson's body.
I actually had my therapist watch. I was like, I need you to watch. I love Carol.
Oh, nice.
She's team Carol too.
I made a promise on Patreon that I would bring this up, so I will do that because I thought it was important. I was talking about the backlog stuff and how people feel overwhelmed by their backlogs of having so many books. I know, it's a great gift.
I would choose Ted Danson.
So people look at their collections of games or their collections of movies or whatever, and they feel bad that they see all of them there, and they're like, I haven't read or I haven't whatever. This was sent in by Mark Thulu on Patreon. They made me aware of something I've never heard of before. The Japanese call that part of this Sundoko, not Sudoku.
We've talked about this
Sundoko, which is a Japanese term for the act of buying books and letting them pile up unread, essentially acquiring reading material but not reading it. It's a combination of words sumu for pile up and doku to read. But the Japanese take it as not like we look at our pile of books and we feel shame. We look at it and it's like meant as a source of joy. Like, that's a pile of happiness there. And I may not have read all of them. These things still can bring me some sort of joy. And I was like, that's a very cool way of looking at it. So just Mark Thulu, thank you for bringing that up. And
I remember hearing about that.
And there it is.
Because that's very
Sudoku.
much
You play Sudoku every
that's
week.
very much like how I participate in it. Like I buy things,
yes,
and they just stack up, and then I go, I'll get to it, and then I don't get to it. Today, actually, Goodreads sent out an email saying it's time for the 2026 reading challenge, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. I didn't read a book last year.
I'm reading one right now.
So
am I. It's the same book.
I set the bar low and I said 5. And then I was like, you know what?
How about 1?
I've got 1 page, please. I've got so many books that I purchased.
To blow through that one. Well, maybe you could blow through that one.
That I haven't read. So like same thing with the backlog. Maybe I'm gonna go through my shelf and pull out books that I purchased that I haven't read yet, and just do that. It's not as satisfying. But having a Kindle, I had purchased, I get all these emails about like books on sale, $1.99. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll read that. I'll read that. So I've got like hundreds of books on my Kindle.
I read on the Kindle app on my phone.
And it's definitely not something to look at and go, look at me, look at my wealth.
It's a bit different. Yes. But, physical space is at a premium for most of us. So it's tough.
But it just becomes a situation of like, then there's the paralysis that you talked about, because now I've got all of these things and I'm just not in the mood for any of them. I've been living that life for a long time.
Well, that's why you got to do. You don't have to, but like I said, what I did is I have a list of all the things I have, and I literally just random number generator says number 37, and that's what I go in.
I'm legitimately not in the mood for some things, so then I end up random generating.
I was double checking.
Just talking about it making me.
I did have it correct. I mentioned Where's Waldo very quickly. I'll do this, and then we'll go. It's the last Where made, as in the last new one. They still print them, but when was the last new Where's Waldo book made? Or Where's Wally for our friends across the pond?
Is the answer going to surprise us?
I don't know.
2014.
2014.
2003.
Oh, that's not the right one. 2003.
Yeah, I don't know. 2000.
2000.
Probably the 90s, right?
You said 2013?
I don't know. 14?
Mom Brain, you were the closest. You said 2003?
Yes.
2009 is when the last one was made. And I was like, I didn't know they were still making them that late, and I'm happy they are, but it's been a while now.
Well, that one was so good, they still haven't found them to make a new one.
Oh, well, I did see a thing about how the author, I guess I'm not knocking him. I guess you call him an author. He would make the pictures, and then he would put Waldo in
clothes on the people.
Yeah, there's a controversy about one of those. He would put Waldo in last because he'd be like, okay, where do I have space to fit Waldo? And it was a breakdown of Waldo's size in the books as time went on, because the publishers were like, we got to make it harder for people to find Waldo. So it went from him being like an inch to like, it was like 0.65 or something like that. And I was like, wow, he really shrunk. And the later books are more difficult because of that. And there was controversy because in one of the books, there's a lady on a beach who's topless, and it's like a side view where you can barely see like a little bit, but there's a huge controversy, and after that the publisher changed it so that the woman has a top on, but there is one naked woman in Waldo depending on which version you have. So
Waldo's a worldly guy. I can see him going to a nude beach in Europe somewhere.
Right?
Totally.
Oh my!
Still dressed fully in his outfit though.
Well, he's got tan lines like sunburn lines that make him
God,
really
those
red.
tan lines the whole time.
Yeah, he's shirtless. Actually, he slept underneath like a
beach chair.
Yeah, beach chair, and
a very, very specific kind of beach chair.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I think you have connections to his people. A Rick Steves Where's Waldo book.
That would be cool.
Where's Rick in Europe?
Right,
Rick?
Where he's in like the bath with like
Rick?
all the men and stuff.
Very good.
Don't care. Where's Rick?
Where is that bath? In like, is it Russia or something? He's in like some hot springs bath.
Oh yeah, where was that? I want to say it was like Turkey or something.
Turkey.
Yeah. But yeah, it was. Who knows?
Rick Steves, if you're listening, I mean, I imagine you're listening. We're the 6th most popular Nintendo podcast.
Richard Stevens.
Dick Stevens. All right. Let's go to news. We got news. There's actually some top stories this week. We got stuff to talk about. Finally. Okay.
Oh, that's time. Goodbye, everybody.
What do we got here? First things first. This story is related to another story, so I'll do both at the same time. My Mario is a product line that launched in Japan a few months back, and it's like kids' toys and baby toys and baby learning things that are focused on Mario. So like little, cutesy picture books that have Mario that are meant for little kids to look through, or like Mario teething rings, or Mario terry cloth dolls and stuff. It's a whole
start them early, Nintendo
kid baby line. So that was in Japan, and people are like, I want this here. We actually have a friend who was like, when is that coming here? We actually want some of that stuff. And we now know it is coming on February 19th. It will be available Nintendo New York, Nintendo San Francisco, and then select retail stores nationwide later in the spring, and then an expansion later on in the year. So basically it will be everywhere, but first at Nintendo NY in San Francisco on February 19th. The select retail stores in spring, we don't know what ones they are yet. It's tough. I don't know.
Why do they make it so difficult for people to get the things that they want? They're excited about these things. You can't order anything online. You have to be at select stores for a limited release. I mean, Like they have to know people want these things. Just put them online and let people order them. No?
First off, there's nothing about this not being online. Second, why do they do it like this? Because it's not something they approach games differently than they approach merch. Like, they're not going to flood the market with merch at all. They're
making baby teething rings.
Yeah, exactly. Millions of them. And if it's going to take years and years and years, whereas a video game, you're month. So they do whatever they've determined is their, allotment that they can make that won't break the bank, and they expect to sell, and then they put it in like what are baby stores like Oshkosh Bagosh and
Babies R Us.
Baby Gap and Babies R Us and stuff like that, and they put it out there, and they're like, okay, and then that's why they do it like that, because they're doing that in spring, and they're like, okay, this worked out with our allotment at the specialty stores. We should probably do this much for retailers nationwide. So they're doing it because they're learning as they go, because they've never done anything like that.
Also, if they put it online and they sell out right away, by the time they get more to fill those orders, the babies might be grown up.
Again, I want to stress, there is nothing here that says they are not selling these online. At first, Nintendo NY and Nintendo SF, they will not be online. But when they go spring to the other retailers, there is nothing that says they will not be online.
What is SF? So fun?
San Francisco. I say Nintendo NY, so I figured I should say Nintendo SF. So then, it'll expand later in the year. Also, the My Mario app, which is basically like an iPad thing, or it is on the iPad or the iPhone. It's
let's
like
get those screens in front of those kids.
The Super Mario 64, the beginning where you move around Mario's face and all that. That's basically what this app does, plus some other stuff. But again, meant for young kids to screw around with.
And that's $40 for just the download of the app?
Nicky Hill is making that up. I don't know how much the app is. I thought it was free, but it might not be. So again, little baby stuff. Free. Yeah, it's a free app. It's called Hello Mario. Hello Mario. But it's on the App Store and Google Play. And you can get it on the Switch or Switch 2 if you'd prefer to do it there. But again, free. It is not $40. It is free. That is February 19th. There's the My Mario Stop motion series we've been posting. There's a few episodes in that. There's apparel as well. So it's a whole big thing focused on very, very young kids and babies. So if you want some of the toys and stuff, you'll have to wait until spring and you'll have a better chance. And we will let you know the retailers that will have that stuff when Nintendo shares it. There we go. Perfect gift. Perfect gift. Look at the man killing it, Blood Ocean, with the gifts. Now, I said this will parlay into another story, or I will do that. And that's what I'm going to do right now, because Nintendo put out the My Mario press release. And boy, I will tell you, here's a little behind the scenes information. I mean this in a positive way, because I like it and it makes me feel nice. But Nintendo was up my butt about this. They sent me the press release again from 2 other people, and they were like, just making sure that you saw this. We wanted to make sure you got that. And I was like, as soon as I got it, I put it up there. I was like, thank you very much. But they really want people to know that this is coming out, because it's a new area for them. But with the press release and the announcement came a whole bunch of promotional images of fathers and mothers and caretakers and whatever hanging out with babies and kids all playing with their My Mario toys. And there was one picture in particular that made the internet lose its goddamn mind, because it showed I'm guessing the mother or caretaker hanging out with her baby, and she's holding onto a My Mario plush doll. And the internet zoomed in on the picture, and they were like, what the fart is wrong with this lady's thumb? Because if you look at her thumb, granted, it is a wild looking thumb. I will certainly say that. So Mom Brain, here's the picture if you wanted to see it. There's the woman's thumb. It is a very long, very bent, awkwardly thumb.
It's just the camera angle, I think.
Vecna.
The mother is Vecna, very popular theory. Oh, I meant to talk about that. We're going to get to that later.
Conformity?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about it. I wrote myself a note and I forgot to check the note because I'm an idiot. But anyway, so I'm sure you guys read the title of the story, so you know. But I'm sure the listeners of the 6th biggest Nintendo podcast on Good Pods, I'm sure you already know where this is going. People are like, Nintendo using AI to make their images, because granted, usually one of the tells, at least half a year ago, was you look at the hands in an image and people are like, it's got the wrong fingers, the fingers in the wrong place, it doesn't have enough fingers. That's an AI tell. Nowadays, Really not as much because AI has come a very far way in a very short amount of time, which is very scary. But people saw this and are like, Nintendo's using AI. And I thought to myself, well, I know what happens here. That's the story that's going to go without no proof other than this one picture and people saying they believe it to be AI. Now the narrative is going to be Nintendo's using AI images. And I was like, I looked at this picture and I said to myself, this is a strange looking thumb, or this is a picture that makes the thumb look strange, but I don't think this is AI at all. That was what I thought. And we followed that up with one of the models who was part of this campaign, went on social media and said, quote, I'll give you their whole name. Brittany Omaya Sinclair commented on this situation online and said, quote, as one of the models, I can promise you this is not AI, guys, end quote. You can guess that didn't go anywhere near as far as the Nintendo's using AI quote, or not quote, story or narrative. So I put that out there and I was like, this goddamn thing is ballooning to an insane amount. I first ignored the story because I was like, it's not worth talking about. It's not true. I just know it's not true. But if it is true, then I will report on it. But I got it sent to me so many times and became such a big topic. I was like, I guess I'm going to talk about it, but let me hunt down and see if there's any information proving one way or the other. And that's where I got the comment. And I was like, well, I'll do my due diligence. And I reached out to my Nintendo rep and I was like, I'm sure you've heard about this already, but can you get me a statement from Nintendo confirming or denying if this is AI? And she's like, I'll see what I can do. We got you a statement directly from Nintendo. Our Nintendo rep gave us a statement saying, quote, Nintendo has confirmed there was no AI use in any of the Mario images, end quote. A very definitive, clear-cut response from Nintendo, which they only ever do if they really mean it. Nintendo is always nebulous with their answers, but this time around they were like, no AI was used in any of the images. So there's your definitive evidence, proof, answer. No AI, just either like Deux said, a picture that makes the thumb look strange, or as Nicky Hill said, Vecna's thumb is in the picture, but it is not AI. But of course, that doesn't matter. The narrative of AI was used by Nintendo to make pictures out there, and that's all that's out there now.
I think you should run the new story, the real story, that these toys are unsafe and they're breaking mothers' hands.
Holding on to this thing is a goddamn nightmare. Maybe, that would be really funny if Nintendo was like, we want you to position your thumb like this. And she's like, my thumb doesn't bend like that. What are you talking about?
It does like, now.
It's important for the picture. So there you go.
That's what she has from playing too much Nintendo.
Oh my God, Nintendo thumb. You're right.
I don't know how that thumb folds that way.
Listen, if Deux right,
people are double jointed. Like it can happen.
I was like, is that a hypermobile?
But like
thumb?
what you just said, I think that's all. Like it may be Photoshop or something, because holding it the other way, you're gonna like block
that is
part of the doll.
That is something where there is nuance to, and I don't know the answer to. It could be a poor Photoshop job. That's also possible. So for real answers, we have bad Photoshop. I don't think it's that. We have the camera angle making the thumb look weird. That could be a response, or just the person's thumb is. I don't even like saying weird because I'm not trying to be mean. Maybe the person's thumb just looks like.
No,
that.
but it definitely, because you said that, it definitely looks like it like. If you hold it the regular way, you're covering part of the doll.
I figured out what it is just now.
Oh, what is it?
The mom bought the toys for the baby because the baby won't stop sucking its thumb. And then the mom was like, well, suck on my thumb, I guess, while we get your repluplement. And that's what happened.
Stretch it all out.
That's it. So she's like, we need these My Mario toys. I figured it out. You're welcome, Nintendo. Most upvoted comment comes from Backfug. They say, I love this. Even if it wasn't real, it's not like really crappy Photoshop hasn't been a part of marketing for 25 plus years. Who cares? Backfug, I can tell you from my news coverage perspective, I have to care. From a personal perspective, I do not care at all, which is why I held off on posting this story first. And then second, I didn't post until we actually had some other information. And I had reached out to Nintendo for comment. I hadn't gotten the comment yet at that point, but I wanted something other than, is this picture AI? You decide. So that's why I held off on it for a bit. But now, if you listen to the GoNintendo podcast, or you read GoNintendo, or follow us on social media, you have the full story. You know it is not AI, as long as you believe Nintendo. Call me a fanboy. I believe Nintendo here. They have no reason to say it is an AI when it is. So
I also I appreciate that you posted an insert photo of that and circle. Did you do that or they did?
I did it. No.
You circled the thumb as if we can see it in the other one. It's just like, this is the thing we're looking at.
Listen, the top picture is what I use. Second one is what you use for social media because you don't trust those readers. I also considered putting in the Mario like reaction face like this, looking at the thumb, but I didn't go that far because I was honestly too annoyed that I had to write the story in the first place. So there you go.
Now, you in this case you wouldn't care if it's AI, but what about like the actors and the babies and the person taking the photo?
At all. I would 100% care if it was AI.
Okay.
Just to me, it was so clearly not AI, and I'm like, this story is going to be Nintendo's using AI without any actual proof other than people looking at the picture and saying this looks weird. I was like, crazy me. I'm like, let's wait for some evidence, or B, try and get some evidence before I run with this story. But that's not how the world works. If this was AI, I would be extremely against it. 100%. I do not like generative AI from anyone, no matter how much I like the company, be it Nintendo or an anime company or a comic book company or whatever. I don't like it, but we didn't know the facts at that point. All we knew was here's a picture that looks weird. End of story. And as soon as I saw the picture, I was like, this is going to be a whole AI thing. And that's exactly what it was. So
that's the same thing. People were trying to drag Stranger Things, right, for like the end credits or something.
Again, I don't want to.
We don't have to get.
I'm not. No. It's I do. I'm not speaking ill of my cousin. One of my cousins sent me a TikTok that was about that, where the person was like, "Was AI used in the end credits for Stranger Things? Here's the proof." And they don't show proof. They're just like, "Here's the picture people are talking about." And I originally saw that there was questions about AI being used in the credits, so I was like, let me do my due diligence and snoop around, and the best I could find is somebody was like, here are the actual images that were used for these sketches at the end, and they were like, if you look at like the hand here in the actual picture, it looks exactly as weird as the one in the credits.
That's what I saw.
So they were like, as far as source images, no, it wasn't AI. Now, the sketch animation that's done, they were like, was that created by AI? I have no idea, but that's not what people are talking about.
We've also seen, like, that's where it gets weird and hard because, like, we've seen that sort of manipulation through Photoshop in the past. Like, and it's all just like, filter this, filter that, and we're done.
So I sent that to my cousin. I was like, listen, if this is AI, I'm against it. But I was like, here, this TikTok is just, clickbait, sensationalized stuff, and I'm like, here's what is the actual evidence. She was like, thank you for bringing it to my attention.
From the true story, which is
conformity game. I promise you we will talk about
what about the post-credit scene where Will flies over Vecna and the Demogorgons and like dumps diarrhea on them? What do you think of that? What did you think of that AI image?
I thought it was very patriotic.
I thought that was the only thing that didn't use special effects or AI in the whole series. That was all real, wasn't it?
That was real.
Yep. They worked all season to get that shot. Moving on. We got a new trailer for Mario Tennis Fever. Remember, Mario Tennis Fever is coming out very soon, February 12th on the Switch 2.
Is that what we were all sick with?
That is Mario Tennis Fever. That's an exclusive to Switch 2. It has the biggest roster of any Mario Tennis game ever. There are 38 characters in this one. So we have the list somewhere on the site of all the characters.
Now, I know you are vocal about what characters you like and don't like in Mario Kart, and I'm just curious.
Babies.
Does it carry over here? Do you not want to see like Link playing tennis?
So when it comes to any of these, there's not room for expansion. I default to intention was. So like with the first Mario Tennis, like what were they doing? It was all like, Mushroom Kingdom characters. So I would like it to stay Mushroom Kingdom characters. Also, I don't really care about any of the sports games. So I don't, if you're asking, that's my answer, but I honestly don't care. But
I asked. Thanks for the answer.
All of the characters in this game are Mario characters.
Oh, that should please him.
Donkey Kong?
This is a Nintendo podcast. I'll give you the rundown.
Donkey Kong?
Don't do this again. Yes, because he is a Mushroom Kingdom character, Mario character. Here's your rundown of characters. I'll just go through it very quickly. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Yoshi, Pauline, Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Rosalina, Luma, Toad, Toadette, Daisy, Birdo, Wario, Waluigi, Petey Piranha, Bowser, Bowser Jr., Boo, Chain Chomp, Shy Guy, Blooper, Spike, Boom Boom, Dry Bones, Dry Bowser, Goomba, Koopa Paratroopa, Koopa Troopa, Kamek, Piranha Plant, Wiggler, Baby Mario, Baby Luigi, Baby Peach, Baby Wario, Baby Waluigi, and finally, Anybody want to take a guess at the last person?
Diddy.
Last character, I should say. Diddy. I already named Diddy.
Oh, you
so,
did?
yes.
Oh, great.
Donkey.
Did you say it?
Okay. Anybody
Oh
with
my
a real
God.
guess?
I was trying to find it and follow
Birdo.
along.
I said Birdo.
Son of a.
Okay. Since
It was a long list.
It was a long list.
I
I
couldn't
give you
find
credit.
where it was, so I couldn't read along.
yeah, I went in the back end to find it. Nabbit is the 30th character, and I
Oh,
like to see
Nabbit.
Nabbit added. That's very cool. I like
That's,
Nabbit a lot.
Nabbit's really
Maya Hawke's second favorite character to use in Mario Kart World. She just
Did
didn't
she
remember the name.
And that's
No. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care either, because I was like, it's cool to hear her talking about it, but on top of that, I was like, this also makes me believe more that she's actually playing, because she was like the purple rabbit or whatever, like it's very clear that she knew the character in her mind. So that Maya Hawke, she's a charmer. She's a charmer.
Great.
But anyway, Mario Tennis Fever, February 12th. We got the new trailer. But also we got the announcements of 2 new Joy-Con 2. So right now you have your, these are the first, I believe, official new colors for Joy-Con 2, because we have the ones that are on the Joy-Con or the Switch 2 right now, which are neon blue and neon red, I guess they're going to call. These are light purple and light green. And just make sure the base color of the Joy-Con is the same. So they are still the gray, black, slate, whatever you want to call it. But the Joy-Con strap guard is the color, and the color underneath the thumbstick is the color, and just the side without the strap is the color. So just again, where you get the splashes of color on the current Joy-Con 2 are where you're going to get the color for these new light purple and light green. They come out day and date with Mario Tennis Fever. If you want those, I would imagine people are going to be playing that multiplayer, and they probably need at least 2 more controllers. So there you go. You get Joy-Con 2 in separate colors if you would like. Of course, the internet's very upset, because the internet's upset about everything. Because no, not about the money at all. They're
Really?
upset that the Joy-Con aren't fully that color. And it's like, well, look at the
Welcome to
Joy-Con
the
2
Switch 2.
on the Switch 2. Yeah, this is not a surprise. Now, there are people who are like, I wish the full Joy-Con was actually that color. And I don't think there's anything wrong with making that complaint. But, complaining about it in general, being like, why would Nintendo do this? It's like, well, have you looked at the Joy-Con 2 on the Switch 2? That's why they're doing it. But regardless, if you don't like this design and you want a Joy-Con 2 that is light purple and light green fully, you can go to D-Brand, and they have vinyl skins. And D-Brand
D-Brands.
has literally color matched to the exact color, light purple and light green. For $20, you can have a vinyl skin for each of the Joy-Con 2, and you could make them that full color.
Hire that guy on TikTok that can just see a color and like
How
mix
amazing
paints
is
together.
that
It's
guy?
incredible.
That guy is in. I haven't seen him in a while, but that's a TikTok I will never skip, because it is ridiculously impressive. But yes, they color match, so you could get the exact. So go ahead, go all out, plus ultra, as some would say. I have to talk about that too. And get your Joy-Con 2 from Nintendo that are light purple and light green, and then get them vinyl wrapped. So then they will be 100% that color if you really want to go crazy. But $20 for a vinyl wrap isn't bad. So that's cool. And there you go.
But what do we think about colors, RMC?
What do I think about colors?
We don't care about them.
The royal we does not care about them. I know you do care about them, and there's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong.
I stopped caring once I saw that it was $99 for 2 colors that I don't like.
Is it $99? Isn't it $80 or $90?
I clicked through. It says $99 on the link that pre-orders are available.
Oh,
now.
I did put a link. Look at that. Man, I'm pretty good. You're right. Wow.
Price go up?
Oh, it did. He's right, because of the tariff. They raised it. You're right.
Again, a second time though? Or
No, this is the only
We'll be
time,
getting
yeah.
that back at the end of the year 2000.
I heard
of us,
that. I
yeah.
heard that. Wow, I can't believe I put the link in there.
end
That
of
is
which
something
year?
I usually always mean to do and forget, and I actually got it done. Comments. Let's see. Hawk says, it's nice to finally see some new Joy-Con colors, and I think they chose some good colors. I also like those colors. I'm not even a bit tempted to get them, though, so that my Switch 2 instantly looks different from my wife's. He said, I'm even a bit tempted, so his Switch 2 looks different from his wife's, but that's a steep price to pay for that, so I won't. Yeah, there you go. Then you're a perfect candidate for the vinyl wraps. If you're down with that, spend $20 and you can do that. I'm more interested in the new colors for the Switch 2 Pro controller. I'd like to have a second one of those, and I prefer for all my controllers to look different. Well, my friend, I hope they give you an option in the future that you enjoy. you guys, sometimes on GoNintendo, very often on GoNintendo, you guys are the best. Very like level-headed, interesting comments. And if you have criticisms, you voice them like in a way that's not like out to, be a garbage person. I really appreciate your comments. And again, thank you for the support of GoNintendo. Like I said, 2025, man, guys, you like killed it. You really killed it. And 2026 is continuing that trend. Thank you very much. My brain will account. I'll like run into the living room and I'll be like telling her something that happened on site, like, this came in or that came in, or I saw that. Like, it's like a weekly occurrence. It's very cool. So thank you very much for that. 20 plus years of support. It's greatly appreciated, because I wouldn't be here doing the number 6 Nintendo podcast on Good Pods if it weren't for you supporting the regular site, because that's where the money comes from. Skipping that. Here we go. We're talking about Switch 2 sales data. And again, here we go. You could get part of this story from some outlets, or you could get the full story from some others and GoNintendo. A few and far between. I'll give you the full story. We have Switch 2 sales information, incomplete sales information, but sales information nonetheless from November and some parts of December, because all of that data hasn't come in. So, as always, Nintendo is doomed and people are out to prove it's doomed. The game business had a report about sales data for the Switch 2. You might remember the game business for their report 2 weeks after the Switch 2 came out, where they said third-party sales weren't good. So that should frame this story a little bit for you, because oddly enough, the game business hasn't done one single update on third-party game sales since then. Coincidence? I'll let you decide. But here's the data that they shared about Switch 2 sales. In the US, November, December 2025, Switch 2 sales were down 35% compared to what the Switch did in November and December 2017. So time aligned. They're saying they're down 35%. UK Switch 2 sales for the last 8 weeks of the year were 16% lower than the original Switch in 2017. When you add in the Switch 1 UK sales, the overall number of Nintendo hardware sold during November and December 2025 was up 7% compared to the same period in 2017. Switch 2 UK sales are 6% higher than what Switch 1 managed in its first year. And that first year for the Switch had an extra 14 weeks. So that goes to show just how much better the Switch 2 is doing in the UK compared to the Switch 1 time aligned. Switch 2 sales in France last year were over 30% lower than what Switch 1 achieved in its first year. And UK was bigger than France. That's an anomaly. That's an outlier. That is very strange. So there's something about the economy going on in France that we don't know. But France is Nintendo territory. So that is definitely an outlier there. Something's going on. Japanese Switch 2 sales were a little lower in November, December compared to Switch 1 launch year. And again, it's very odd to talk about December numbers when we don't have all of the December data yet, but whatever. It was not clear how much of December's data went into this report. For the last 9 weeks of 2025, 1.32 million Switch 2s were sold in Japan, slightly down from the 1.39 million units that the Switch sold in 2017, time aligned. And again, we know Switch 2 sales in Japan were very supply constrained, like to a huge degree.
Time aligned?
No, aligned, George. Aligned, sorry. So that supply constraint definitely hurt. Right now in Japan, we are starting to see things get to like people can walk in stores pretty dependably and find a Switch 2 in Japan. Switch 2 sales were up 11% compared to the launch of the Switch 1 in Japan, despite the Switch 1 being on sale for a lot longer. Senior Nintendo employee that we don't get by name says that a, quote, complicated economic landscape, end quote, along with the, quote, absence of a major Western game, end quote, during Christmas, and the considerably higher price point makes for really tough Switch 1 direct comparisons, which is true. The Switch was $300 at launch. The Switch 2 is $450 to $500 at launch. So yes, it's a very difficult comparison. And like I said, the economic landscape, very different now, especially in the US compared to before. And then you look at the holiday season on top of that. Switch 2 didn't really have a discount. It had, eventually retailers were like, I will knock $50 or $30 off the bundle for Mario Kart. Because that's not going to be made anymore. But PlayStation 5 had like $200 discounts, or over $100 on some of it, but up to $200 on other ones. So that was the deal to get, without a doubt. Like, that's a huge deal with 5 years worth of library. So you can see why people went for PS5 during the holiday season. Makes a ton of sense. But so there's all your data with some asterisks and question marks based on not having all of December data, blah, 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 blah. Then we have, the other side of the story that comes in to set things straight, because one of our favorites here, Matty Piss, as soon as this data came out, people are like, Matty Piss, what's going on? Why are the sales like this? And Matty Piss went on social media because he was getting inundated with comments. And he reminded everyone that Circana, which is the company that tracks sales for hardware in the United States, he says they haven't published any December data at all. So he's saying, I don't know where the game business is getting their numbers from, because we have not published our numbers. So if Circana is not putting out the numbers, this is, I don't know.
MTD is out.
That's right. Thank you, Josh. This is piecemealing data from inside sources and retail. I don't know where it's coming from, and game business didn't say. But he's like, these numbers aren't from Circana because we didn't put them out. And Matty Piss went on to say further, he hasn't even seen the preliminary information for sales in December. So he's saying, listen, when we put together a report, first wave of the report is preliminary data. Then we get the final numbers and we see where the fluctuations are to adjust. He's like, I haven't even gotten the preliminary data yet. So I don't know. He's like, I don't have any data. So he's basically...
He's hiding something.
He's hiding something. He's trying not to throw the game business under the bus, but also making it very clear, like, don't attribute these numbers to us because they ain't coming to us and we haven't even seen any numbers yet. So he's like, he's being like, I don't know what's going on here. And then on top of that, we have the big picture of the Switch 2 overall. The Switch 2 was the fastest selling piece of game hardware ever. And I want to remind everyone, even with everything you've just heard, it is still 6+ months later, the fastest selling game hardware ever. It is still maintaining that record. So there is the economic sale, or the economic situation. There's the rush of sales right out of the gate. And there's the other factors that I already named. So if, 10+ million people buy the system in the first month and a half, then you would imagine that when it comes to the holiday season, yes, not as many are going to be sold there because the people rush. So what we're looking at here is a different cadence of the sales so far. We are not seeing anything that indicates alarm bells going off or worry or anything like that. There may be slight trepidation, and that's fine because you don't know all the minutia, but nothing where it should be Nintendo's doomed and nobody wants to Switch 2 because it is still selling ridiculously well, especially in Japan. So again, the fastest selling hardware ever, a record that it maintains 7 months later. That is still the case. Now we could get to 12 months and we see it dip. It could get to 15 months and we see it go even higher. We don't know, but there's your full slate of information. In my personal opinion, from watching all this in the past, I would say nothing that makes me ultra nervous. I'm always worried in general with this stuff. It's who I am. I would say there's a couple things there that make me slightly trepidatious, but not any real concern. The only thing that doesn't make sense to me are the French numbers, because France is Nintendo territory. So I don't know what's going on
in
there.
English.
And I don't know France's economic situation or what's going on. I don't know any of that. And again, the system is selling there, but to be 30% down, I'd be like, what's going on in France?
I was going to ask, is it called the Nintendo Switch Deux over there?
Oh, that's got to be the issue. They all want to buy the Switch 2, and they're like, we only got the Switch Deux over here. So there you go. That's your explanation. We'll have the, you know what? I'll go do Matty Piss a solid. I think I want to say we will have the Switch 2 US sales for December 2025 on January 22nd. Matty Piss. Yes. So November 3rd to January 3rd, you're going to get that block of sales data from Circana on January 22nd. So 12 days from now, you will have it. And that'll be, and Circana may not even release the actual number, but they'll have, they'll do percentages and stuff like that. And they'll tell you who's number one and number two. I'm going to guess that PS5 will still be number one. And Switch 2 will be number two. But how big of a difference there is, and how big of a difference between what Switch did versus Switch 2, I honestly don't know. We'll find out. So, but listen,
That's where it gets to be a little weird. I
Yeah.
understand because it's the season.
You can't
and the
directly
sales
launch
were
a line,
bigger
yeah.
for a different system, but for it to be the fastest selling piece of hardware, yet another piece of hardware is outselling it like, I'm sure if that's what all that people are looking at.
All we know is the
confusing.
PS5 has outsold the Switch 2 in the US for 1 month.
Right.
So that doesn't mean anything.
It still doesn't know because the Switch 2 was so far ahead already.
Yeah.
But like when you look at that, you're like, wow, the PS5 is outselling the Switch 2. And then also they did much better with the supply side of things. So you walk into stores and they're not missing from stores. So I'm sure people are looking at that too. And they're like, these things aren't selling out all over the place. How can it be outselling the other system?
Listen, even when Nintendo's doing the best of the best, they're still the worst and they're doomed. Yeah. So now, of course, when you get anything that you could paint a picture like this, like, I've been down this before. All the outlets were like, Switch 2 sales slump, Switch 2 sales falter, Switch 2 sales in the dump, all that stuff. And then if you read the article, if they're generous, they give you actual sales numbers and they're like, oh, well, that doesn't indicate what the headline said. But most of them don't do that. They're just like, here's what it is. But again, even if you don't trust GoNintendo, that's completely fine. If you think like, oh, they're going to do sensationalized numbers and they're going to paint a rosy picture when it's not that, that's fine. I would push back hard on that, but it's still fine. Go get your numbers from Circana. Go follow Matty Piss. Then you will get actual, factual, 100% data numbers. Like nothing to dispute there. You're going to get nothing but the figures. If you are worried about things being editorialized or sensationalized, numbers. Then just go directly to the source. Matty Piss. Go follow him on Blue Sky. You'll hear about lasagna and cigars and reading Game Informer magazine and watching football and
eating cigars and
cigars. Did you do that Garfield thing?
No, I didn't.
I won't ruin it. I didn't get it on my For You page. Let's just say if I did, I would have sent it to you and Adam. But
yeah, I don't know.
I even said to her, I was like, send it to those.
To those two. I don't have Adam's number.
You got Dew's number?
Yeah, I do.
So there you go. Oh, let me read comment.
Let me read comment.
10 donuts.
Excuse me?
Hollander. Meet me at the cottage. 10 Donan says, predicting a modest regression to the mean after the success of Switch 1 would have been reasonable at any point in years leading up to the Switch 2 launch, regardless of the broader business environment. But because this is following the fanfare about Switch 2 breaking records at launch, it means we get to endure another generation of Nintendo, because why number not go up is easy to spin into clickbait. You're so right, my friend. You're so right. I promise I will always give you the factual numbers, no matter how much it personally pains me to see negative things as a fan. That does not paint my coverage of GoNintendo. You want proof of that? Go look at all my posts during the Wii U era. You will see all the stone cold facts, which were abysmal and made me sad every day. But I gave you the truth because that's what I'm here to do. That's what I've made my mission on GoNintendo. Not what I'm here to do, but that's what I've made my mission.
That's also the thing that is like so infuriating when it comes to all corporate company or like publicly owned and like the stock market and all that other stuff, investors and everything. If a company makes $800 million 1 month and then the next month makes $800 million in $10, because it's not a huge jump, it's like they're doomed. This is like sell, get out. But they still made $800 million in profit.
It's
like,
always got to be more.
It's still a good thing, damn it.
No, it's not. It's got to be more. It's funny. I was talking about that with Mom Brain because just the other day I found out that I didn't know this at all. I don't know if this shows my ignorance in this area, but UFC has like line of gyms that you can go to. Like Planet Fitness or whatever. I was like, man, I didn't know they had gyms, and I'm like, nothing's ever enough. Like it can't just be UFC and they do their fights and that's it. It's like. There's things I can, whatever.
Well,
I see room for expansion, like apparel and stuff like that. But I'm like, a UFC branded gym, like it's not going to give you a UFC experience.
But are they? I thought they're like owned by like fighters, like they're like the fighter opened this gym or
a
something.
Specific UFC gym, like branding on the building UFC. That's all it was. I forget what it was called, and then I looked it up online. I was like, oh, this is a thing. So. Again, they can do it if they want, but it's in the pursuit of what you said. Like we always got to get bigger. We always got to do more. We always got to make more money. Doesn't matter what's happening. If last year's number isn't bigger, or if last year's number is bigger than this year's number, then we're doomed and it's over. So, yeah,
that's why like it's a privately owned company, but Arizona Iced Tea, that the owner of that was like, we're making money. Everybody's paid. Everybody's going home with money in their pocket. Everybody's families are fed. Everybody's doing well. I don't need to raise the price of a can of iced tea.
Found out about them,
But
which
then
I
they
didn't
raised
know.
the price of ice.
That's a Jersey company.
Yeah.
I
They
didn't
do
know
tours.
that.
Let's
That's
go.
Great. I saw the building and everything. And it has Cybertruck in the parking lot. But
Oh, you saw
on
some.
TikTok.
Oh,
yeah, there was
Yeah.
somebody giving a tour on
let's go do
TikTok.
tours.
But
Let's go do it.
that's how I found out it was New Jersey. I was like, that's a sense of pride because they, 99-cent cans and fight against it.
In
And I
New
was like,
Jersey,
that's
you
really
feel
cool.
like that guy'd be like, give me all the money.
I mean, you feel like they should have named it New Jersey instead of Arizona.
Yeah,
but-
right?
But whatever.
Well, Arizona is
There's two type of Jerseyans. Some who are going to be proud that he's hiding where he's from, and some like me, who ain't proud. I'll spit in the next 100 drinks of Arizona iced tea.
I
the
think
ones that you bought that you're drinking yourself. You
Yeah.
spit into your own can.
It's kind of called backwash, but the same thing.
I think this comes from someone who pays attention to names perspectives and someone who doesn't. Because as stupid as that is
You
for me,
didn't
it
even
never
think at
crossed
all.
my
You were
mind.
just
But now
like,
that you say it, I'm like, he's right. Damn it, never crossed my mind ever.
Wow.
Well, I
That
also
it was the
just
name of
only
the
learned
state.
this fact, but you think that'd be number one because I'm very
Yeah,
Jersey
but you're
proud.
way more likely to think about like Arizona is hot and dry, and you're like, yeah, some iced tea would be great. Like
if
New
you're not gonna name a New
Jersey.
Jersey drink, they're gonna be
Well,
like, this is
Coffee.
It's
poison.
funny. So it's like
I'm gonna die if I drink it.
Arizona, you think
Polluted.
hot and dry. You don't think, water or tea or anything. But New Jersey, you just think swamps.
Yeah.
And, like this is going to taste
Exactly.
foul.
All right, moving on. Mom Brain, this is one you want to pay attention to. I'm skipping the Call of Duty one. It shouldn't be a top story.
Call of Duty, bro.
Oh,
2 labor complaints have been filed against Nintendo. This is, I want to say, 2 or 3 years after the last time this happened, and right as their
Call
new
of
president
Duty, bro.
is coming in. So this is their first test. This comes from a report from our friend at, I'm going to say just friend, because I believe it's only one person, Stephen Totillo at GameFile, which is a Substack. You can read some of their articles for free. Some of them are paid. Go, if you like honest, genuine, hard-hitting, fact-based reporting, go spend some money on GameFile Substack. Stephen Totillo, he's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he really does do a lot of hard work and a lot of due diligence when it comes to game reporting. So he gets my stamp of approval. We don't align on some ice maker.
Oh, was it?
We don't align on everything when it comes to opinions on certain things. He's more of a, you know what I'd liken him to? No, not at all. No, he is. I'll say his fake name, Squig. He has a Squig personality, but like 1/50th of it. So he's got a little bit of that, but he likes to do that to Needle, and he does it with me all the time. But it's funny because he does it about things that we both like. So like he'll do it about pro wrestling all the time, but he's a huge pro wrestling fan, but he knows exactly what I like about pro wrestling, and he purposefully will every once in a while hone in on that and annoy me about it because he knows it gets me riled up. But he's a good guy and he does great game reporting.
He's
so
a good guy.
Go throw him a couple. He's the best guy around. So go kick in some cash. Here's the report.
Is it disrespectful to draw a connection between his name and Totino's?
Is it disrespectful? As
Yeah.
someone who likes Totino's,
you
I would
called
say
him
no.
Steven-
It's
Steven
nothing but the
Totino's?
utmost respect.
Like if he starts
Maybe
giving
that's
you a
my
hard
way to
time,
get back at him,
you
yeah.
call him Steven
That's
Totino's?
it. From now on, he's Steven Totino. Also, he's Stephen, but from now on, he will be Ven. Steven Totino. All right, here's the report. Nintendo has 2 new worker complaints that were filed to the United States National Labor Relations Board. Names Nintendo of America and Tech Systems, which is another company they work with. These reports claim that Nintendo has violated parts of the National Labor Relations Act. Here we go. We have the specific violations. 8A1 bars employers from interfering with or restraining employees from their right to self-organize, to form, join, or assist labor organizations, or to bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing, and to engage in other concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. Hold on. And 8A4 prohibits employers from firing, discharging, or otherwise discriminating against an employee because he has filed charges or given testimony under this act. So a labor union dispute.
I thought Reggie
claimed
left
his
the
employees.
company.
Well, this would be while he was. Oh,
In
yes. I'm sorry.
response
This will
to
be when
Reggie.
Doug was there. So,
What's wrong with you?
just want to put out
So
that
wait,
this has
they
nothing to do with
violated-
Devin Pritchard, although she will be certainly keeping an eye on this.
Spell that. Pritchard
Spelled exactly how it sounds.
ends in R.
Pritchard.
D. Okay.
Chard.
'Cause
Pritchard.
I thought of a funny meme thing that goes along with
Well,
that.
go for it.
What the F, Pritchard?
I'll take it. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Nintendo and
I'll
Tech
applaud
Systems
myself.
have not commented on this. Obviously, the people that filed the thing are not commenting. So this is all the information we have right now. But as you know, as Mom Brain always says, we support unions here. And if Nintendo is doing this, we don't like it and it needs to be stopped. But we'll give you all the full information when the filings proceed. We don't know what's going to happen. This just got filed, I want to say like a couple of weeks ago. So we just found out now. Joe Shabadoo says, a shame, but less and less surprising to hear when dealing with what is likely third-party contracted labor. That is what Tech Systems is in our rapidly collapsing end-stage capitalist hellscape of a nation. When I'm confident that the company's full-time and salaried employees around the world see far better treatment, that is true. It will never be purely sunshine and rainbows with a global corporate entity. Crunch will always exist, but contracted workers can and will get crunched from many different directions. It is unfortunately true, especially in this company. Yes. And when you're looking at a global perspective, you see that other employees are treated a lot better because of the way that their countries handle things. So yes, here in the States, unfortunately, that is not how we handle things, especially in today's day and age. But again, we will only give you the facts about what is happening, and I will keep you updated on a factual from a factual perspective in the future when that stuff comes in.
It stinks that they're a very Japanese company when it suits them, but when it doesn't, like over here, they're like, we don't have to, it's looser in America.
Well,
so we can...
my understanding from having worked with and covered Nintendo for so long, Nintendo in Japan is extremely hands-off with their other regions. Like they put the people in place and are basically like, you do the right thing, and then they're supposed to do the right thing. That doesn't absolve Nintendo Japan from any of this. They should be more, when something like this pops up, A, it shouldn't happen, and B, they should go and be like, hey, Pritchard, get on this. What the F, Pritchard, get on this and take care of it. So, yes, not absolved by any means, but it is surprising to a degree where Nintendo is like, oh, we didn't even know this was happening over there. That should not be the case, and it's not right, and I'm not absolving them, but I'm just labeling it as that's how it usually is with them.
So I'm just, believe it or not, confused. This prohibits employers from firing discharge. So like that's the good thing. That's what you're supposed to do, is not.
If people want to organize, you can't fire them for wanting to organize.
Yes, that's what they are saying Nintendo is doing.
I mean, you can
prevent. They're saying they are firing them for trying to organize.
Yes, that's why it's a
right. You
complaint.
can like prevent people. You shouldn't.
It's a negative filing. There's no good filings.
I guess you could potentially prevent people
right.
from organizing.
No, so I understood that.
But they're not going to make a filing to be like they're doing great.
This was written. I was like, wait. They're breaking this by.
I gave you the two filings that were made and what those filings are for. That's why it's broken down by 8A1 and whatever. That's what. So those two in the filings are saying that Nintendo is doing those bad things or has done those.
Reading this, I was like, oh, they're telling.
Don't do what Donnie don't does.
Yeah.
Yes, I was there for clarification of what the filings were for. Moving on. Larian Studios, which is behind the award-winning Game of the Year.
Balky Studios.
Baldur's Gate 3. And they also did, it starts with a D.
Dungeons and Dragons?
No.
Baldur's Gate 3.
No, they just announced the new one. Divinity. Very big company. They have said in a separate story, they revealed at the Game Awards that they're doing a new Divinity, and they have said they are very big fans of the Switch 2, and they would like to bring it to Switch 2. So they haven't officially committed, but then again, they haven't officially committed the game to any specific platform. They just announced the game. So, and they just put a remastered edition of the original Divinity on Switch, and they just did a Switch 2 edition of that game as well. So they are legitimately Nintendo fans and Switch 2 fans. So it seems like they will make good on this and
all
try
signs point to yes.
do their best to bring the next Divinity game to Switch 2. But here's the bigger story. As I said, they did Baldur's Gate 3, and many people thought Baldur's Gate 3 would be a lock for Switch 2. They were like, Switch can't handle that game from a graphical perspective, but Switch 2 probably can. So it's probably going to go over there. And like I said, people thought it was a sure thing, but it never came to be. And apparently it's not going to happen. This is from a Reddit AMA with multiple developers. It's not going to happen. From a Reddit AMA with multiple developers in the company. I'll just stop my brain. I'll give you plenty of time. She's trying to find. Not going to happen, but she can't find it. All right, I'm going to continue on.
It's not going to happen. Her finding it's not going to happen.
There you go.
Hey, what happened?
So the developers at Larian did a Reddit AMA, a whole bunch of them, and they were asked by someone, "Hey, what happened? Hey, why isn't Baldur's Gate 3 on Switch 2?" And one of the Larian Studios members said they would, quote, would have loved to, end quote, bring Baldur's Gate 3 to Switch 2, but apparently, quote, it wasn't their decision to make, end quote.
Huh.
So, read between the lines there. What do you got? Larian makes the games. They put them out on what they want. But Baldur's Gate is an IP that exists outside of Larian. Baldur's Gate is a property that exists with other property owners and rights holders. Who is it? Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. Now, anybody who follows all that side of things knows Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast cause a ton of problems for all of the IP that they hold. Dungeons and Dragons, lots of those other things, Baldur's Gate, they are like very, very, very squirrely about doing any of those things. And getting those projects out is a nightmare because of how they handle and rule those IP with an iron fist. So, not official, but you read between the lines, and it seems like Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, for whatever reason, were like, no, you're not doing that. Or no, we won't let you do that, because Larian very clearly wanted to do it. So, whether that changes down the road, we don't know, but there's really no other thing there that would explain why the game didn't come over. It's not like Nintendo's going to say no. If it was a dev kit situation, Larian would have said, we don't have a dev kit, because other developers have said that. By the way, that dev kit situation is largely solved now. It's like over pretty much. There's still a couple companies here and there, but by and large, it's been taken care of. But anyway, it seems like it's a Hasbro Wizards of the Coast situation. That is speculation based on how they've operated in the past. That is not 100% confirmed, but we're putting our puzzle pieces together.
There's a lot of speculation about this one. I heard that Larian went to Dennis Haskins to develop Baldur's Gate when they couldn't do it for Nintendo. So,
without getting into details, you blew an amazing end segment of the show. And also, just to put a little respect on his name, and I hope I'm right, because I don't want to speak out of turn. I believe it's Haskins and not Haskins.
Is that what I said, Haskins?
Yes.
That's a shame. I wanted the joke so bad. I was even looking at the name in Google. Like, I was like trying to, for about 5 minutes now, I had that queued up. It was worth it.
No, 100%. It was worth it. That was good. That was good. Sticer says, that's funny. I would love for them to bring it to Switch 2 as well. Frowny face. Yeah. Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. I have only read horror stories about them for well over a decade now, especially Wizards of the Coast. Like, I know they are a nightmare to work with. So, c'est la vie. Stay lovey. But it could change at some point. You never know. It could change. Now that Larian put that out there, it made headlines all over the place. People clearly want it. Larian could go to them again and be like, look, we told you we wanted to do this because people would want it. And now look, now you're the bad guy in all the headlines. How about you turn it around and we make this happen? And they'll go, no. But, things like that have happened in the past. It could happen here too. All right. Sweet releases. Ooh, mommy, it's time for my sweet releases. If only I had music to go along with it. What are you doing? School stuff already?
You're making a really intricate
assessment
spreadsheet.
Your North American umami releases this week. Let me tell you. Oh my God.
Whoa.
A lot going on there. A lot going on there. I meant to tell you about this, and I know I told my mom, and I told Mom Brain, and I wanted to text you, and I think I forgot.
You didn't tell Mom Do.
Mom Do on Switch 2. Suika Game Planet is now available. I know you played the original Suika game. This is the sequel. Suika Game Planet is available.
What could they possibly improve?
On Switch 2. Well, now, instead of the basin that you drop into, now it's a 360-degree bubble that you rotate around and shoot your fruit from all different directions. Of course, to make
shooting your fruit.
A watermelon.
It's like Angry Birds Star Wars or Angry Birds Worldwide. What was the one that had the There was one that ripped off Mario Galaxy, basically.
Yes, I can't remember, but
Space. I think it was just called Angry Birds
that
Space.
would make sense. So there you go. Suika Game Planet is available on Switch 2. There's a Switch version.
Oh, that's
and a
the
Switch 2
planet
version.
part.
You got it. Fruit Planet.
That's pretty good. Why isn't planet in Suika's language? I guess because games in English language. Never mind.
Watermelon Game Planet is what you would want it to be?
No, I'm just curious. I was just curious why the one word. It's a good word.
A lot of countries do that, and I don't think we recognize how much we do it, or like other countries do with our things versus like Japan doing it with Japan throws a lot of English in, but we do that with a lot of other stuff.
Like Sur La Table. That store sucks.
Merci beaucoup, Pee-wee. As we all know, Pee-wee is in English and everything else is.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Arcade Archives 2 Space Invaders Part 2 is on Switch 2. That's a lot of twos. Tomba Special Edition got its Switch 2 edition. Higher frame rate, faster, better resolution, but the same game that's on Switch. Speaking of Switch, here's what's available. A Planet of Mine Mastermind Edition. AAA Games Ultimate Collection, Adventure Reborn, Arcade Archive Space Invaders Part 2, Battle Tanks Animal Wars. Are you peeing? I'll slow down a bit. Okay, I'll go faster. Best of Upscale Studio Bundle 5 in 1. Big Hops Platformer, pastel cell shaded kind of, maybe not exactly cell shaded, but pastel platform with a frog that uses its tongue to zip around. It looks like a blast. If you like 3D platformers, this looks really cool. I should have said that. It's a 3D
Frogger
platformer.
has a lawsuit on their hands.
Another frog related game. It's true. I mean, if we were drilling down on games that have frogs in them, there's a lot. There's that. There's Chrono Trigger's got a frog. There's frogs in Mario games. There's frogs everywhere. What am I doing?
Shirt?
Yeah, Slippy Toad, my shirt.
Huh?
What?
So is Mario wearing a Slippy outfit in Super Mario 3 when he puts on the Toad outfit or the frog outfit?
I mean, for purposes of this podcast, yes. Yes. I'd like anything that gets more Star Fox than anything I'll take, so I'll say yes. Biplanes.
Hello, planes.
Blue Blah's Battle Royale Shooter. Blah Blue Blahs. Yep.
Man.
Blah Blue Blahs.
Who came up with that name, right?
They were like, La Boo Boo's popular. What can we do? How about Blah Blue Blahs? Clothing store simulator, construction sim, city and road builder, crayon animal, direction quad, Dunkirk, the Forgotten Soldier, Geo IQ World Master, Go-Kart Island, Grey War Conflict, Hero Seekers, Hidden Cats in Istanbul, not Constantinople, I Am Future, Cozy Apocalypse Survival, Jelly and Toast, Lovely Spot the Difference Fantasy Edition, Mist. I do not believe that is no, it's not because it's spelled with an I. It's just Mist, but not the Mist you're thinking of. Mom Life Simulator, Need for Race Street King and Formula Autosport Racing Pack, Owlin and the Spirits of the Past, Pinstrike 2, Pool and Snooker Fever 2-in-1 bundle, Pursuit, Sheriff Park Ranger, Speedsters Collection, Spot Cat versus the Cheddar Mafia in the Americas. I don't know what's going on there.
Meow.
Oh, that's a great gift, Blood Ocean. Sugoroku New Year's Party, Temerana, the Lucky Princess and the Tragic Knights, Tile Zhang, Ultimate Battle Simulator, Van Life, Home Simulator. That sounds very sad. Wander Scoop, Whiskers Warehouse, Logic Puzzle Game, and finally, Zumba Marble Candy Rush. There is a comment from Nico Darunia. Choo choo. If Mom Brain had it ready. Ooh, oh, mummy. Even if the engineer is ill, the umami train keeps running. I would suggest eating a lime to defeat any illness. I feel like I'm 99% lime now, so feeling lime, so I'm good. Oh, Maddie Biss, that's from one of my favorite internet videos. That's a great gift, too.
Eat a lime, feeling fine.
And that's that. Now, Josh Crobot, could you do what everybody's really waiting for?
What are the next European masterpieces? Let's find out with Nicky's sweet release.
Now I will peep it.
Hey, everybody. I left the light on for you. Europe. The end of the first week of the new year, the year of our Lord 2026. Week of January the 8th. So I guess that's like the second week. You got games? Get out your purses so you can buy them. Coming for Switch 2, Suika Game Planet. And also available on Switch 2, but available on Switch. Coming out for Switch. American Car Parking Simulator 2025. So if you're over in Europe and you're wondering how we park our cars here in America, now's your chance to simulate it. Blah blue blahs. Blah blah blahs blah blah blah. Blah blue blahs Battle Royale Shooter. Brain Rot and Tongue Collection 5 in 1. Christmas Holidays. Clothing Store Simulator. I don't know if you're working it or if you're just pretending to be a clothing store. Construction Sim, City and Road Builder. Dunkirk, The Forgotten Soldier. Enchantment 2, Sun Tears Collector's Edition. Fairy Tale Dungeons. Dungeons. GOIQ Worldmaster. Ugh, so many letters and words. Grey War Conflict. Grids Keeper. Hero Seekers. Hidden Cats in Istanbul. I Am Future. Jewel Match Solitaire L'Amour. Kawaii Girls. Vegas Romance. Kick It to Stickman. La Lulu Island Survival. Mouse. MAUS. Mom Life Simulator. Nature Escapes 5 Collector's Edition. I think it's because of the Nuka-Cola stuff coming out.
Body Shiver and Pete.
Owlin and the Spirits of the Past. Pinstrike 2. Pursuit. Rammy's Great Adventure 1 and 2 Remake.
I think I've seen that movie online.
Jammer Rammy?
SCP Backrooms Exit Bundle 6 in 1. Snapcat Cozy Mia's Adventure. Spot Cat and Cheddar Spot Cat versus the Cheddar Mafia in the Americas. Sugoroku New Year's Party. Suika Game Planet. Tile Zhong. Tomba Special Edition. Whiskers Warehouse Logic Puzzle Game. And Zombie George Survival Defense.
Try again.
Gorge.
I almost said George. I said George in my head. Yeah. They made a game about me.
Zombie Gorge Survival Defense.
Is there a comment
Nico
there, Nicky?
Darunia left a comment and said, Nicky, are you back? Is that what you sound like?
That is great.
I
We got a
believe
real one.
this is what I
A real
sound
start
like.
of the year with Nicky
Also,
now.
let's hear it from Mom
Now
Life
you
Simulator
are
so
a
that
real
all the
hero.
men can actually understand,
Oh, that's great. That's
like-
a great gift too.
because
That's right. Finally, men don't want to understand. Men can't understand.
They
and
can't.
Don't want to
I
understand.
mean, even I doubt this Mom Life Simulator is even accurate, right? To like what moms
Well,
actually go through.
I
Only
could
one way to
always
find out.
ask for a review code. You could make a living out of just reviewing simulator games. You would never run out of content.
This-
and I would
and it
imagine some
looks
of it
like-
would be really interesting. Look at the Austin did the bus
Bus
driving
driving
one, and they did
simulator.
the baby one that was really funny.
And this week alone has 1, 2,
oh yeah,
and I'm missing plenty, I'm sure.
Three.
I was thinking the same thing.
3.
Oh, they're
Um,
not Tootsie Roll
to
Pops, but we have
who?
Blow Pops out there if you guys want.
Yeah.
them. All right, let's
3,
talk about what we played. Mombrain, what have you been playing?
I think it's the year
Nothing.
the year of the sim.
Okay, Nicky Hill, what have you been playing?
I did a little bit of Solitaire, a little bit of
Monica.
Monica.
There
I
you
got
go.
it. Well, it was
Bagel.
CG Houses, C House Jesus, and
See
See
House
House
Jesus.
Jesus. Wow.
That's awesome.
and
Church House.
I tried to get back into Shantae Risky's Revolution,
but
like-
Jesus' teachings told you that's not
You're
appropriate.
right. You're right.
Uh,
yes.
no, I mean it's not crazy controls. I put it down for what 3-4 weeks, and like I tried to pick it back up and I couldn't. I
Jump and hair whip?
No, because so like one of the buttons you use magic. So then I kept hitting magic and using all of my magic when I didn't want to, and I was like, no, that's not the button I want to put. And for some reason I can't. I mean, I don't know what buttons are. So I might just restart it using the Game Boy Advance graphics.
Okay.
Anyway, but I might not.
Okay. Hi, Eli.
And also some Q-less in real life gaming. And that's it. Do what have you been up to?
Played some Animal Crossing Old Horizons. Today was the fishing tournament, the winter fishing tourney, and I fished real good.
Were you there for New Year's?
I was, yeah.
I
was. I made it. I was sick. I was really, really sick. They call it New Year's. It's Toy Day.
Sick as in ill, not as in cool.
Yeah, I was like really, really hurting. In fact, there were 2 days where I didn't play Old Horizons. Like it's like one of the first things I do with coffee in the morning, and it's just I don't even think about it. And I was so like messed up on Dayquil and the sickness and everything else that I just totally forgot. And like when I logged in the next day, my money trees weren't planted, and like my rocks hadn't been farmed for the cash that I'm never gonna use. And I was like, what the heck happened? I was like, I like lost time.
You grow rocks there?
No, there's rocks on your island, and if you hit them with your shovel, one of them out of the 6 rocks on your island gives you money each day.
Maddie Biss is right. Next week is going to be a big week for you because there won't be Old Horizons anymore. It'll be New Horizons because the update comes out.
Yeah, but I'm not playing it on the Switch 2, so it
doesn't matter.
I don't know what I'm going to be able to take.
You get all the new
of.
content.
I'll be able to like yell to my people.
But you'll get the new game content. Like you won't be able to play with 12 people online, which you're not going to do anyway, and you won't have a higher resolution or mouse stuff, but you'll have the new game content.
Cool.
So like new things to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be doing anything new ever again in that game, but that's cool.
Why? It's going to be there.
I mean, I just found out the other day that there's a whole nother game waiting for me, the Dream Island, and like, you think I'm playing that? No, I've been walking around this island for 3 years.
I apologize.
I can't even
thinking you would want to play more
I can't
new
even
stuff in the game.
Clear up the flowers that have accumulated because of all the snowstorms. Yes, snow works like rain and grows your flowers, just like in real life. But yeah, I'm not knocking the game at all. I just can't see. Playing any of the new content just because I'm in my rut.
I just want to get you to recap the free update for all players on any platforms. New resort hotel run by Captain's family. New themed items and characters. Exclusives like Slumber Island for Switch Online members, which you are, and more. So there's going to be like
that sounds pretty cool. I mean, if there's a new building,
characters and new items too.
If there's a new building that like put on my island, then I'm interested. If it's like go to this island and talk to some goof, it's like leave me alone with that. Just let me just do my thing.
Well, that's what Animal Crossing is all about. You just do your thing. And if you don't like the new content, then you don't do content.
That's right. We'll see. Maybe that pirate will finally stop washing up on shore.
Eli says the hotel is on the main island. So there you go.
Oh, that sounds cool. But a hotel, I don't know how many people I want visiting my island. It's a nice little getaway.
It's a very do thing to not do, but maybe let's think positively about it before it comes out about why you won't want to do it.
Okay. I was going to get upset at that being called out, but you know what? You're right. Why?
Oh, I only called it out because you've talked about it so many times. I didn't feel like I was blowing cover. I apologize.
I didn't think I was being that negative about it. I thought I was being pretty even-handed with my comments. But anyways, Animal Crossing Old Horizons, soon to be New Horizons. Congratulations.
No, there it is. There it is. Couldn't let it go.
It's in.
I know.
It's involuntary.
It's
involuntary, man.
I know. Just snooping.
We played some Fortnite. I made sure to log in over the break every day to collect my presents
Every day.
from the lodge and the Christmas update or whatever it is. So take that, Epic. You tried to not get me all my gifts, but I logged in like you planned every day. Oh no, they got me.
They tried to not get me by telling me what I needed to do, and I did it.
Me.
So
they got me good, Odell.
joke's on you, Fortnite.
Yeah, joke's on you, free game that I've been enjoying with my
Right.
friends for 7 years. Yeah, so we, to be honest, I don't remember. We haven't played that much in the past 2 weeks just because of the holidays and people being sick or whatever.
Yeah, listen, we may have had a tough time last night. We did get a win, but this is not surprising in any way, but I was like, I really missed playing. I really want to.
Yeah, it was
play
fun.
more.
It was fun to play. It's like a new update for the season. Last night was the South Park update, and it's, to be honest, a little underwhelming. There's really only one new spot on the map. It's not like this. It was never advertised like the Simpsons season, but it's nothing like that, which was the entire map. And
I think it was just like a regular content drop. I don't
Right.
think it was meant to be any. Here's the skins, and we'll give you a little something.
Yeah, it's
but those cheesy poops, man, I love that as a
Yeah.
mechanic. I'm picking. You know me. I always go with mid kits, or as we say, good doggies. I never not pick those up, but now I ignore those and go for cheesy poops. I think they're way better. So
there you go. Yeah, it's it was sweaty last night, but it was Friday night with the new season and South Park, so
Yeah.
we could see why it would be sweaty. But even though we got our butts kicked 4 out of 5, maybe 5 out of 6 games, the last game we won. So there you go.
Man, and I was really hoping it was going to go that way. And again, it happened because we started to not talk about the game. We talked about Wendy's
I'm
Frosties.
telling you, man, once we started not thinking about the game at all, that's when it clicks for me. I can't talk about that game.
You know what it was, honestly. And this is great, and I'm not complaining at all. We hardly ever talk about the actual game. We do talk about it a bit. But we were talking about politics and how upset we were about things. And we were off our rocker because we were thinking more about that. And I love that we talk about that. But when we got to stupid fun conversation of Frosties, then we won the game.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's something to that.
Something to it, yep. Because when we're talking politics, listen, I know I don't want to say heated. I know I get very excited and passionate about everything when we talk about it. But politics passionate, you're in a bad mood. Wendy's Frosties passionate, even if you have very regimented ideas of what a Frosty should be, it's fun passion that fuels my gameplay. So I think it worked for all of us.
I learned quite a bit about Frosties last night. I learned quite a bit about Mom Brain's preferences for Frosty.
Here, look at her face as soon as we talk
Just
about it.
one.
That's why I said Frosty.
And did he tell you the full
No, I
government name of what of a Frosty?
This is not true. This is a family thing.
No,
Ooh,
I'm pretty
I'm
sure if you look
interested.
it up, it's a real thing.
You're kidding me.
No.
I'm
He
gonna
left
look it
this
up.
part out. I'm interested.
So as a kid, my pop my pop loved Frosties, loved them.
There's no way this is the name.
And when I was a kid,
Typing it in, I feel
we
so
would
dumb.
go-kart racing every Saturday night. And on our way home, it would be late and we'd be filthy and tired. And it was kind of a ride. It was in Pennsylvania. We had to stop for a Frosty for the 3 of us, my grandfather, my grandmother, and me. But my pop would order in the drive-thru every single time he ordered a Frosty. He would say 3 large Frosty frozen dairy delights, please.
So that is, I'm sorry to tell you, 75% correct. It is Frosty frozen dairy dessert.
Well, he called them delights.
His is better.
His is way better.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
saying.
I would be in the back giggling to myself, and I'm sure people had a great giggle about it, but
Hey, human fart, good to see you.
I mean, now that's what if I order them, I call them Frosty Frozen
They
Dairy
make
Delights.
large Frosties. I mean, this is how out of the Frosty game I
mean,
am. I
at the
thought there
time
was
they
only
did.
one
They all
size.
No, they do, yeah.
There is.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's cool.
This is really funny.
But I think a chocolate Frosty is the only acceptable kind of Frosty to eat.
Yeah. We know.
And you have to eat it with a spoon, with a straw.
Yeah, I can't. No, I want to enjoy the Frosty. And if I'm sitting there for the first 20 minutes, it's trying to suck it out of the straw, forget it. No deal. I want to say the other thing that you don't do it anymore because we don't go to McDonald's, and I don't even know if they still have it. But I don't want to say force, but I did convince you to call They're cinnamon buns. They're little cinnamon buns.
Best kept secret.
Best kept secret. There was one time when Mom Brain literally ordered one order of your best kept secret.
Do you remember what else you made me do when I ordered Chinese
so
food?
Many things. I know it was funny to me. I don't remember what it was.
I had to order one whatever pint of fried bean turd. Not bean curd.
I was like, you could get away with saying turd and they're not going to correct you. And
I
she was
believe
like,
you also.
I'm not doing that. And I was like, you got to do
I
it.
believe you also had me order mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, I remember. And wait, what happened?
That's right.
And then I just laughed and I couldn't keep talking. And
That's
I can't hold it. I can't hold
That's
it.
Well,
really good.
what were we?
Because you're sitting there like,
Yeah, it's so funny to me. Words slightly pronounced wrong is, I don't know. It really gets me.
Was it a
Mozzarella
Video
sticks is
Games
fantastic.
Live
Arthur Mozzarella.
that we were coming home from in Philadelphia, and we stopped at a Checkers?
Yes.
And something happened with Kirby.
Yes.
And it was like a little bit of a dicey area, and I was driving, and it was late at night, and I was probably just like spent, and he wanted like a Mr. Pibb, but they didn't have Mr. Pibb, and then he just sat there silently. I think
5 of us in a car, all 4 of us ordered through the loudspeaker on our own, and we let Kirby order, and it just became a nightmare. And then he just froze, and you like lost it
because we're just sitting there, and there's
you were
like
like
cars.
you said something like, you need to tell him the drink you want, give him the drink.
Because he like, he was probably like, oh, Mr. Pibb, and they were like, we don't have Mr. Pibb,
And then that was it.
then he just sat in silence,
I guess
and it
he
was like,
rather than, and he didn't even know what they had to drink. So I guess he was trying to think not just what do I want to drink, but also what do they have to drink, but was just radio silent during it. So it was just, because I remember looking at his brother, R-Type, and I was like, what's happening? Somebody's got to say something.
Yeah, it was real good.
Thank you, human part. Eat Frosty with a spoon. That's correct. He's saying a spoofoon.
Yeah, the way he takes in information is like, you have to, like, things are happening, it just doesn't seem like it.
Yes.
And
I don't blame him. Like,
But
I was
in
wrong for getting frustrated,
but
but
in the drive-through, it's different because you're not the only
High
one
intensity,
around.
yep.
There's
Yep.
people behind
Lots
you.
of
There's
pressure.
people trying to sell you the food that are like just trying to make it through the night. So I totally understand that. This is a great story where he and R-Type were over my place back in the day, and we were recording a song by the Smiths, and he knew Kirby knew the riff, but he hadn't played it in a long time. So he pulls up the tab and he stared at his phone for 10 minutes, like didn't like noodle around on the guitar or anything, just like stared at the tab. And R-Type and I started a different conversation. We did our parts, we did whatever. And then 10 minutes later, we were like, oh, Kirby, you don't know it anymore or something. And he played it perfectly. He didn't say a word. He just stared at it, like took it in.
Sense.
And a lot of people I know who do that will like noodle around trying to like relearn it while they're looking at it. He dead silence for at least 5 minutes, if not more. But it was impressive.
Sorry to derail your conversation on Fortnite there so much.
It's all right. That was where it ends. I can't think of anything new on the Fortnite tip other than what we've discussed, but it's fun. I mean, it's fun because, we're playing with friends. So it is what it is. Same story. I played a little bit more of The Long Dark on the PlayStation 5. I guess it's a PlayStation 5 version of a PlayStation 4 game, but I still like it. It's a weird itch that it scratches for me. I'm learning the systems and trying to get better. Each time I go into it, I get a little bit. I survive for a few more days extra. Actually, that's not true. But every time you die, you learn something. You like learn a little bit more about juggling all the systems together and everything. And I don't really care for the story mode. The story mode's a little deflating because the story's not all that interesting, and between chapters you don't really bring any of your goodies with you. You kind of swap back and forth between characters, so you don't feel like you're really like when you're looting stuff to survive, you're like, why am I even wasting my time? Because next chapter I'm not going to have any of this stuff. So there's that kind of part to the story mode, and then there's like I said, the story's not all that great. The voice acting's really good, surprisingly, but there's a lot of talking and it's not interesting, and the story's not all that great, and you're just like, let me get out there and survive. rather than hear all this stuff. But and it's funny, David Hayter is the voice of like, you know, some like guy in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. And it's funny because he sounds exactly like Solid Snake, and you're just but he looks like some old mountain man. But anyways, I've been playing, like I said, the survival mode, which I found pretty fun. I've made it 55 days was probably the most I've made it in-game days. But I had a couple after that I really liked, because there's so many different things to do, like making arrowheads and farming wood so that you can make arrows, and picking up like feathers so that you can make these arrows. And I spent literally hours and hours in this one run going to this special area that had a workbench that would allow me to forge these arrowheads so that I can make arrows for this bow and arrow that took me forever to forge. So now I could finally like hunt animals, and I was like so proud of myself. And then literally had all the food I needed, had everything I needed, all my base was like ready to go, and I was like, let me take this bow and all my arrows and go hunt. And I went out and was like eaten by a bear immediately. And it was, I'm telling you, hours and hours, and it's permadeath. There's no way to save or anything. Like you can't reload it.
I just hearing that mechanic and thinking of you playing it I cannot connect those points at all.
So wait, what happens after that then?
You start over.
You start again, and you just
what game is it? Sorry,
it's called The Long Dark. And like, so you start over, and then you say to yourself, okay, first of all, hubris has been my like number one killer. Like once I get myself situated to a point where I think I'm like self-sustainable, that's when I go out and do something stupid, like get eaten by a bear, or
fatality,
or like try like, oh, I haven't explored this part of the map yet. And you get there, and then a blizzard hits and you can't see anything, and then you're lost, and then you're freezing, and you can't find a cave, you can't find a house. And then if you're carrying like guts and meat and stuff that you've hunted,
you're gonna
you smell attractive to like the wolves and the bear. So like so there's like a lot of kind of ins and outs to this game, and it's every time you die you learn something new. Like I learned to drop all my meat and guts before I sleep because I fell asleep and woke up to a bear mauling me, and like it was scary.
Wait, so what is that like in the game that you fell asleep and then woke up?
Well, because you have meters. You have a meter for temperature, energy, food, and water.
So like if you go to sleep,
and if you have zero of any of those, you start to lose health. So you want to keep a little bit, like keep a tab on all of them. So if you're out in the middle of a blizzard somewhere and you can't find a cave and you're freezing, you're losing health.
Right.
And it's like, I gotta make a fire that's gonna last long enough, and then put my bedroll next to it, sleep in it, and that'll keep me warm for the duration of however long, so I can get a little energy and my warmth back, and then I won't lose health. So you do that in the middle of nowhere behind like a boulder so that your fire stays, in the blizzard. And then in the middle of the night, the blizzard ends and the bear comes out and he smells you and he knocks you around.
But that middle of the night, so it's basically like, Legend of Zelda, you go to sleep in a bed, the screen fades to black and then just comes right back. In that instance, it fades, and then
it's like
when it comes back,
real time, Dude's locked in. He just stares at the screen.
I want to know what that looks like. Like it comes back up with you just being attacked.
It's more of like a jump scare when the bear attacks you.
Right. Okay.
When otherwise it is just like Zelda,
fade
when
out,
you
fade back.
fades back in, and it's like you've survived 4 days so far or something, and then you'll see like, did I get warmer? Did I get better? Because I tried to play on the hardest level, because when I was playing on the easiest level, I was finding all the great tools too early, and I was like, this is too easy. But the issue is, it's not necessarily too easy. You could still make an honest mistake and screw up and die easily. So I was telling myself, like, I can play the hardest level. And when you play on hardest, like, obviously everything is like way more difficult, and you don't start with matches. So like you could be walking around forever and never find matches and freeze to death in 20 minutes. So you start over and over and over until you like learn the maps. There's a bunch of different maps to go to. So I since swallowed my pride and started playing on the easier level. And it's been a lot more satisfying, but it's once you get kind of, like I said, once you get comfortable and you do something stupid, and then there goes like a 5-hour run or even longer, maybe you spent 2 days on it. And but it's, I don't know, there's something about it that I find very appealing. I'm a big fan of the beginning of adventures like that, where you start with nothing and you're like, let me scrounge everything I can. Like, I don't know why I like that kind of stuff. So I think that's what makes it easier for me to go back in once I've died and like try a new area or try a different, strategy this time, things like that. So I've been enjoying the survival aspect of it. It's just, I'm just not great at it yet. But it's a lot of fun. So I've been enjoying that. And then last but not least, we played, pardon me, Pico Park 2 on the Switch 2. A couple of us from the Fortnite group got together to play Pico Park 2 twice already.
Music Man put out the call to say, like, I like playing Fortnite with you guys, but I suck at it, and it would be nice to play something where I don't suck all the time. So I was like, well, here's a whole bunch of games, and gave him a whole bunch of recommendations, and Pico Park 2 is where it landed. So
yeah, and Four Swords Adventures was brought up, but apparently RMC's playing that with his family, not with us. So
Four Swords Adventures is not available. It's just Four Swords, and that's like hour and a half game. So, and I have not played it with family yet.
Okay, well,
or friends, apparently.
Well, check.
Well, we know what happens when he plays one of those games.
I mean, like,
objection sustained, counselor.
That's again, Legend of Zelda Four Swords. Is that? Or Four Swords is the only title.
Legend of Zelda Four Swords.
It is.
Yes, which was the one that came with another version of the GBA game, and then Four Swords Adventures was the standalone thing. And most importantly, we could play it anytime we could play it. There's nothing stopping us.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
What? Why would I know? Not me, Nintendo fan. Don't make me play a Zelda game.
Okay, all right.
I downloaded 3 games because you had mentioned Pico Park?
Yes.
Pico Park 2.
Not Pico Park. Pico
Park 2.
Yeah, I bought it and downloaded it. And then I tried to get into your game, but I couldn't because I need a passcode. And then I was like, I have things to do tomorrow. I need to get up really early.
I would have given you the code right there, but you were like, I gotta walk the dog, and I gotta eat, and I gotta go to bed.
He also couldn't see me online. Remember,
I couldn't see him. And so that was another part. I was like, oh, Dude's not on, and he's the one that told me about this. So like, I'm not gonna.
We don't know why, but
I shouldn't be though. I don't remember messing with anything.
But I also I needed
was
to
on a
get
lot
up
of cold medicine
really early, and I was just like, realistically, I shouldn't stay up very late doing this. So
no, never mind.
But continue. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I have it, so I can play it. But
yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's fun because you're playing with your friends. It's one of those things that's like simple, but not takes a little bit to master.
And once you add more people to it, it gets harder.
I'm sure it'll be
trying to
much
work
harder.
together.
The difficulty scales and either gives you more things to do or more things to contend with. So yes, 1 to 8 players online or local.
Is this part of your game, or is
that
this
is a clip from our game? Yes,
it's fun. I'm not a big communicator when it comes to like teamwork games, so like it's been fun to like play and have the 3 of you communicate and like just read my mind basically of what's happening, and it usually works pretty well. We've been doing well, I think.
I don't know. I don't know how much the other friends recognize it. Like, I know that very much about you. Like, I know how to operate. Like, I'm reading your movements, and I know you're really not.
I bet all your Fortnite playing like definitely helps you. Like, know how you work.
Some base level, yeah. But it's
this guy knows me too well, probably.
There's things. Let's put it this way: Deux has. I don't know if I should say it. I don't want to make you upset. Deux has a whole bunch of tells that he has no idea that he does. And I don't think anybody knows at all, but I notice them all the time. And I'm like, okay, adjust accordingly. And then that's
pretty obvious though. You
some of them are obvious. Like you're famous for when you're really not enjoying something, but you don't want to make it known really vocally, you'll do a sigh that you think no one can hear, but everybody can definitely hear it. So I'm like, oh, he's not enjoying this.
Get that from my father. He was a big sigher.
So I don't think anybody else is paying attention.
Even if I'm not like upset, it feels good.
No, this is not that kind of sigh.
I know, but it just comes out of me so often. Where like I had a conversation recently, and somebody called me out for sighing, and I was like, well, like I was also sick at the time, and so I was like mouth breathing,
and he said,
and then like it just,
I got it from my daddy.
I just do a lot of sighing.
Oh my God! And you literally said you got it from your dad.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
But you could tell like the first couple of levels, like we beat a level, and I was just like, oh, that was great. We beat the game. Like time to go back to Fortnite. It was
very clear. I was like, oh, he already wants to leave.
But after a few levels, I started to get into it, and we were having a good time. So I like it. It's fun to play something on the Switch as well, just because I haven't been, other than Metroid, I haven't really been playing too much of the Switch too. So it was cool to play something with the gang on there. And Music Man, the first night was using just the microphone on the Switch, and like, it doesn't sound great, but you understand everything he says. Like that's pretty good. If somebody doesn't have a headset, it works great.
That's what he was using the second time we played too.
Yeah. So,
the first time we played, I was headset. He was not. Our friend Adam wasn't, and then was a headset, and Deux was not. Then the next time we played, I was the only one on a headset. Yeah, you weren't using a headset, right? How come you're not using a headset?
I am using a headset.
Oh, you are? You sound like everybody else.
I sound like crap. Why didn't somebody tell me when I was being like a facetious jerk to Music Man?
I got to be honest. Nobody cares. We can hear you. It's fine.
No, but I was giving him like the third degree. I was like, you sound like you're kidnapped in a well. I probably sounded exactly the same.
I'm going to tell you what.
Embarrassing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You 100%
down here talking well to well.
You 100% did. So I'm going to say either he knows you as well as I do, and he's like, all right, I'm just going to take it, and I'm not going to push back because he's obviously somewhat upset about this, or he was like thinking it was a joke because you knew that you sounded as bad.
Huh?
Were you guys? Do you think you were kidnapped by the same person, or is it different?
Well, the best part is Deux said it, and we laughed, and then he said it again. And I was like, oh, he's annoyed about this, and then he said it again. I was like, oh God, it's going to be a thing, but then it wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I don't know why my Switch 2, first of all, has me hidden, and second of all, I'm plugged into the Pro controller with my headset that I use.
From what I remember, I think there might be a setting that says default to Pro controller when it's plugged in. Maybe I'm not sure, but because mine defaults to it. I think I may have changed it.
We both sounded like we were in Wells when we played it too.
Huh? Yeah.
Right? Then that's got to be it.
But I don't know if I don't remember. It was a long time ago. If I played on the Pro controller with the headset, but then also had the Switch next to me. So I don't know if that causes.
Yeah, it might not. I don't believe it auto switches to. It's just imagining like it's going to stay the way it is, and unless you change it, then it's going to stay the way it is.
Because I downloaded Pika Park 2 and was going to play it, but I didn't want to hold on to the Switch. So I was like, I wonder what this is going to sound like from across the room.
Like Deux said,
I've got a long room. So I wonder what it sounds like, but I do have a Pro controller I can plug into, but I still want to try it from across the room and see what it's like.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Like he said, it's not like you're going to get like somebody's got a microphone in their mouth, but you can hear everybody and it's fine.
It was more, and I hope Music Man, first of all, I hope he hasn't thought twice about this situation. But second of all, if he did, and if he was, feeling bad about it, I should clarify that my horrible jokes that I think are funny that often come off offensive in this case were more towards Nintendo. I was trying to get at you, RMC, like I usually do.
Trust me,
because
this is like a 15-year.
Let me talk about how much I'm trying to get you.
Yes, I know.
So, like, the friend codes and the type in the code to join our game and all this convoluted stuff that you don't have to do with PlayStation.
See that? Now you say that, and I know you're trying to get at me, but I also know you think that way. Like private rooms with codes are everywhere. We just don't play.
Those games.
Yeah. So, it's a very normal thing.
Well, so it was half that, and then half, he's using the Switch 2's like microphone across the room, so I wanted to like dig at you again and be like, look, I'm just being honest here. I'm not saying I was right.
Listen,
I feel bad about it.
Listen, I'm going to be completely honest with you, and I think this is going to ruin it for you. I've known forever that you're like this, and I half play into it because I know you're going to be upset if I don't take the bait.
I think, yeah, we both know that about each other. Well, I know that. You're not stupid. Obvious. I'm laying it on thick.
I know, but the best part is like, I won't name people, but when other friends do it, you're like, why are they gonna do that to you? And I'm also like, well, why do you do it to me?
Yeah, I feel attacked personally. And look, that's the point. The point is I'm wrong, and I don't realize until someone does it to me that it can be seen as offensive. But I'm way more thin-skinned, and a lot of time people who dish it out can't take it. And I'm in that camp. I'm trying to get better about that because, like, yeah, like even if the joke is funny, if it's at my expense, I like have to try to bite my tongue because, you know, I get like that. But it's, you know, I should learn by now that this is, you know, it's a two-way street. If you think. Plus, I'm also not trying to offend, but it comes off so offensive, you know, and that's been my problem for years and years. So I don't know. Like, I'm way better than I was at stuff. It's just every time there's something especially new, I have to get my digs in.
Listen,
before
let's put it this way.
I get comfortable.
It's not you. Well, yes, that specifically is you, but anything that's new in general, everybody puts their digs in. And who's the target? Me, because I don't approach things that way. I'm not like a new thing. Now I got to learn this or look at this. I'm like a new thing. And that's all there is to it.
But
it's just a new thing.
Usually when people get their digs in, it's clear that like they're joking. Where
no one's joking when they do it. They're half joking at most. Everybody is also annoyed they're doing a new thing.
All right. Well, I'm maybe 1/4 joking.
All right, I'll give you a quarter. That's fine.
But like, you know, it comes out like it's like me waiting to say a joke for 5 minutes while you're talking. Like it comes out like I need to get it out. It needs to come out. And sometimes it doesn't come out in the way it feels in my head, you know, because I never am trying to insult people, but you know, why do you keep doing it then? Why do you keep doing it? So
why do I have the bowl, Bart?
It's exactly that. It's kind of that. But yeah, like, you know, it's like the other day when you were talking about shows you like and shows you don't like, and I was just like, I was hearing in my head what I wanted to hear, and I was just like, why can't I get a criticism about a show from you? And then you explained it really well. You were like, well, you know, I've got nitpicks, but like, who wants to hear my nitpicks?
I don't like if
I do, but nobody else does.
If I have big criticisms about stuff, I will say it, but I'm gonna be like factual and like actually explain it. I don't like this thing sucks and it's crap and I hate the way this guy does it. Like that's not my style, and that doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't give me anything, and I don't think it gives anyone else anything. But I know that when people don't like something or equally want to not like something, they like to really go in hard and show why or make themselves feel superior. I don't know what else to say. And that's not my style, and I have no interest in that. So yeah, if somebody wants me to go into more detail about why I don't like something, I will, but I'm gonna send you a long voice note and give you all my details. But like you said, yeah, if it's little nitpicky things here and there, I'm happy to tell you, but I'm like, what's the point? It amounts to like 1.5 points that I'm going to take off the thing. So, but I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, my nitpicks, maybe they're just more nitpicks, or maybe my nitpicks in my own head are inflated because that's like all I ever have are nitpicks.
Well, I want to push back. It's not just you. Like the vast majority of our friends are all like that. Like, even though I do it, well, not nearly as much as I used to, but recommending anything, it's like a gauntlet in my own mind because I know like when I'm watching things and then I watch it and I enjoy it or whatever, and I'm thinking about recommending it to other people, I'm like, well, dude doesn't like this, and this, and Adam doesn't like this, and this, and Music Man will think this about this, and I'm like, oh, but it's got this thing here and it does this thing there, and I'm like, there's all these little things because that's what everybody's talking about all the time, and I'm like, I'm just not going to talk about it. It happens like for every one thing I recommend, there's like 7 others where I'm like, I don't have the energy or I can't figure out the path in my brain to get around these other things. So I'm just not going to do it because that's how people are, or a lot of people are.
But I don't want you to think, I don't want to believe that my nitpicks aren't valid though, too, sometimes.
Like, I'm not saying they're not valid.
I think it's how they're presented, and I've been trying to present them a little bit better. But I do notice that I will often say, "Oh, I like this show, but here are my nitpicks." Like it's never like I like this show and here's what I like most about it. Sometimes I will talk about that stuff, but usually it goes straight to the nitpicks, and usually it's something to do with an actor on a green stage that has no reference of what they're supposed to be seeing in the scene.
Yeah, like I've been losing my goddamn mind over Pluribus, and I'm like, why are my friends not up in arms about the goddamn green screen and lighting in Pluribus? Because it's horrendous, at least once an episode. And I'm like, I never hear anything about it. I'm like, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't have told you any CGI was used at all in that show because I don't.
The rooftop scene, the explosion
the rooftop
scene,
got me.
One of the scenes when she's going around looking for I shouldn't say anything.
The rooftop.
I don't want to.
The rooftop really upset me because there's other shots where she's on the rooftop, and I'm like,
there's a driving scene that was really bad, and I'm like, no one's saying anything. Now, personally, I don't care at all, but I'm like, how am I not hearing everybody talk about this? But anyway, we're way off track. Pico Park.
Well, I'm. Was there other stuff that I've complained about recently?
Yes.
Special effects? Special effects stuff though recently?
I mean, that's your go-to about things. We heard about Stranger Things. I've heard Stranger Things about Stranger Things.
Since the first drop of the 5th season, did I complain about a lot of other things to you with Stranger Things CG?
Like niggling issues, but nothing major. You really went in on the de-aging thing, but
because the de-aging thing to me was like unnecessary and just it was again.
Yeah,
and we can do it, so we should. Like not really thinking about
like
it.
You know. There's nothing wrong with being upset about that, but then like you look at the majority of the audience, and the vast majority.
No, but I'm just saying because like I didn't really talk to you about Pluribus, and I watched that, and like some of the things bothered me, and I just let it go. Then there's the other thing that I loved, and maybe it was fake, but
E.T.'s not real.
When she's in the hospital and she goes to sleep. And they do a time lapse of her, and like the lighting changes, and everything's like real and practical. It was great, right? It didn't like. There's times when something like that would have been CG, and it's like that doesn't need to be CG. You can do that practically.
I don't know the answer to that. I would go CG immediately on that, but I could be wrong. I got no evidence. CG? I would say 100%. Yeah, they're not going to have her lay there for 20 minutes or whatever. Maybe they did. I honestly don't know.
I don't think that was fake.
Well, we'll have to look into it. I have no evidence one way or the other.
She didn't need to even be there for 20 minutes. Like they can change that lighting with actual practical lights, like we saw in Adolescence.
And again, this whole thing is silly to me because like you look at the Apple logo and they're like, we made this physically, and I'm like, nobody gives why are we doing this? This is ridiculous.
I'm glad they did because it's like,
yeah, I'm glad too that they made a real logo.
No, because it's to show that you can do these things, but the thing is then do the other things because you can. But they spent all the time and I don't know how much money or whatever, but they spent the time and they did it and like put that same amount of effort into things rather than just like add things that don't need to be in there.
But Apple's not making the shows.
I know, but I'm just saying I appreciate the handmade
budget
aspect.
And I'm sure if they're like, I would love to have a handmade, Demogorgon puppet for like the Frankenstein scene, but we could spend $300,000 on that, or I could get, extra shooting days, or I could get something else, and we could do it,
or we could
with
pay
CG.
Our employees better.
Yeah,
no, that's not going to happen.
That probably
no. You're gonna pay the top people and like the people,
If it's Ted Danson, that's okay.
It's all money, I'm sure.
But anyway, for the second attempt, Pico Park 2.
Yeah, are we still talking about what you played?
That's what we're going for.
Yeah,
you said you came around on it.
Yeah, we were having fun. I'm not playing it one player or anything, but with the friends, it's fun.
You could play it one player, but I'm not. Yeah, you're having fun playing that with friends. Yes, definitely.
I turned off the song. I thought it was just going to be too much because it's just one song that plays through the whole thing, as far as I know. But other than that, it was fun playing. And I'm worried because we're like already close to the end, it seems.
We probably got like one or two more rounds. My sister's getting it and she wants to play, and you got it and you want to play, and it scales differently. We saw different mechanics. Just Deux had a moment where he got disconnected And we did a 3-player game, and it added in a whole new mechanic that wasn't even there when he was there. So things scale in ways we don't even know, and a lot of the stages have random elements too. So it's
I mean, it's just I buy games to play the single player, and I don't play them. So like, and I
so buying and not playing multiplayer is a-okay.
I've bought so many games to play multiplayer, and then like by the time I get it, or by the whatever, they're not popular anymore, and that's it. It's fine. I'm not angry at you guys. I just didn't know that that's how you guys were playing it. You were just like playing straight through with. It's not story,
like
but levels.
It's the same as the first one.
I know, and I don't know.
And like I said, it all started because Music Man was looking for something where he didn't feel like he was being mowed down all the time or running for his life every second. And Pico Park is certainly not like that. So,
I remember kind of like fighting
some
for
of the
my
stages,
life in that.
Some of the stages, definitely, yes.
Yeah, it's fun. It's creative and
cheap too.
I do like it, and it sparks a lot of like fun, stuff with your friends.
A lot of fun moments, yeah.
So that's what I've been playing. Thanks for listening to all that junk. RMC, please regale us with something.
But make it quick because we got.
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I know I don't want to make it quick,
kidding.
but I'm going to have to.
No, talk in depth.
So, as I said, my mini New Year's resolution was to make sure I get over that mental hurdle when I'm thinking about not playing something and play, because I always have fun. I literally always have fun, and I am very proud to say I've been doing that. I haven't not played any day for the last 7+ days. I went back. The backlog game that I hinted at earlier that I went back to is Claire Obscure. I was like, can I really go back to this game and pick up where I was and figure everything out and blah, blah, blah. My last save file was in May, so I hadn't played it since May.
Oh, wow.
I remembered exactly where I stopped, but I was like, I know there's things I'm not going to remember. So I fired it up. I was like, yep, I remember here, and I remember you can hit the Y button and it tells you where you're supposed to go. And I was like, okay, that's good. And then I got into battles, and I was like, I remember certain things for battles, but hi, Zeldude, good to see you. But other things I don't. And I was like, I could just look up online. I was like, terms, because the game used certain terms where I'm like, what does this word mean? And it's like, this means this. What is it? And I'm like, okay, all right. And honestly, within the first hour, I was pretty good. Like I got back to a space where I was like, okay, everything's like, I'm back in it. I'm good. And I've played it almost every day since. So I've put in, I want to say 10 hours altogether now. I just started up the second act. There are 3 acts. The battle system is so much fun. I love the JRPG battle system, even though this is a French-made game, but that's the best thing you can liken it to. And it has the action RPG mechanic where I say it was popularized by Paper Mario, where you when you're going to do when enemies are attacking you, you have a chance to defend yourself, so you could potentially not get any hits. But what I really, really like, and what I don't think I talked about enough or at all the first time I talked about it, is you have the option of parrying or dodging. And in a game like E-Ring Elden R, sorry, like parrying is a mechanic that you have to use to do certain things. And in Claire Obscure, parrying requires more specific timing, but dodging is a lot more free with its timing. So you have a bigger space to dodge than you do to parry. Dodging will make sure you don't get hit and you don't take any damage. Parrying will gain you an extra, we'll just call it a magic point to cast a spell. So there's an added benefit to parrying, but it's not necessary. And I really like this system a lot because there are some moves where it's much harder to parry. And I'm like, I don't have to. And I can just dodge it. And I still won't take damage. I won't get the magic point, but I'm not hurt, and that matters more. So I like that I can mix up parrying and dodging for the moves I feel comfortable for whatever the attack is. And I really like that the game gives you that leeway because it makes it easier, where you don't feel like I can't get the parry timing down and I'm screwed because I'm never going to get through this fight. You could be like, well, I can parry this move and that move, and then I'll dodge this big one that always messes with me. And that's how it works. So I really, really like that. It's a very forgiving approach to the battle system, and it's there's still fights I die in all the time. It's not like it's extremely difficult, but you're learning patterns, and I like to parry when I can, so you figure things out. But the game is so forgiving in that sense too, because if you die in a battle, you can restart the battle right there. You don't have to go back to a save point. You can if you want, but you can literally just restart that battle, which is awesome. So you're never in a position where you fail in a battle and you're set back so far behind. It's so welcoming, and it's really nice to see, because just the gameplay in and of itself is so enjoyable. That battle system, it feels so good to do. I really like that.
The game is fun.
That's right, Reggie. The game is fun. So I really like that approach, and I hope other games take that idea and run with it. Other RPGs, but genres in general, where they give, players who really want to challenge themselves can always go for the parry and get a very punishing attack if they miss it. But also the dodge is there if you still want to continue, and you don't get all the bonuses a parry player would, but you can continue on. I really, really like that. I don't know how much praises were sung for that from other developers or other reviewers or players, but for me, it's worth really pointing out. Soundtrack is very beautiful. I'm still not as crazy about it as other people are, but it's got some really nice songs, some very enjoyable pieces. So that's good. There are times in the game where it looks scary real. There are moments, especially with characters' eyes, where I'm like, that looks like a picture. That looks like a picture of a person. But then there's other times where you look at it and you're like, what happened here? Because like people will be speaking, and like it's like a telltale thing that used to be in games from a few years ago. Certain characters, when they smile, their faces just don't look right when they smile. And you're like, oh no, uncanny valley, something's wrong there. So there's a little bit of that. But there are moments where I'm like, God damn, this is like, if I showed somebody a picture of this, they might think it's a real person. It is very impressive. I like the art design overall. I may be wrong here, but I think you may agree with me on this. This is just a me thing. It would never stop me from consuming any entertainment that does this. But personally, I am not a fan. I don't know what to say, and it's going to sound horrible, of Frenchness. The game is very French.
You're not a Francophile.
Like, very French style character designs and very French like methods of like acting and speaking. I don't know how to say it, but like there's a very French style to it. Obviously, it's a French game and it's French DNA through and through. And there's just like characters that have like that French aesthetic. And I'm talking about from an art perspective, not the people, like their art styles and the ways that they tend to, like American cartoons have a certain thing and Japanese cartoons have a certain thing or style. And
Triplets
it goes for everybody.
I mean, I love Triplets about like those films.
It's very like, there's like not showy, but it's not, and flamboyant isn't right either. It's very like theatrical, maybe. Okay. And it's not my kind of thing. And again, I'll watch anything that has it. I'll play anything that has it. It's just when I'm watching it, I'm not engaged with that part. I don't like it, but it doesn't ruin the rest of the game for me at all. It's just like, I really don't like that. It's not my, and I've seen so much of it. It's just, it doesn't do it for me. I don't think it's horrendous and I don't think it's bad. Just aesthetically not pleasing to me. But again, it doesn't affect my time with the game at all. I'm loving the game. Story's very interesting. There are certain things where I'm like wondering as I'm playing, I'm like, is this obvious to everybody else that played the game? Because very clearly this guy is this and very clearly this girl is this, but I'm like, is this going to be a big reveal later on? Because if it is, I'm going to be like, how did you not know that? But maybe everybody does know that. I don't know. But there are parts of the story that are very interesting. You don't know everything. And I think I want to commend the story. The story, the way it's told, does a very good job of walking the line of making you curious about things while also explaining other things. So it's like giving you pieces of the puzzle for you to formulate ideas while still leaving other things a mystery. So you never feel completely lost, but you never feel completely clued in as the story's going along, which I like. There's enough there to entice you and make you think, but not so little that you're like, what's any of this mean? So I really like that sweet spot that it's hitting. So I'm very happy to be back into it. I read that there's 3 acts, so I guess I got a decent chunk of the game left, and it's a lot of fun. Really, really liking it. Then I played Fortnite. I played Pico Park. Don't need to talk more about those. The only other thing I played is, I'm very happy to say, the first game I beat of 2026. I have, my brain's going to do a drum roll. I have played,
Go ahead.
I have played and completed Dispatch. Dispatch is, and I'm sorry because you heard me talk about it before, I do talk about it. Dispatch is, for me, a 10 out of 10 game. That is a fantastic story, perfectly acted. Love the look of it. Love the backstories for the characters. The gameplay mechanic of the sending out the calls, I was iffy on at first, and by the end, I was like, I love this. I can't even say that I have minor complaints because I don't know what I would complain about. Really like, and to show that I really like it, I was too short to say that. So each episode is what, about an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah,
they're not long. And I was taking them one at a time because I take those games very heavily, where they really weigh on me, and it like I got to get over the hurdle going back because I'm like, okay, I'm making decisions, things are going to happen. But I went back and I did another one of the chapters, and I needed a day in between, and then I got up to. You said you thought chapter 5 was your favorite, but you weren't sure.
Yeah,
and I'm going to say you think chapter 6 was your favorite because chapter 6 was also my favorite. Does it have a meeting in the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that's the same. We're talking about the same chapter. I'm gonna tear up thinking about that. That was such a beautiful moment, and it wasn't like it's not meant to tug. I guess it is meant to tug at your heartstrings, but it's not like meant to be emotional and like it's just beautifully shot, not shot, beautifully shown, and the music that they play and the way the camera rotates and all the characters. I was like, this is fantastic. Like, this is a phenomenal moment. It made me tear up, and there's nothing sad going on. It's a beautiful moment for the characters you've been on this ride with. And I was like, son of a bitch, this is like one of my favorite moments in anything. I was like, this is so well done. It was just really good. You know what else was really well done? Spoiler alert, not really. There's a bar fight that happens, and the way that bar fight is told or looked back on while you're in the parking lot eating food.
The 5th episode?
That was the 5th episode.
Okay.
Yes.
I loved that.
I really love that moment where like the transitions between people being handed food and it transitions to somebody getting punched, or like it was really well done. Game is filled with moments that are really well done. Nothing ever in that game where I'm like, I'm taken out of the moment. Whatever. There's, like I said, at worst, maybe a couple jokes where I was like, not as funny as I wanted it to be, but still funny. But man, that's such a good game. I am so happy that it's coming to Switch and Switch 2. It's such a game for that audience. I'm like over the moon excited that that's coming. I will push back on one thing you said, only because I found out more, and I need to talk to you afterwards because I can't talk about it on the podcast. You were saying you didn't think all the choices mattered, or like most of them really mattered. They 100% matter, because I went online and read there's this whole system underlying the game where the calls you do, who you send on calls, the dialogue choices you make, every little thing is constantly tracking, and they all have point values, and that adds up to the endings that you can get at the end.
Cool.
So everything does matter. And it's not like, you made this decision, -5 points or anything like that. Sometimes it'll be like, you make these choices, it doesn't give you any bonus points. You make this choice, it gives you a +1. But then there are ones where it's like, the game's really big decisions where it's very clear you're steering things one way or another. Those give a lot of point values, but the nickel and dimes points along the way do add up and make a big difference. And for me, it impacted me, and I would say a considerable way in the end, because I am stupid. And when it comes to the gameplay mechanic of sending out people on calls, I was nervous about it. It makes me uncomfortable because it's not a type of mechanic I do. I understood roughly what you had to do, but I wasn't very good at it. Like, I'd end a chapter and I was like, you were 30% better than most people. I got one where it's like, you were 10% better than most people. I was always better than some percentage, but not great. And then as the game went on, I figured things out more and I got better. Like the last chapter is like, you were better than 85% or 80% of the people that played. And I was like, oh, or the decisions you made. I was like, okay, good. But most of my game wasn't like that. I'd get like I said, 10, 30, 40, 50 sometimes. So that hurt me in the end, which I'll talk about more later. But like, shows you how stupid I am with some of that stuff, because it makes me nervous and I don't think about it enough. When you are sending out calls and then there's a stop sign and like an alert happens and it's like, something went awry, and you have different decisions to make, and it'll be like 3 different decisions. I thought one of them was going to be the right one, and you just have a 33% shot at picking. And I got to the 7th chapter out of 8 before I realized, oh my God, this is based on the team I sent out. I'm like, my attributes, I can steer this and make sure I win this. I was just picking.
Wow, I'm surprised.
So stupid.
I'm surprised at you.
And the words are even in yellow to show you. And I still didn't do it because I know myself. I was too nervous.
Oh, wow.
And I automatically was like, I just got to hope I picked the right one. And I got to the 7th chapter. And I was like, son of a bitch, I blew so many of these because I wasn't thinking these are clearly based on the team you sent out.
Yeah.
So any of them could work. It just matters you pick the answer based on the team you sent out. I'm like, I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
So I figured it out way too late to save my ass for I'll talk to you later. But outside of that,
I'm interested to know what was
I'm
different at
to talk
the
to you about
end
it.
because
well, I want to know what end you got because I don't know what you got.
I just feel like
surprised you guys didn't talk about
the
it.
reason I said that
I wasn't at the end yet. I wanted to say, I only just
and I
happened this week.
forgot everything because I played it in like 2 days, so I'm not going to be able to tell them anything. But yeah, I once I got to the end, I was like, even with the nickel and diming stuff, I didn't think it could really change. So I'm interested to hear.
It did because I got my ending and I went online to see how many endings are there. Because as I've said before with you, when we play these games, the ending we get is the ending we get because that's our story. That's the story that we made. So I was like, I want to see how many endings there are. I went online to watch them and I was like, how many? How do you get to them? And that's where I saw that it was broken down, like all this thing. Like there are Reddit threads that are pages and pages long of people who were like, how do I get this ending? How do I make this thing happen? And some group of super fans, I'll take the fans, went through painstakingly the game to find out what's going on under the game to show what these point values are, because the game never tells you that stuff and will never tell you that stuff. But it can shape the game to a point where you get a vastly different outcome at the end. But very eager to talk to you about that after the podcast. I will. But boy, that's a top 10 game of all time for me. Like all games, anytime. That's a top 10 game. Could be an argument for top 5. That's so good. You know, I love superhero stuff, so that kicks it up for me a little bit. But just everybody's well written. Everything about it is perfect, the utmost quality. And when you hear it took them 7 years to make the game, I'm like, I get it. Like I understand it. Well, you can see in every corner facet of the game how much care is put into it.
Well, what's interesting is I thought it was perfect with the ending that I got. So knowing now that like they can weave in and out all these different endings based on what you did, and that it's going to be seamless every time is really, really.
So I got an
amazing
ending that perfectly makes sense. It makes me sad partially for what I got in the ending, not overall. Overall, yes, to a degree, but there are.
Let's end this podcast. I got to know what the heck your ending is.
In the grand scheme of things,
like sunshine and rainbows.
My ending was nuts. So
what?
My ending had sun, but there were clouds. Let's put it that way. So I did not get
and
the worst ending you can get, but I got an ending where I literally sat there and I wanted to cry about the end that I got because it made me so sad. But it's an overall happy ending. But I was like just now thinking about it. For days I've been thinking about it where I'm like, I can't.
Man,
if only I understood that one mechanic better, I probably could have gotten the ending I was really hoping for. It's going to make me cry now. That's why I love these kind of games, because I don't look at them like a game I played. I look at them like an experience I created. Like that's the story I made for myself. And I'm like, that's my story. And there's parts that did not go the way I wanted them to go. And it's so sad to me. But here's the really interesting thing. They're going to do a sequel. Canonically, they're going to have to pick a route. I don't know how they're going to do that because there's multiple endings. Like canonically, the next game is going to have to pick up from somewhere. So
it's going to be a lot more work because the beginning of the second game is going to be like, what was your ending? You know,
yes.
If
so
it's
I
not
don't know
taking your save, it's going to be like, here's some decisions you got to choose.
So I don't know if they're going to do that route. I don't know if they're going to come up with a story that somehow brings all of them together, which I think would be impossible. Although I'm not a writer, or they're just gonna stone cold be like, canonically, this was the ending, and you're picking up from there, which
they could do that
to some degree. Sucks for the other people that didn't get that ending. My understand the game told me 33% of the people I played got the ending I get. So I'm not the majority. I would imagine you're the majority of the ending. But anyway, what a game! What a game! And I've been saving something special. I am, to my understanding, from what I've been told, the very first Nintendo-related outlet to be doing I'm getting emotional because I'm so excited. An interview with the dev team on the game. I got to talk to them and everything. It was so cool. So I'm really excited to share that with you.
Unbelievable.
I don't know when I'm going to be able to share it. It comes out like the game comes out the 28th. So soon, it'll be soon. But like, I talked to them from a Nintendo perspective. So stuff that's going on with Nintendo stuff. Obviously, I didn't talk about. Wasn't like, tell me about the ending and all that stuff because I can't and I don't want to. I don't want to spoil it. But got to talk to them about that. I asked them about if there's going to be physical release. I asked them about storyline stuff from that canonical perspective. Obviously, they won't talk specifics. I asked them about like when they came up with the idea to bring it over and a whole bunch of other stuff. So very excited to share that with you. So happy to be a part of that. Like you can hear I'm getting emotional about it because I love the game. I love the subject matter. And the game is just, it's an amazing game. It's an amazing game. Like, especially for that kind of game. Like that is an experience where I can point and be like, you can only have this kind of experience in video games. Like you may read a story and there's choose your own adventure books and all that stuff, but like you're to the degree that your choices matter and the degree that you're going to connect and feel things, you're not, a game is the only way you're going to get this. So man, so good. So sad that it's over. So sad that it's over. But I have read I bought the deluxe version afterwards because I found out it came with digital comics.
Oh,
where you read about backstories of characters. I was like, yes, I want to read
That's
those.
awesome.
Because first I went to go read if you could buy actual comics, and I saw that people were reading comics, and I was like, how are they reading them? And it's like, it's in the digital deluxe version. I was like, oh, well, then they're going to get my money and I'm going to read it. And then after that, this week, because I've been talking to them, I found out that they had Ad Hoc was doing a merch sale. Pre-orders, I'm so sorry. Pre-orders were only open until yesterday, so they're closed now. I posted about it on the site, so if you read it, you knew, but podcast people won't know. But they have official merch, and they had like really cool pieces of art. They had it was like not posters, better quality than poster, but of the comics that are in the digital deluxe edition. You get like big, huge framed posters, which were really cool. They have different apparel. They had a shirt that I really liked, so I got one of the shirts. I don't know if they're going to do another run of this stuff or not, but they had some really cool stuff. So yeah, I'm like, it's going to be tough. This is like one of my new obsessions that I'm really into, but it's, there's just Dispatch. It's not like I can turn to somewhere else. With Marvel, it's like, there's always Marvel stuff out there. With Dispatch, it's like, you just got this and that's it. It's kind of like Invincible, where it's like,
yeah,
you get Invincible and you get Invincible. That's it. But
for me, I feel differently than you about all this superhero stuff these days. And it really like reinvigorated. I don't want to say it reinvigorated me back to the genre, but it kind of reminded me like, hey, like the writing and like it can be this good.
You're 100% right. Like anybody that is like superhero fatigue is a thing. Sure, that may be a thing for some people, but playing something like Dispatch shows you all it takes is a caliber of writing for you to not just be like, I'm back in, but to be like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, so you can
and the
use that
like
form,
you said, is perfect.
That framing of a superhero story to tell something
undeniably
amazing.
Right from the first scene, it gets you immediately. It's so well directed, like you said, and it's just
so many moments in the game that shocked me in such a great way, like surprised me, like connected me to the experience, like. There's no episodes where you're like, bummer, filler, or that was a sour moment. Every time you're like, ugh. And as I said, as someone who needs to take a break in between episodes, I got to episode 6 and I was like, I really want to continue, but I was like, let me take a break. Then I played episode 7 the next day and I was like, I'm going to 8. I can't not go to 8 right now.
But you don't want to.
So I got up, I went to pee. I like drank some water and I like took 5 minutes and sat in the chair. I was like, okay, it's going to be the end. Okay. And then I went into it. And it's really cool for me. I learned, because again, I'm an idiot. I learned how that multiple choice section works. And I really got to put it to good use at the end, because the calls you do at the end, you do more than any other chapter.
Yeah.
And you're like sending people out left and right. And I was like, I'm in the zone, man.
It's a shame you didn't know that, because
I know.
What's so funny is you still really enjoyed playing those parts. So imagine if you knew what you were doing.
Well, I was reading like the synopsis. It's, like there's a cat stuck in a tree, come help. And it's like, fly up and get it, or tempt it with treats, or whatever the third option is. And I was like, well, if I was a cat in a tree, what would I want? I'm not like, oh, this word is highlighted because my superhero, I might have a team that aligns with this.
Right.
I'm just so stupid. But yeah, so it was upsetting to learn that about it, but then very satisfying for the 8th chapter to come along where you're like, there's a really big section where you're really going on calls and fighting something. And that's the one where I got 80%. I did 80% better. And I really felt good the whole time. And the only ones I missed because I had too many people on calls, and I didn't have any. I had already used my refresh to bring them back out. So I was like, I literally have no one to send to this call. I can't do anything. So
that was my issue. Like I knew who needed to be there, but usually they were on a different call, and it was like, oh God, this person's like strength level is terrible or whatever.
And the hacking mini game is so good. I want more of that too.
That was cool.
The pressure was really on.
It was very pressure filled.
There's one that was a lot of pressure was when, without spoilers, someone is on a ship and they're getting something on the ship, and that's broken into like 3 sections. And I'm sweating bullets as they're doing it. I made it through, but on the last one, I came down to my last try, and the other, like the hacking orbs are chasing you, and you got to match the signal waves.
Yeah.
And the thing is coming up behind me, and I knew what I had to do, but I didn't have the lightning bolt to zap it. And I was like, come on, and I got it at just the last segment. And I was like, oh my God, just barely eked it out. And I was like, I wonder what would have happened if I didn't make that. Now I know there's point values for things, but man, could easily do a whole podcast just about that game. Killer game. Look forward to that on Switch and Switch 2. January 20th.
I would say that unlike any other game where you develop rapport with characters, I've never felt it feel so real and natural that it does here.
I 100% agree with you.
One of the, like, when you start out and you're introduced to your team, I genuinely did not like one of them. Not one of them, I don't think, like right from the start.
I wasn't like hating them.
I wasn't hating them,
uncomfortable with
but
all of them.
I was not impressed. Like, but that's
as far
like
as your
the
team
point.
goes, yeah.
Like that's and that's the point too. But like, I really wasn't impressed, and I was kind of like not really thinking that it was going to be kind of like a team building game. And as it goes, and you like live on the job and off the job with them, I would have died for all of them by the end by the last episode.
There are so many smartly written story beats that either obviously or not obviously connect you to everyone and everything going on, where it's beautiful. I don't know another word to say. The way it is written is absolutely beautiful because nothing feels like it's shoehorned in. Nothing feels like it's wasted. Nothing feels like exposition. Nothing feels like anything because it just flows. It's
one
amazing.
Of those perfectly written, perfectly directed. Everything was just great.
And this is I hate to do this, but I have to just to stress this. You know how much I love Life is Strange, and I still do. And I'm very excited about the next game that's coming out. Life is Strange looks like garbage compared to Dispatch. Like it's like,
well, Dispatch has like perfected this genre with this game. I mean, it is just so perfect. But like when you were saying, you weren't happy exactly, but that's your story. That's how I feel with Life is Strange. Like that had a very bittersweet ending for me, and same with I talk about Detroit Become Human a lot. That's my biggest one where I totally screwed up the ending, but that's my Detroit.
That game just this past week sold over 1 million copies because there was a special sale for it.
Interesting.
It was like really. It was like a $5 game on Steam or something, but 1 million people still went in and were like, yeah, I want it. So that's cool.
Give yourself some time because it's not going to go up against Dispatch, but like you really should play Detroit.
If you haven't played it yet and you haven't played Dispatch, play Detroit now. If you've played Dispatch, then
and they're different. Like they're different games still. Like, and Detroit's still great.
But I don't want to degrade or denigrate any of these other games. They're all in the same genre. Just I'm trying to explain how far beyond Dispatch is in terms of everything that those other games do, like writing, acting, all of it. Phenomenal. We're so far behind. Phenomenal, man. We're so far behind. We got to keep going, but man, be excited about that game coming to Switch and Switch 2. Because content wise, it will be stellar. Hopefully, the Switch version runs great, but we know the Switch 2 will one. Switch 2 version will. All right, questions. Send your questions to GoNintPod@gmail.com.
Where?
GoNintPod@gmail.com.
Which shirt did you? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the dispatch stuff. Which shirt
I think
did you
the
buy?
pre-orders are still open.
Yeah, it said they ended the 9th, so you can guess what shirt.
Maybe it's
you look and you'll find it.
9 tonight.
No, I didn't get that. I thought you would want that one, to tell you the truth.
I love that guy. I know.
I bought it yesterday.
9 tonight though. 9 p.m.
Today is the 10th, isn't it?
Because of the weeb stuff on it.
That's the one I bought. Yeah, but also because I read that's from one of the digital comics, and I really liked that story. So I saw that, and I was like, yeah, I liked all the shirts. Really, I liked all the shirts.
What character is
that? What's her name? It's not Rogue, but I want to say, is it Rogue? What's her name? I'm so sorry. The black lady.
I don't remember any of the names of anybody.
No, short-haired black lady.
Okay.
I don't remember her name. I apologize. That's sorry.
Funny. She's the one
I don't remember anybody's. Well, yes, her story in that comic is excellent. It makes you look at her completely differently.
That's funny.
But I don't remember anybody's names. It's not a knock on that character. I really don't remember. Well, the Water Boy's name is Water Boy.
I kind of zoned out because I haven't played the game yet. But there's like you've read comics of Dispatch as well.
The digital deluxe version of Dispatch comes with digital comics. They do not exist outside of the game. Like they're bonus content for fans of the game, and they have backstories on multiple characters.
It's separate from the game.
Most of them take place before the game. Yeah,
I didn't know if
you learn the backstories.
I didn't know if it was like within the game. You just sit down and read stuff at some time.
Nope, game just plays out as a movie pretty much, minus the you make your decisions, but then there's the sending out people on calls. That's game traditional game.
I mean, we got to move on. I
have a couple of weeks before I can buy it and let it sit on my system for years before I play.
You remember me texting you 5 seconds into the game. I knew this was going to be exceptional.
It makes a very strong impression right from the start.
Unbelievable direction.
Humor wise and just dialogue wise, it makes a very you get enough very in the beginning where you're like, okay, like this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Like you can just tell from the quality of writing, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, and like there's things you watch with like vulgar jokes, and you're like, this isn't funny, and it's not because you're so mature.
Yeah,
it's just not funny to you. And then like you'll see something like this where there's a lot of vulgar jokes, and they land one right after another, and this is just so great.
Again, a credit to the writing team. I really think it has to do because these jokes very much, well, they're funny, but they very much feel like are written as and are delivered in a way that feels natural. Like they just feel like jokes that you would honestly make with your friends. Like they feel the conversations everybody have feel so natural. It doesn't feel like written dialogue. It feels like they just hit record while people were talking.
It's a real talent to be able to write dialogue like that.
Yep. It's amazing. It's amazing. But anyway, send your questions to GoNintPod@gmail.com. We did all that. GoNintPod@gmail.com. Maybe it could be about Nintendo video games in general, or whatever the hell you want.
For $1.
Nico Darunia. What's a franchise you love, but the marketing for which you cannot stand? I, for example, love Pokemon and Lego, but find marketing aggravating. I find a lot of Nintendo's marketing aggravating. I understand why they do it, but yeah,
me too.
I know that it's only gonna further the misconceptions that the company has, but Nintendo knows how to market their games, and it obviously works, so it doesn't really matter. But
too many dorks and bow ties.
Nintendo drives me nuts with a lot of their marketing on stuff. So Nintendo's my best answer I got because I love them, but there's plenty of times where I'm like, oh god, this is gonna get raked over the coals. That's my pick.
It wasn't a franchise, but Arrested Development was a great product, and they did not know how to market it.
Yeah.
Just like the new Naked Gun movie. It's not amazing. I really liked it a lot, but
I watched
the commercials,
I was
like, eh.
Yeah, the commercials showed the weakest jokes, but also it's hard because some of like the best jokes you kind of needed the like the context.
Yeah,
too.
it's tough to be like, are we going to give this one away in the trailers, or are we going to hold it for them? I understand. Yeah, it's tough. Radical Defect says Kirby in North America. Yeah, for a long time. Goddamn Kirby had to get a makeover for North American audiences, and he had to be angry on the boxes because Americans don't like cute characters. So what a load of almost cursed. What a load of garbage. Made me so mad for years when I first, because I remember reading in Nintendo Power about the differences years and years ago, and I'm like, why can't he smile on our cover? Why is he gotta be frowning and have mean eyes? Like this is so stupid. What gamer is gonna be like, oh, now I'm okay with Kirby because he's got mean eyes. They're going to look at Kirby and be like, I'm not playing this kid game, and that's the end of it.
Wasn't there something we were just looking at like a month ago or something? Oh, I don't remember what it was. Something. Oh man, you said the American version was like these jacked up pumpkins. They were like
the Virtual Boy game.
Yeah.
Jack Brothers stuff.
Jack
I forgot what
Brothers.
it's called. Yeah. Jack
They're
Brothers.
like-
Jack Brothers. That seems like it should sell like hotcakes.
Jack and Mehoff.
but they're like it was like so
Bimmy and
aggressive
Yeah,
for
they
the
that's-
American version and or Bomberman. It's like cute, and then we get like this giant robot.
Well, that was
fighter.
their. That was when Hudson was like, or Konami, or both. I don't remember. We're like, we got to
reinvent it.
we got to make an edgy bomber
Right.
man. Yeah, wrong. Avenging Spirit on Game Boy, says Malik Halo. Perfect example. The two covers for those games are wild. Yep, there's Kirby before they decided how Kirby was supposed to look in advertising. I will never forget that. And that is correct. He was white. Boy, did that blow my mind. I can't believe he
Wait,
used to
this
look
is-
like that's Kirby.
with what is that? Serious Sam or something? Who's
It's a commercial for non
this
generic
was a commercial?
Yes. Right when
with
Kirby
Rambo?
was brand new, it's not it's not actually Rambo.
No, but that's
it was a thing about like Kirby's a hero,
I
and
need
they
to
were
see
like, he may
this.
not look like I don't remember the exact commercial. I remember the commercial because I was like, this doesn't look anything like Kirby even then.
This
But
Jack
Right.
Brothers game looks awesome, actually. Too bad it's
well,
misleading.
the
I'm
one
sure.
on the left is what they did for America, so it works. There you go.
Man,
so
look how
thank
scary
you.
that
Thank you,
looks.
Ritsuza.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch this commercial.
So there's our picks.
Thank
Any
you,
others?
Radical Defect.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains, but I can't.
Rack 'em.
I'm watching it without the sound. Sorry.
I think you'll get what they're going for.
My goodness.
Good question, Nico Durinio. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, a lot of I overall don't care about marketing as far as any of that stuff goes because I will buy it, watch it, play it, read it, use it, break it, fix it. Any of that, it doesn't matter to me. But I can still be annoyed by it certainly. And when they take what's done in one country and change it for another because we're not, we need more violence or we need more muscles or we need more
Or we need
sex or we need more whatever.
We need a gray NES.
Yeah, I just whoever is making it and they put out the art, be it the poster or the cover of the book or the cover of the game, I want that everywhere because that's the people behind the game and their vision for the game. I want that to be how it is shown everywhere. But because I know that's wrong because people will ignore it because of that. So I know that's wrong. It's it happens much less nowadays for gaming than it used to, but it still happens. So look, just a few years ago, Naughty Dog had to fight to get a girl on the front cover of the game. That's ridiculous knowing what that game is about, but they had to fight to have her without just having Joel on the cover, which is asinine. So goddamn stupid. But anyway, we have a Patreon question. Mom Brain, did you know that you can join the GoNintendo
For
Patreon?
$1.
For $1. Fluffernutter did. Thank you for your $1. And they asked this question. On the podcast, there's been much love thrown towards the sandwich that is my namesake, the Fluffernutter. Mom Brain and I, huge fans. Very true.
Absolutely.
Almost bought Fluff yesterday.
Yeah.
But if you had to pick one sandwich to be your last meal, love this question. What would it be? Your last meal sandwich. And they say they'll let us decide whatever qualifies. So whatever counts for you as a sandwich is fine. So we don't even need to have that argument. Just what is your last meal sandwich?
My grandmother's cheese spread on a good Portuguese roll.
And Mom Brain has talked about this in our personal lives multiple times, so I can verify that is true. It's always her go-to.
Do you have the recipe?
Blood Ocean just said a hot dog. That's it. Just a hot dog.
I want to try this now.
You have to have a handy dandy grinder to make it. Like an old antique meat
Malachi
grinder,
says
which I have.
spicy
Oh, I
chicken
do
sandwich
have
from
one.
Chick-fil-A.
But I took it to work and we put
You too?
fake blood all over it.
Quiznos, whatever.
I've got 3
Ooh.
queued up already.
Oh, go,
Yeah,
please.
go for it.
So are we
That's what I was gonna say.
talking about
Oh, you didn't say multiple sandwiches for your last meal.
well, are we
Yeah.
talking about like we're gonna be dead?
Yeah, this is your last meal. You're dying.
Or is this the meal that kills us?
No.
So there's 2 runners up, and then there's one that I would
So
do.
there is a definite, this is my death sandwich.
Well, just because I'm dying. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's necessarily my
dying.
favorite.
But you said
Help
there's
me.
2 runners up, and then you're going to pick the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if the sandwich is that good, it might just bring you back.
So 2 of them are Subway Quiznos sandwiches. One of them is, I guess the one on the bottom would be that French dip sandwich that they had around for a limited time. Came in a smaller size. You think you remember it? We used to go all the time.
I know, but I don't remember
eat it, and I remember. Are you kidding? I went with you two so many times to watch you eat it.
It was
do we have to
so
go through
good.
this,
I've
like,
sat in the
every
place up here
podcast?
where it used to
I
be
know.
with you two at the table, dipping and talking. And
but my brain, like I hate my brain that I don't remember things.
And it was
I refuse to
annoying
believe you don't
'cause
remember eating that sandwich at least once.
it was annoying because it was like smaller than the other. Like the others, you could choose like small, medium, or large, and this one was just one size because it was so good, and it was like a smaller size. And we used to go, and every single time we'd get it, we got it like so many times, and every time we'd get it, we would comment that we think it's getting even smaller.
Blood Ocean, I'm going to say yes. You can pick a beverage because you got to wash it down. So sure.
So then the second would also be from Quiznos, and this one I know you didn't forget about, the chicken carbonara.
That I remember.
That was an excellent sandwich. The carbonara sauce was great. It had like bacon on it too. My God, we would eat the crap out of those. I think sometimes we would like get both sandwiches and split them.
I think we've done that. Yeah, that sounds
so.
Right. I mean,
so those are the
only
two.
makes sense.
Arm in arm, eat them.
And those are great. And I'm sure I've seen probably a million TikTok sandwiches that are incredible. But the number one for me I won't say the place, but there's a local place here, and number 17 with everything. It's kind of like your classic Italian sub, and it's got it all. It's got the onion shaved like super thin. I'll take the thin.
Oh,
and then it has to have the oil and the vinegar on it, and oh my God, I could eat those.
I've heard so many people talk about
forever.
The sandwiches from this place in particular that I know it's got to
get
be
there
the real
early
deal.
because they run out of rolls.
Everything.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing too. Like the bread there was always like phenomenal. So
great.
I've been thinking about that place because my family used to do New Year's Eve parties, and they would get like I don't know if it was 6 foot or 3 foot subs from that place. And I just want a 3 foot sub. Like I want a sub that's as long as this table. And yeah, sure, I got to cut my own piece off. But like something about those sandwich, like I don't go to a place and be like, I want an Italian sandwich. But a giant sub like that, there's something about it. And I don't know. Maybe it's because like the oil and vinegar is not on there and you got to put it on yourself. And now it's fresh and it's like, boom. It's like,
boom.
Everything just gets put together. But
it's fun to slice off little sections of it too. You don't have to have like the 6-inch piece. You
like
could
Homer did.
Yeah, you could do like little like slices, and then you feel like you're like ooh, and then it's like 4 or 5.
Can we?
Yeah.
Can you have another main man party, and we'll just get a 3 foot sub?
Or
can we just do a 3 foot sub for whatever, for no reason?
A grilled ham and cheese with buttered bread made on a skillet with Cholula. Darmani says,
it's Oliver Platt's birthday on Monday. I'm sure he likes sandwiches.
Darmani says Texas toast steak and A1 with provolone and caramelized onions.
Oliver Platt plays an Italian in The Bear, I guess, right?
Radical Defect says they got a place by them that makes a bomb Monte Cristo that they call the Monkey
See,
Cristo.
That's another thing. I love Monte Cristos. I never would have thought about that. Thank you, Radical Defect, for bringing that to the foreground.
Thank you for being right on the gifts I was talking about that episode, you guys. I appreciate it. We are not skipping the music section. Mom Brain's doing it. I see it. So
I'm a big Cubano fan.
Do you have
too.
one?
Big Cubano.
I love Cubanos. Damn it.
Do you have one?
There's so many.
You had all this time to think.
I know, and I've been thinking about them. The first thing that came to mind is I know I'm going to gross out somebody at this table, but I won't say who. Well, I got a couple that would gross out different people. The first one is like one of those turkey gobbler ones where it's like a Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are like so like decadent. There's like so much to it, and it hits every flavor profile or whatever. And you get the whole meal. It's like you're having dinner with Willy Wonka.
Johnny Wanka.
Willy Wonka.
The Monte Cristo. You said Cubano. That gets me like that right to the heart.
Oh, that's where it goes.
Yeah. And then there's like if I'm gonna die at breakfast, then there's this breakfast wrap at a coffee place kind of out near me.
Sounds
and
good.
Sorry, Mom Brain, it has ham, but it's got like ham, egg, cheese, hash brown, and then they have like a sriracha aioli that really just brings it home, and it's an incredible breakfast wrap. So that's
those are all good answers.
And I think I might just have a sit down with all these sandwiches and just end it.
Happy man. William and Maddie Biss both say meatball sub. They're going for a meatball sub.
Man, I'm also just hungry, I think. And so like, whew,
I eat sandwiches, but I don't eat like big extravagant sandwiches, but I do like sandwiches. I don't have to qualify it because this is only for me, but if I could have like a prime in its day pizzone from Pizza Hut,
absolutely.
I would love one of those. Again, it's based on my own sandwiches that I eat. I also I don't eat meat anymore, so that's out. But I would do it on my last day. Also on my last day, I would do, just because I miss it so much, pork roll sandwich, because I really miss pork roll a lot.
Yeah, pork roll, egg, and cheese.
And if I wanted to do something,
if
I want to do something really special that I've never done before, but I know would be good, it would be good. I would take pork roll. And I would take cheese.
And I would get naked.
But instead of the roll, I would get a McGriddle from McDonald's and use those as the buns.
There's a restaurant that it's like one of my new favorite breakfast places or brunch places. They do a pork roll, egg, and cheese, but the sandwich, it's pancakes. It's so simple. Simple, but incredible. Like you just get a little thing to
I really do miss pork roll. I didn't eat a lot of meats as it was, but I miss pork roll and I miss pepperoni.
Make
so
some
much.
kind of a vegetarian alternative.
You'd be the first one to do that. You know what? You made that were fantastic. Like I told you, those breakfast tacos.
Yeah, with the bacon bits.
Good. So good.
Red Susan, a banh mi even. Banh mi's are so good.
Yeah, there was this
But
place.
like to find the right one. Sorry.
Sorry, I was thinking about the food and farted it out. Yeah, there was this place in California that we used to get this pork belly banh mi sandwich that they did. We probably ate it 3 times a week. It was so good. So good. Oh my God.
Very big sandwich
aficionados
at this table.
If it's just like the basil or whatever that they use, like whatever,
meant to tell you.
I also really love a good peanut butter and jelly.
I thought about that too.
Bread.
I thought about a fluffernutter, honestly, because I love
crunchy
fluffernutter.
peanut butter,
milk.
strawberry jelly,
a fluffernutter and a glass
big
of milk
hunks of strawberry.
is so good.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to tell you, and then we'll go to music. Technically, I guess it's kind of a sandwich. It's a wrap. The things we bought. I tried one. Did you try one?
Yeah, I had one.
You liked it?
Yeah,
I really liked it too.
Yeah.
What do you give it? Scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, it's a breakfast sandwich. It's
I give it an 8.
What was it? Egg whites and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
And like
Reds?
a pita.
Not Reds.
No,
I forget. It's at Beverly Jeans. She saw it yesterday and we picked it up. I was like, yeah, I'll give it a try. It's like 150 calories for one of them. I ate it. I was like, it was really good. I gave 8.5. Really good. Anyway, we are doing. That's it. Yeah, the Maxi Pad Pizzone from
Little Caesars.
The bussy.
The bussy from Little Caesars. Thank you. I was blanking. All right. Let's do music. Send your music to GoNintendopod@gmail.com.
Where?
Go nintendopod@gmail.com.
Maybe I will.
Put music in the title. How about your local mom brain?
Sorry, there's so many great
I
sandwich
got
options.
music. You want to hear it?
Listen,
You want to hear it?
we'll just start a dispatch sandwich podcast and we'll be set. Oh, I got to get out of here.
Where we talk each episode of the game will be an episode of the show, and we have a different sandwich to eat while we
What
talk
sandwich
about
are
it.
you eating during it?
Oh my God.
Okie dokie, people. Song number 1 comes from Wired.
I don't like it.
Walked into the middle school the other morning. It's the first day for ski club. And the secretary plays music while the kids come in at arrival, and she was playing some kind of ski polka. I was like, what? Where? This is my life.
Is this first party?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Really?
Something tells me it is.
Well, if something tells you, so then it means it's not Mario, because then you would obviously know. Chibi Robo, Kirby, Yoshi,
Fire Emblem.
you would know all those. That whistle is so Nintendo.
Well, it's not Wii Music.
It is not.
Utopia.
Nope.
What system? Like, I want to say it's like the Wii DS era, or maybe 3DS.
It's actually on the Switch.
Wow. Wrong altogether.
But you think it's first
That's what's
party?
throwing me off.
Oh, Majors, Marchers, Merch
Come on, Brain,
Makers?
again, if you...
It's developed by, I'm sorry, SFB Games.
Okay, who published?
Nintendo.
Is it circus related?
Oh,
No.
SFB. Did they do that one with the you played co-op with the two people, like a red
Oh,
person and a
moving-
blue person?
Moving or not moving out?
The
moving up?
stretchers?
Nope.
Is that was the?
I thought that's what it was called. Maybe not. All right, we'll take the L on this one.
It was Snipper Clips.
Oh,
Plus.
dang.
God, why did we not
That was
get
a launch
that?
title.
That's terrible. It's
Because
Son of
I
a
don't
gun.
been a long
think
time.
circus tunes when
It
and I only
makes
played that game
sense. I'm embarrassed. I didn't
10
guess
years
that.
ago.
Here's one
When
from
did it come
Geku
out?
Kitsune.
The launch of the Switch. Oh my God, we just talked about it today.
Kirby?
Yeah, the original first one.
Kirby's
Title screen.
Dreamland on the Game Boy.
Little RMC will never. Well, adult RMC will never forget Little RMC firing that up for the first time because it was like, this is a new Nintendo character. It's not Mario. It's not Zelda. It's not Metroid. This is brand new. I will never forget that feeling.
And you were upset because you were like, "Where's the white one with the frowny face?"
Well,
Where's
on Game Boy, I
Rambo?
could pretend he was white, so because he didn't have any color. Where's Rambo is the real problem. Yeah.
Where's this song?
All right. This one's from Autumnal Blake.
One tough cream puff.
Teenage
I have a
Mutant Ninja Turtle or
feeling.
something?
We have to be underground, and I don't know how to
I
explain.
don't
this.
think you're underground.
Oh.
But we have to be.
I was going to say this has a distinct first-party feel.
Sure is.
And we're not underground.
I don't think so.
Paper Mario.
I'm going to disagree with my brain.
It's
on
not
that. This
Paper
feels
Mario.
very underground. I was going to say that echo, something about it screams Nintendo to me.
Like New Super Mario Brothers? Or
She didn't say
Super
anything,
Mario
so
Wonder?
this is Mario related.
So, actually, I do believe that the game is not, but the song
the game
is
not what?
related to New Super Mario Brothers.
The game is not what?
New
like
Super
that's
Mario
not
Brothers.
the game, but it.
The
So the
song.
game is Mario related.
Yeah.
Okay. This is it's got to be a Mario Maker.
Mario Maker, yeah.
Yeah, Super Mario Maker 2.
And what's the song? This is
New
not the
Super Mario Brothers U Jungle.
Oh, jungle. Okay. Maybe it's like
I mean, that's what it
nighttime
says.
jungle or something.
I mean, it could be underground if you made the level to be
Bam,
underground.
bam, bam, bam. Well, that sounds like the level builder song, the building song.
This song comes from PT. Let me just turn down a little. I had the volume up.
Bam, 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 bam. That was a bop. I feel like I know this. This again is so first party it hurts.
Yoshi?
It is. It's not Yoshi. It's first party.
It has a. All right, so it sounds like DS.
It is.
Zelda.
It
No.
sounds so Zelda, and it's not, which gives me.
Would you say
This is
DS?
Pokemon.
It's Pokemon.
Is it black and white?
It sure is.
That's one I actually played.
We got there.
Or did you play black and white too?
I played Gold.
Oh, that's right. Black and white I actually played, and I remember really liking that one.
Here's a bop from Egmond.
Maybe they think of an alternate universe Guitaru, man. I got no idea what this is. Here's what I can
Is it
tell
Guitar Hero
you.
on
It's
the DS?
Japanese for sure.
It's Konami.
Neighborhood.
Does it look like extremely Japanese? Because
No.
it has that feeling. Okay.
No, but it definitely looks like an alternate universe
Guitaru?
other game. Not a.
Konami? Is it a franchise? I got
I don't
no
think
clue what
so.
this is at all.
Louie, Louie.
That's what I was just gonna
That's-
say.
yeah, okay, that's what it sounds like.
I don't know. I got no guesses here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Japanese
know.
game.
It is Rakuga Kids on the Nintendo 64, and it looks like Jammer Lammy.
Parappa.
Oh, it looks like what the hell is it? It looks like Jammer Lammy, the artwork from Guitar Room Man too. Yeah, man, that's not even ringing a bell for me.
I like it. This one is from Alien Boy VA.
Oh, well, it's jazzy. I wonder what company it is. Can we go higher, please? This
Animal
is
Crossing?
Mario Kart World.
Yep.
Oh.
Once I heard...
I don't understand the way you
Yeah.
saying that she's yours, not mine. Yeah, that's some good
What is
stuff.
it? This is the Snow song from a
Frappe
Mario Kart?
Snowland / Sherbetland.
Or Mario Kart 64?
Yep.
It was much faster than the other
This is
one.
the kind of song you want playing like in
When
the
you're making
evening,
sweet love.
when you come home from work, it's dark.
Trying to think of a sex joke related to Frappe Snowland. More like Frappe Blowland, am
Let
I
me
right?
froth up that milk.
More like Fappy Blowland.
Yeah.
We got there.
This song comes from Backseat Studios.
I love it. I've listened to this song so many times, but it's one of those games I never played. I know. I was gonna say it's Konami, but it's Ultra.
It is. Well, it says it's Ultra, and then it says Konami
Listen
Industry
to this
Company.
This whole song's crazy, but listen to the next part of the song. It's nuts. You hear this and you think that song's crazy. Then it gets to this. That's so good. The composer died after making this. What? It's too good. He worked his fingers to the bone.
Did he really pass?
He might be dead now. I don't know. This was the 80s.
So he technically did die after.
Come on, what is this game? I can see the logo.
It's not Jackal.
No, Gyrus.
Yep.
Only because you said Jackal. I was like, that sound. So I've listened to that soundtrack because it's unbelievable.
That's an
Gyrus?
amazing song.
Gyrus.
The
Yes.
fact that came out
G-Y-R-U-S-S.
back in the day.
It's nuts.
Here's
I just
one.
heard another song I'll talk about later that blew my mind.
From Mikey 3319.
Why do I know this?
Codename Viper.
This is
It is not.
NES.
It is NES.
This is making me think of. I wonder if this is true. This is making me think of my cousin's house.
Is this gameplay or is this like during like a cutscene or something?
Like I'm having vivid memories of my cousin and his NES, but I don't know what this is. So it probably means it's something I didn't have. And I know it's not Blades of Steel, which you played all the time. What else did he have?
This is so slow to be playing a game unless
Is
you're
this
in like
first
a dungeon.
party?
I believe it is.
What's the Zapper game?
It is a Zapper
Hogan's
game.
Alley?
No,
Duck Hunt?
another one. There's another one.
Is this the same game?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that game. I can't remember what it's called.
Dude, how many Zapper games were there?
This is as far as first party. I think this is it. What is it called? It's got like a sunglasses guy with a fedora.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called?
And what is he?
What is he? What would you be? If you wore
Detective?
that? Gumshoe.
Gumshoe.
We got
Great
there.
job, guys.
That's funny. Yeah, he had. I never played that anywhere, but at his house.
This one's from Nico Darunia.
Star Fox.
No,
Ah, damn it. Oh, this is the Wii.
it is.
You're loading up a channel.
Yep.
What channel is this? The Weather Channel?
Forecast channel.
Nice.
This song is so
What an
soothing.
era in Nintendo history, man. That was a vibe.
This is a very soothing.
The little cat.
This
up on
is
the-
I
that was
follow
news.
people on YouTube and TikTok that make this kind of music now. They describe it as Nintendo and Fruitiger era together. I love this era of Nintendo music so much.
Yeah, it's nice. Okay, the last song we have for this
Cool
week
idea. What a cool idea.
is from our buddy Tony De La Mancha.
Spy Hunter.
A little bit of that riff, definitely. This is familiar. Oh, Ron
sure
Brady
you played it.
agrees. Has anybody else played it?
Sounds
I don't
familiar.
Very familiar. Now, this kind of music makes me think of like SteamWorld, but I know it's not that.
Brain, you played it, you know?
I did not.
I have played it. I can tell by the way she acted.
I'm pretty
I tried to ask if she knew you played it, but she doesn't know.
Red Steel.
It's like,
sure.
it's yes, it's got it does, the music has that vibe. You're right. It's got the vibe of that and SteamWorld and
The Tron game?
Oddworld a little
what
bit.
What kind of music is in those Tron games? That Tron game?
No. This is like...
Is it like a what are those called? A picture book? What are those called?
What are you talking
a literary...
A narrative adventure?
Narrative adventure?
No, I don't think so.
This is giving me like I'm really thinking of like an indie.
What was that
like
Katana
this is like
game?
an indie game.
Katana Zero or Katana Elysium?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that, but that's great. You're right. Yeah, like that's the kind of indie vibe I get from this. Those like wailing,
my friend Pedro.
echoing guitars. There's something about it. I feel like there's a game that it's like, yes, clearly it's that
Hotline Miami.
No.
I know this is going to piss me off when I hear it because I know this. I can't come up with it.
It's a cool tune.
What system? Maybe that'll help.
Switch, I think. Yeah.
Switch. I was remembering it from earlier, so then I guess I'm wrong.
Well,
Oh.
it's a sequel, so.
Oh, okay. Sequel to a game that I didn't play the sequel, but I clearly played the original.
Axiom Verge 2.
What was the original
No.
on? Can you tell us? That's a great guess too. That's nailing that kind of soundtrack. Man, you're killing it with those guesses. Is your spot?
It was on. Sorry.
I'm trying. I'm gonna give you a crash course on this again. I'm not mad, but you can look this up very easily to see what it was on and
Sorry.
publisher and developer.
It was on.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hang in there, everybody.
Just go to the regular wiki, and then on the right-hand side.
Doing. That's what I just did. It took me a minute. It was
on
Wii.
The Wii.
And I guess it says Switch as well, but maybe that was because.
Okay, so I got a port to the Switch. It was on the Wii. Wii makes sense for when I was remembering it.
World of Goo.
Yes.
Hey!
Well,
World of
it's
Goo
World of
2.
Goo 2. Yeah, but
Great.
Got
Great.
there.
Nice job. So we did all.
Well
you
done.
played that, right?
Nope.
Oh,
I
we
bought it,
played
I think.
I didn't play the second one,
But
Love the
I
first
know you
one.
love the first one.
which is stupid that I didn't play the second one, but
You can play it.
This
Maybe it's
week.
on sale right now. Maybe if you look. It's on sale right now. We got 8 out of 10. Not bad.
6 out of 9. Well
6 out
done,
of 9.
guys.
8 out of 10. Good job. And because this is the world's longest show for the 6th best Nintendo podcast, we have to end it here.
Everybody have a great week.
Have a great week, everybody.
well, it wouldn't have climbed so high in the ranking if we didn't have a little special segment at the end of each podcast that goes a little something like Deux Views. It's never news. 2026.
Wow.
Deux Views starring Deux Michaels. I already forgot.
I'll play along. I thought it was with.
Thank you. Deux Views with Deux Michaels. I
I
can't.
thought it was starring.
I can't believe I don't remember how this goes, but
The best part is the audience thinks it's a bit, but it's not.
it's
a bit.
never, sadly, a bit.
We always get a rumor.
Before
Never true.
we get into it, I just need to thank 2 esteemed colleagues sitting at this table with me, Nicky Hill and Mom Brain. Thank you so much for heeding the call of the spiders and the flies in my absence. It's always fun for me to bring all these rumors to the audience, and I'm glad that you were able to experience that and not miss a beat, so that we could keep everybody informed. So thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
trusting us with your spiders and flies.
Yeah,
I mean,
thanks for sending them out to us.
I loved them both. So thank you for doing that.
We had to sign NDAs and everything.
Yes. But without further ado, here's a little something called a Deux View, which is, I guess I should preface with what happens is my spiders and my flies go out all over the video game area. Well, we need people who are just tuning in because they saw like, hey, the top 6 list came out. Who just moved up? We need to listen to this podcast. So I have to let the new listeners know.
Or maybe they got like new headphones or
and they
phones
look
for
and
Christmas.
They're like, wait a minute.
They're like,
they're like 4 hours. Forget it.
They're like, I'm podcasting now. Yeah.
But if they stick it out, they get to hear this. So I've got a rumor for you from the Spiders and Flies. It's a rumor that you're not going to hear anywhere else about video games. But because it's a new year and it's something that's happening, we've got a true story for you finally.
Wow.
Guys, it's a new year and it's something that's happening.
It's happening, and it's happening now, and it's true. So take this to the bank. Make sure you post it on every single social media because we want this information to get out of there.
And make it clear, I got this from the number 6 Nintendo related podcast on Good Pods.
And they got it from insects and spiders. So yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, we spoke earlier. You might have remembered that we talked about how Nintendo is bringing a bunch of baby themed products or Nintendo themed baby products to the stores and to the online. So we, it's,
tune into the podcast for the
wonderful
segment Man Learns English as He Goes.
But it's actually, we found out that this is a bold first step from female CEO takeover, Devin Pritchard. She's taken over already and started, quote, mommying up the works with baby teething rings, and it's all happening because of her. But what we don't realize is that she's bringing this woman's touch to distract us from the unions dispute that's going on. So Reggie applauds it. He says that it's something that he wish he could have done, but the mommy angle wasn't going to work with his daddy physique.
Okay. Reggie is daddy.
That's also quoted. And they're, along with the baby teething rings, there's going to be Mario diapers and baby's first Wario fart as well.
Wow.
Reggie is daddy. Devin is mommy. Mario is baby.
That's exactly right. So thanks for listening and for believing how true that is.
Believing that after all these years that one of these would actually be true, and it happened right now. We did it. We did it, everybody.
We made it.
We pushed your listening patience to the limit on this episode. But as I said in the beginning, Music Man, only an hour and a half. We'll get back. Well, now let me say, I'm going to make sure you listen to this whole episode, and I'll know that because you're going to say to me, I love lobsters. I love lobsters. When you tell me I love lobsters, that lets me know that you have listened to the whole episode. So everybody else, thanks for being real.
Or you at least fast forwarded to the end.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
I know it's forever Mamba, and you can get out of here very quickly after show. I would have done it during the regular show, but it's too long. Conformity Gate back on. Have you seen the news?
What?
Oh, the 12th or something?
Yes, but like we're back on hardcore now. Here's the thing that's going to blow you. Oh, by the way, Netflix, Stranger Things, Conformity Gate. If you're not chronically online like most of us are, here's what it is. A very quick breakdown. People were unhappy. Some people were unhappy with the end of Stranger Things to the point that they decided it was the worst thing they've ever seen. So because they couldn't deal with that reality, they pretended that there was an alternate reality where the Duffer Brothers had hidden.
Some people didn't say it was the worst thing they ever saw, but they were just like, there's things that are questionable here.
Yes, and I'm talking about the people who believe in Conformity Gate, who lost their minds. They decided that the Duffer Brothers made a secret 9th episode, and there was undeniable evidence that it was coming out. And they spent the last couple of weeks on TikTok and other social media platforms talking about why all this evidence pointed to there being a secret 9th episode where it showed us that Vecna was controlling the audience, and it was all made up all along.
The Duffer Brothers did say, pay close attention.
Yeah, so clearly that means 9th episode, as people thought.
Well, no, it's pay close attention to all the inconsistencies, which they're doing a great job of doing.
You're right. So anyway, Obviously, that didn't happen. There was no secret episode. It didn't come out when they said it was
supposed to
going
be
to come
released on
out,
the 7th.
and it didn't happen. So I said before that, is this going to be a thing where it's like the rapture, and when the rapture doesn't happen, they're like, oh, we got the numbers wrong. And believe it or not, that's what's happening. But here's where I'm going to really get your attention. I'm not on board. But this time, I don't know that the guy is saying there's going to be another episode or something. He's just saying there's going to be something, because I don't know who he is, but he came across my social media. He's clearly an influencer. He came across my TikTok page, and he got sent a press package for Stranger Things. I don't know when he got it. He got it a while ago, but it had a VHS tape on it. And I believe 11 of them were sent out. And he gave it a look, and there was it has a video on it, but he was also provided the same video digitally, so he watched the digital version. But he has shown that the physical version, apparently, I forget what it is exactly. There's some documents that that Netflix gave him that indicated that there might be something hidden on the VHS. So he looked at the outside of the VHS, and there's certain things that it says on it that hint that perhaps when the other people who have the other 10 cassettes come together and solve a puzzle, something will be discovered. I'm not saying it's a 9th episode. Right. I'm not saying any of that, but it's very clear that there is something actually related to this, and this is real from Netflix.
It wasn't the thing with the black light, right?
No.
Or that was like other merchandise.
So everybody's tape clearly seems to have something different, and they need to work together to figure this out. So
like
I'm all in on that. That's exciting.
Like Glass Onion.
I'll have to show you the TikTok, but I was like, now this I like, because this is based in fact, and there is something going on here. What it results in, I don't know, but I like this stuff. So
curious to know when they got it.
This has come out, and now everybody's like, conformity gate's back on.
But they don't know who the other people who got them are.
They reached out to some of them. I don't believe they know all of them, but you know,
is that why they reach out to you?
People. They didn't reach out to me.
I thought you said you saw it on social media.
Yeah, it's on TikTok.
I thought they reached out to you.
The Duffer Brothers were
the guy
hey,
said
Rami.
the guy said he knows a couple of the people that got them.
Well,
and he's hoping that they know other people who also got them, and they could piece all of them together.
So I don't want to get into anything because spoilers or whatever, but there's like a connection to
Venka. Look out for Venka. He'll get you.
There's
Venka boys.
There is a connection in the show.
He'll bring you into the, what does she call it? It's not the upside down.
Up.
The up down
and down. That's right.
The
one
up and down.
Is up and, the up down.
There was a connection in the show to Nightmare on Elm Street, which when they rebooted Nightmare on Elm Street, they didn't reboot it. I don't remember which episode, like which movie it was. It's made like a documentary about the movie or something, or they're making a documentary about it, and then like things start to happen in real life. So people are saying that they think that the documentary of behind the scenes of Stranger Things is going to be like very meta.
I had 2 nice days where there was none of the conformity gate, now it's back on.
Not to mention Millie Bobby Brown described this season as very meta, and there wasn't anything that was like meta about it.
Jesus Christ, people are insane. There's nothing wrong with having fun with any of this stuff, but the degree to which people have lost their minds over this and believe it really scares me, among other things going on in the world. But this, I'm like, God damn.
Well, it scares you because it's also like it implies
because of Vecna
how other things happen. Or real life Vecnas that do put like spread misinformation the same way.
You said Freddy Krueger. I'm going to talk about Freddy Krueger, but I can't on here. I'll save it for right after we're done. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
When we do that,
play some games, hang out with friends and family. Well, like it's political. Hang out with friends and family, rest, relax. You deserve it. And we will see you next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.